Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Grillin' JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross. Jim, how are you, man?
I'm good, Connie. I'm good. I've had a little issue with my foot this week. It's healing, but it's when that old skin scabs away, sorry to be so blunt, and the new skin appears, it's really sensitive. So it's sensitive to cold, it's sensitive to heat, touch. It's just I am the one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. Ain't got a chance. So anyway, it's the doctor said it was doing as well as they ever wanted. So I'm healing on the right track. She said it's just not going to be, the pain's not over yet. So, but I have medication for that if I need it. He's taking good care of me there, the pain management. It's a whole different deal than what it used to be. You know, we went through this period of time where if you got pain medicine from your doctor, you were frowned upon. Or say, hey, what's really going on here? Did you try buffering? I didn't try buffering. So anyway, now it's a different ball game. And hell, I'm 70 years old. I don't plan on developing any drug habits that I don't already have anytime soon. So anyway, it's all really good. I'm going to work. I haven't missed any work, and I take pride in that statement. So anyway, all good, man. I'm still calling wrestling on Wednesday nights on TBS. Loving every damn minute of it.
Well, we are so excited to be talking about our topic today. It's the man called Sting. And golly, man, what's new is old again, or what's old is new again. You know how it goes. There just is. Sting is still in ring, and you're still working with him all these years later. We're going to talk about maybe the most important year of his career, 1990 today. Can you believe that it's been 32 years since Sting won the world title? God, it feels like, I don't know, 15 years ago, not 32. Goodness.
The typical pro wrestler answer, or former pro wrestler answer, oh yeah, I remember. He was wearing a plaid shirt and Nikes. No, I don't remember shit. I remember it happening. I think I called that match. I think.
Yeah, you did.
And when people hear me say that, I don't want anybody to misunderstand. I do care. It's just, I've called so many epic matches, thanks to the talent now, not me, thanks to the talent, that, man, they cluttered up. Oh, yeah. I remember that. So, but I do remember the date. I thought it might be past. I thought it was probably overdue. Should have happened earlier. You got to have instincts to tag in somebody that's hot. And he was obviously hot. But we were obviously so unorganized, nobody was paying enough attention past the politics of booking. So anyway, that's how I looked at that situation. But Steve Borden was just a can't miss guy. And now he's back more focused. And I say that, people are going to laugh at me. He's older. He's a Christian. He has a different lifestyle. He has a different point of view and outlook. He has a new marriage. So he's got reason to have major changes. And he seems motivated to want to pass it back, Conrad. And he like Darby Allin. He's taken Darby under his wing, if nothing else, on traveling and planning a match or whatever it may be. So Steve has he's done a lot of, and he doesn't do a lot of ballyhoo, but he's really a good mentor to the entire roster. There's not one person on that roster a wrestler that wouldn't tell you they are little stingers to some degree at some point in their wrestling fandom. Everybody covers them every base. So anyway, that's what I'm thinking on that. We're really blessed to have him. He's that important to us. So I don't even think about his age. Tony Khan's not going to overbook him. Steve Borden's not going to let himself get overbooked. He's going to do things he can handle to maintain some level of sanity. So it's we're lucky right now in AEW to have him, just like the folks in WCW were lucky to have him back 30 years ago.
1990, man, what an important year. He's going to start the year as a horseman, but he's also scheduled to take on Ric Flair at Wrestle War. And this is a different type of booking at the time, where you have Sting, who's really over with the crowd here as a babyface, but he's a part of the Horsemen. The Observer would write, no idea what is going to happen in the main event, since Jim Herd apparently still wants the belt to go to Luger. Do you remember in your conversations, maybe in a booking committee, maybe while you're having a few cocktails with Herd, did he favor one over the other? Here in 1990, it feels like a lot of people felt like, hey, if it was going to be Luger's time, it was Luger's time a couple of years ago. Right now, it's Sting's time. Did you feel that same way? And what did Herd think?
No, I thought Sting's time was maybe a year or two earlier, at least a year. Mr. Herd liked Luger because of his height. He's walking through an airport. He's 6'5". He looks like a Greek god. All those things are true. And that's what impressed Herd the most. He heard somebody say it about Vince. Turn heads in airports. Or so-and-so could walk through an airport, nobody even notice. You hear that too sometimes. Yeah. So I think Lex's height had as much to do with it. It sounds crazy, but he just had that stature.
Right.
The stature of a world champion. And with the wrestling people, Cornette's on the committee, myself, and many others, in and out, come and go, pretty much had the consensus. Sting should be our guy.
At least at the start of 1990, Flair is leading the booking committee as much as Flair ever led, I guess.
Yeah.
But what was his gut? Was he saying, did he feel like Sting was the right opponent for him, or did he think there was still money in Luger?
Well, I hate to not give you a definitive answer. I don't really know the answer. Certainly don't want to speak for Rick. I think Rick knew that Sting was special, but he also knew that Luger had that magical look. And if Rick's thinking with Rick's brain, and he is, he's going to tell you he can have a great match with either one of them. And he's probably right. Yeah, he did. So I don't know where he hung his hat, what side of the room on. I'm thinking just from a working standpoint. Hey, Nate, you want to go 30 minutes tonight with Sting or 30 minutes tonight with Luger? Well, I think he's going to say Sting. It's an easier match to construct and to put together. You know, as much charisma and that intangible stuff, that it factor, Luger was non-paralleled. But he was a real, but again, that frigging look, man, you can't buy them. Oh, I guess you can buy them. You're doing that steroids, God damn it. So, well, whatever, Mr. Happy Face. And so I don't know what Nate would say. I kind of think he would say Sting, but I'm not 100% sure.
Do you remember if there was a strong advocate for Sting on the booking committee? Was someone adamant, Sting's our guy, we got to give Sting a shot?
Herd. Mr. Herd liked Luger. We've said that. And I think that's where his heart lied. And it was, in a way, Conrad, Mr. Herd was seemingly trying to emulate the WWE. You got to have your Hulk Hogan figure.
Right.
We got to have that. We got a Hulk Hogan face in our locker room. So we need a big 6'5" guy or whatever, great body, to plug right in that spot. And that's not how it works. It's not how it works. There's nothing human about all of that. There's nothing who's connected with the audience and all those things. And who's got the best character, who's going to be able to lead the company, because you're going to put a whole lot on their shoulders. when you make him champion, or at least you should. So, I think Mr. Hurd was a primary speaker for Lex. And it wasn't like Lex was unpopular. You're asking to make a decision. What do you think? Do you think Sting's the guy or is Luger the guy? Well, you don't have to be, you can certainly be unapologetic and say, I think it's Sting or Luger.
So
and nobody probably would have given two, as crazy as that place was. We talked about it a lot. We've done some great shows on the dysfunction of WCW back in those early days. But doggone, Conrad is just, for a lot of people in the Turner white shirt, blue jacket, red tie guys, they didn't know the difference. So they would think bigger is better. And who was bigger? And some people are going to shake their head like, JR, I loved him when he was younger. He was sharp. He did a good job, but now he's lost it. Yeah. Okay. I don't think I've lost it, but nonetheless, I'm giving you an opinion. And that's all it is. One man's opinion.
Let's get back on track about 1990 here. We're talking about Lex Luger being the favorite of Jim Herd, but we know that the plan is going to be that Sting is going to be the guy to beat Ric Flair. And supposedly in this era, a lot of the quote unquote heat, brother, amongst the boys is getting dumped on Ric Flair because they're not happy with the way they're being used, or they're not happy with creative or what have you. But we're setting some records along the way. But on our way to the big event in February, Wrestle War, Flair's going to resign as the booker, and I want to talk about that. But before I do, I want to mention on air, the idea is Lex Luger is looking to take Sting's title shot at Wrestle War, or he wants to beat Flair for the belt ahead of time. And this is way before anybody ever considered a quote unquote three-way dance. But we do have a lot of 6-man tags all over the country in this era. It's Sting teaming up with Ole and Arn Anderson. They're the Horsemen, remember, as weird as that sounds, to take on the Great Muta, the Buzz Sawyer, and Dragon Master. And I just assume, knowing you like I do, you had to see money in Sting versus Great Muta. Was that ever something that kicked around?
You think? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. But I think you're talking about was Muta the Dragon Master?
Yes. Well, you see, so what we had is like Gary Hart as the manager, and he was teaming with Buzz Sawyer a lot.
Okay. Well, I just thought that at one time, Ole liked using, oh God, he's a great middle of the card.
Kendo Nagasaki was the Dragon Master, but he was part of the 6-man that rounded out Muta and Sawyer.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. I'm with you now. I'm back on earth. I've always been a great Muta fan. And I tell you, sometimes it was kind of like when I recruited The Rock in that little restaurant there in South Florida. When we came in, every head in the room turned. And as I said in our little stage show, we occasionally that women would come by wanting to know if we wanted more to drink, and they didn't even work there. They wanted a good look at those Dwayne. So and it was kind of the same thing with Muta. Muta walks into the CNN Center, walks in our office to pick up his check, and every woman that worked in that floor came out of their office regularly. So he had it, Conrad. I don't know how to frame it. It's a feel, it's a touch, it's an emotion. So that group right there had a lot of money, and they were some top talents without a doubt.
Well, as we get to the big event, the big storyline, because boy, it is it's at the Clash of the Champions, the February 6th event. This is where it all changes. Ultimately, Sting's going to get kicked out of the Horseman, and boy, it is a great piece of business. We've got Terry Funk in the ring. He's going to host it. Let's track it and take a listen.
There you see the old Funker in the ring right there.
Hello. I want to say one thing right that there's two things that's going to be hard to beat in 1990. One of them is World Championship Wrestling, because it's here to stay. And the other one is the Horsemen. All four of them. Ric Flair, Sting, Foley, and Arn Anderson. Here they are. Come on out, guys.
So there you see the big introduction of the Horsemen, quite an eclectic group. They make their way down to the ring, and now it's time for us to handle a little bit of business. Let's throw it back to Terry.
Dennis is about to pick up Conrad.
An attitude. I'd like to think that I have that attitude, but I know that you Horsemen have it. I know that you have it, Ole.
Let me ask you a question. You want to just do something and hang on that microphone, or you want me to hang on to it?
Let me just say one thing, Terry. When we have an opportunity to get together on national television,
Ole thought that we were running long.
make a statement. And tonight, once again, the Horsemen are going to make a statement. And on behalf of the Horsemen, the spokesman, Ole Anderson, has a few words.
We want to make sure that everybody all around the country has an opportunity to hear what I'm about to say. And I want you in particular to pay attention to it, Sting, because you're the reason we're here tonight. I want you to know you're not going to be a Horseman anymore. It's over. No more Horsemen for the state. Yeah, don't close your mouth a second. I'm going to explain something to you. I want everybody to listen real close, and you listen real close. When Rick called me and called Arn to come in here, it was for one reason. And the reason he called us in here was to get rid of you. And I tell you, just be quiet. There's three of us standing here, and there's one of you. Just wait a second. One thing that nobody looked for and nobody could figure was when you jumped in and helped Rick against this guy. We held off. A little later, in the Iron Man contest, we came in that ring and we were ready to stick your head in the sand again. And as we came through the ring, Rick gave us this, pay attention. Rick gave us that sign and waved us off. You were spared for the second time. And then something that nobody would have ever dreamed could happen, happened when you became one of us, a Horseman. And you were a good Horseman, no argument about it. You're a great wrestler, you're a tough, strong kid, but you did the one unforgivable thing that we can never forget. You know what that was? When you signed that match to meet Ric Flair for the world title on February 25th, you signed your death warrant. You listen now. I'm going to tell you what I said to Rick. We all agreed we should just stop you right now, but Rick says, no. Now, he helped me one time. We let him live one time, but on one condition. And the condition is this. You go to the promoter, you go to Mr. Jim Ross or whoever you got to talk to, and you tell him that you're going to cancel that contract with this man. Wait a minute, get over here, Pat. Just listen. No, you listen me, and you listen real good. Anybody, even a blind man, could see there's three of us and there's only one of you. We're going to spare your life. You got about 2 hours to make up your mind what you're going to do. And I'm telling you right now, it's only because of his nice kindness that we're going to let you live right here. 2 hours, you make up your mind. You go tell Ross, you tell everybody in the world on this national TV that you're going to give up that chance at the world title. You understand?
Sting, I bought you a little time because of what you've done.
You're too easy. The whole deal is this. You got 2 hours to make up your mind, and you're no longer a Horseman. And if we ever see you again, you're not going to be quite so lucky as you are tonight.
Wait a minute. This doesn't make any sense. Wait a minute. Come on. Look at this. I'm trying to tell you. I bought you the time. Now do the smart thing. Smart up. Get out of the business. Get out of the contract. Get out of
I cannot believe this. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Smart up.
Oh, this is pathetic. Ric Flair, absolutely pathetic. He gave the guy a chance. Well, he gave the guy a chance. Yeah, you're a big chance, fans. We'll be right back. This continues live. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
So there you go. What a masterful angle. It's great. Now we know Sting is no longer a horseman. He's got 2 hours to decide, but it feels like the decision was made for him. Great angle, man. Terry Funk and Ole Anderson and Ric Flair and Sting, just good stuff.
And I got a shout out from Ole. How about that? No, it was well done. And I would say all those guys had a hand in, Ole may have been the leader and the creative. And one of the guys that certainly had great influence. But all those guys were able to contribute. I mean, look what you got there. You got Ole and you got Arn. Arn ain't a bad talker, in case somebody's noticed. Terry Funk can cut promos in the level of anybody. So, and always has been able to. That's one of his great skills. So I wasn't surprised it was good, but what I found funny after the fact is how many times Ole tried to get everybody back on track and stay within the time that they had allotted for it. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
So he was directing traffic in an Ole Anderson way, kind of like he would if he was the real guy. So it was a good piece of business.
And literally 1 hour later, it all went to shit. Ole Anderson is going to replace Sting in the cage match, and Sting's going to run out to confront Flair. But as he's climbing the cage and gets pulled down, he blows out his knee.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a major blow to the point where you guys all come back and meet in Atlanta just to figure out what the hell do we do now.
All right.
On Tuesday, he's going to have surgery with Dr. Jim Andrews.
Right.
They're saying he's going to be out till August. Sting is hoping to beat that and come back in July. But we got a pay-per-view later this month, and we're scrambling to figure out what in the world do we do. We know we're going to go with Lex Luger that day for Wrestle War, but do you remember any other ideas being pitched around?
There are crazy ideas. I suggested Muda, but the conflict there was his popularity. The face paint was cool. His moonsault was cool. He did a lot of cool shit that heels don't become heels for doing. That's not the traits you want to manifest in a great villain, is they do cool shit. I don't think. It gives you the wrong emotion. You have a hard time wanting to see them lose. And if you do not want to see a heel lose that you are booking, then you booked yourself into a corner. So anyway, yeah, I like Muda. He got nowhere, no traction. So it just we went with what we had at that point in time. I think we also discussed Rick Steiner, maybe.
Wow.
He was there, right?
Yep.
His name came up a lot because he was such a believable looking guy in the not in the puppy dog stage, but or Scotty Steiner was also discussed at time to time. But I think a lot of guys are worried about controlling Scotty, and it just was bad chemistry, Conrad. That's what I'm saying here. We weren't ready for that. There's no way to prepare for that, and we did. And now we got to go about developing Plan B, and that was what was really touchy, to say the least.
Well, of course, we know that Muda is going to be unhappy with the way things are going, and he's threatening to quit on the heels of this Clash of the Champions. And boy, there's just chaos all around. But the narrative for a long time had been the decision was made. We're going to have Sting beat Flair at Wrestle War. This is supposed to be Sting's anointment later this month. And this is going to delay that. So whoever is going to be the champion, if we do take the belt off of Rick, is going to be, well, a short termer to say the least. But on the other channel, just to add context to this, because it is sort of fun to think about, the Ultimate Warrior is about to become the man beating Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 6. That would happen in April. In theory, you know, Warrior was going to take down the wrestler of the 80s in the WWF. And here he is, this jacked up, wild hair, neon painted superstar. And here in the NWA, well, sort of the same thing. We were going to have this wild haired neon superstar take down the wrestler of the 80s in the NWA, Ric Flair. But that was supposed to happen in February, not July. But at this point, your number 2 babyface or your top babyface is probably Norman the Lunatic with Sting down. And that's probably not what you're looking for in the main event.
No. He's another guy who's miscast. I had a hand in that too, unfortunately. I'm not proud of that one. I brought Mike Shaw in from Calgary with the blessing of Stu Hart, who spoke very highly of Mike. That's all I needed to hear. And we brought him in. And then the Herd had the idea for the Lunatic. And he was such a successful heel as Mock Singh in Calgary. It wasn't even funny. He has some great runs there, multiple runs. And of course we changed it. Why? And somewhere in Herd's mind, I think he might say, well, that's what McMahon would do. He created his own character, use this guy's basic skills, put a new coat of paint on him, dress him up different, send his ass out there. He never got over at all. And that was one of the big misses in my reign. That's not a good word, but in my time there, we missed on was Mike Shaw should have stayed Mock Singh and been a monster heel because he was 400 pounds if he'd have come back.
Yeah.
So he didn't get his shot. I felt bad for Mike. He deserved it. He paid his dues. Good hand. But we had so much turmoil and change and distrust in the booking committee that no one ever got on a quote unquote roll so they would be ready in case an extreme emergency occurred. And that didn't happen. That was not good planning. And I was part of that too. I was in those damn meetings. I'm not bragging about being in them, but I was in them.
So Lex Luger's the U.S. champ, and maybe he's more of a heel, but boy, he's going to become babyface in a hurry. Now he's got to take on Ric Flair for the world title at Wrestle War. Sting's fresh off of surgery, but we still have him appear before the crowd, before the match, and they're just excited to see him. Towards the end of the show, though, he comes down to show support. And what do you know? The Horsemen come down and start putting the beat down on him. That distracts Luger. Luger goes to make the save. It's a big count out. And we end Wrestle War with a count out audience. But the crowd, man, they're chanting, "We want Sting." So it's clear if there was ever a debate about who should the guy be, it should be Sting. That's who the fans want.
Yep.
But boy, we don't want to wait till July because now we've got to just stretch and kill time. And in theory, if Sting was anointed here in February, he would have been hot at your biggest time of the year from a live event standpoint, right?
Yeah, he would have. It's just the stars that never get aligned. And that was a big, we missed all the way around. Sting's timing, and then the injury occurred, which you can't control. You know, Lex wasn't ready for that role. He looked ready. He had a great aura about him. Obviously, I've always been really high on that. But work-wise, he was probably a year or so away. He needed to work in main event level matches with heels or with people like Gary Hart was managing, because Gary would help him. But he needed guidance, and he wasn't getting much guidance. And that's too bad, because anytime you get the wrestlers booking on the booking committee, you have issues like that, because they have they have dues in their mind they need to repay or take care of a buddy or whatever, and it just becomes non-objective. So that's kind of where we were. We were really up Schitt's Creek before they even made Schitt's Creek. You ever watch that show?
I have. So when Ric Flair resigns as the chairman of the NWA booking committee, are you surprised that his frustration with Jim Herd bubbled over, or is this almost a good thing? Was he at times difficult to get things done with? And you guys maybe thought, well, hate to see him go, but I can't say it'll be more difficult. Might be easier now.
Well, I think that, I'm glad we didn't take the belt off Flair. I didn't think it was necessary. Leave it on him. He's what the people know, and he's a star. And he sold tickets. But he was just, I think he should have stayed where he was, but nonetheless, he didn't. I don't know, Conrad. It just was a weird time. And I think Rick's time to get out of that role was there because he was just stressed to the fucking gills. Wrestlers aren't trained to keep schedules other than their booking. That's it. 1 hour a day, you got to be at a certain place.
Let's talk about the next big time we see Sting. He's going to appear for a taping of Worldwide. Now, the Worldwide taping doesn't air until May 5th, but of course that was weeks after it was filmed. But this is the episode where Barry Windham is introduced as a new member of the Horsemen. And this is the first time that Sting has sort of been beat up since his injury. And we know that he's fresh off of surgery with Dr. Jim Andrews, but maybe he's just not ready for an actual match, but he can do a little bit here and there. And that sort of keeps the train on the track and helps us get to the next pay-per-view, which, as crazy as this sound, is going to include RoboCop. Here's a promo here.
Take it right now.
Don't worry about my social calendar, Jim. It's just fine. I have knobs with all the rich and famous people.
Well, so you're still staying pretty busy socially. Anybody new in your life here lately?
Well, I have a new friend, and he's a pro football player.
Well, who is it? You gonna tell us?
I might not.
Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep track of the Smithy's social life a little bit later in the program. But right now, let's take a look at what happened involving Sting. We know that Ole Anderson has threatened Sting, and Sting has now made it clear he will be at Capital Combat with RoboCop.
Yeah, RoboCop. Like
God.
Around when you need him. And that's why, Sting, you shouldn't have him with you there. I mean, Sting, you really should retire. I mean, I know if my thoroughbred hurt his leg, I would have to put him out to pasture. And Sting, you're no thoroughbred. You should go out to pasture.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see that announcement, that special feature with Sting and RoboCop, and then we're going to hear some comments from Ole Anderson.
Horseman, you said you were going to take me out. You said I'd never wrestle again. But you made a big mistake when you started messing with the little stingers.
Like Conrad Thompson down there in Alabama. He was a little stinger.
If you think you're invincible, take it over, Creed.
So there you go. RoboCop is here, and we know we're marching towards the big pay-per-view. The story is that RoboCop is here to stop the Horseman, since Sting is still not fully healed, and Flair's going to have the Horseman in his corner for the Flair Luger rematch that goes down at Capital Combat. Yeah. Then the pay-per-view goes down. Obviously, this isn't something that creative come with. This is something that Turner sort of dictated and handed down. And
sort of, they were emulating the WWE, Conrad.
Yes,
that's all they wanted to be. We got to have sizzle. We got to have a little showbiz. We have to have some entertainment with our sports, and that we've gone over. This has happened in this show already several times where we can point out where the motivation lies. The motivation lies in thinking that if we just emulate in a loose way the creative that WWE is parlaying, we're going to be just fine. And that's one of the most ridiculous analogies that one could ever think of.
Well, as if it's not enough, Sting and RoboCop, they're joined by Elegante, who we've talked a little bit about. And at least Sting is back in the action here, even if it is a little silly with RoboCop. But hey, if you're working with the Horseman and you're the top baby face and you're not there, you're okay.
Yeah.
Along the way with Sting down, it does create opportunity, just like in traditional sports. When someone goes down with an injury, there's an opportunity. Guys like Junkyard Dog and Paul Orndorff get to come back. They're called the superheroes very briefly. Not all the ideas are great ideas. And then Ole Anderson is named the official booker on May 14th. So just a few months after Sting sort of or Ric Flair steps down from the booking committee. Now here comes Ole Anderson. What do you think Ole thought of Sting? Did he see the money in Sting?
I think he did. I thought he saw a young white meat babyface in the traditionalist sense. And that's what Sting was. You want to just break it all down, all the veneer off the persona. He was a very athletic white meat babyface that connected with the audience. So Ole's the kind of booker that even if you didn't like him, he's not going to turn down the money. Only thing Ole's going to turn down is the covers. Simple as that, man. So Ole was, it may not, Sting might not have been his choice, but based on the hand that we had and the hand that Ole inherited, it was the right way to go for Ole too.
Well, Sting's going to have the dudes with attitudes on commentary.
I should have made him a star.
And of course, yeah, you're able to do a little bit of commentary with Sting while he's out. You're trying to buy time before he's able to get back in the ring. How was he to work with on the microphone?
He listened really well. And that's the key. When you are a full-time pro wrestler and you're called upon to do television commentary, it's going to be in the color analyst like role. You're not going to do play-by-play. That's not your forte. And it's harder than it looks. But he listened really well. He understood the concept of not talking over each other. That kills me sometimes on these, I get hooked on some of the ESPN shows in the morning, and they run me off because you get multiple individuals talking at the same time,
right?
Incessantly. It's like, what the fuck you guys doing? Can't you hear somebody else is talking? I can't process every goddamn audible noise I hear. So, but anyway, he was really good at being patient and listening and getting the material in. He understood the concept. So he had a good aptitude for wrestling. That's what that told me. And that's always good to discover.
Of course, we know it finally happens. Great American Bash 1990. Go back and revisit Grilling JR number 10, which we dropped May 25th, 2020, where we talked about that show in long form. But this is the day where Sting finally becomes the man. I understand that Ric Flair signed a contract extension right before. He wasn't exactly tickled to be losing the belt, but boy, what a moment it is when Sting finally beat him. Huge celebration, huge pyro. And at this point, just as a frame of reference, WCW has never made a profit. They lost money in 88. They lost money in 89. It looks like they're, still losing money here halfway through 1990. But the hope and the goal is this is going to be the, as Bruce would call it, the fresh paint of coat that we're looking for. It was a big night there in Baltimore when Sting became the man, was it not?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It was great. They've been waiting. Anticipation is like one of the great emotions that we can sell in the wrestling business or anybody else's business. If you can provide what you perceive to be is going to be this great offer, this great product, and you built to that moment, which is now in Baltimore, fans were more than ready. I think they came there and bought tickets to see this historic day. And to me, it just showed how much more valuable Flair was than people thought. He was as valuable in this point of the territory. Flair was as valuable as a challenger and an angry former champion chasing as he was as the champion, the heel champion, in my opinion. That's how valuable Flair was to our company. So, he did, I know he didn't want to lose the title, but he's going to get it back. So That's what I always told him. You know, you're going to get it back. What the hell?
When you guys start promoting this match, you know, and we're plugging it and making sure everybody understands, hey, here's the big pay-per-view, Sting is back, and Sting and Flair, blah, blah, blah. Was there any concern that Sting might not actually be ready to go, that he might be coming back too soon?
Yeah, there's always that concern of somebody coming back with an injury that was ahead of the forecasted date of healing. But, you know, he trained awful hard. I think, I'm not sure if this was during the period that he owned the gym with Lex, Main Event Fitness there in suburbs of Atlanta. But I know we all knew how hard he was training, and that boded well for him. He got himself ready. And of course, we're going back and forth to Dr. Andrews frequently just to make sure along the healing process, everything's cool. There's no surprise. We don't want more surprises. So I don't think Sting would have gone back without, I don't think TBS, at least I don't think they're smart, so stupid they wouldn't make sure he was good. Because he goes back in and re-injures it, makes it worse. You're talking, you know, lots and lots of money.
So let's also mention Clash of the Champions 11 in Charleston, South Carolina. We would see Junkyard Dog take on Ric Flair. It ends in a DQ when Ole interferes. And at this point, Sid Vicious joins the Four Horsemen. And it's just a mess of bodies between everybody to brawl at the end of the show. In hindsight, was it the best association for Sting to be paired with guys like JYD and Orndorff?
Probably not. But that's all we had.
Right.
We'd let it go to hell. And consequently, we didn't have a lot of choices, Conrad. No, it wasn't the best choice for Sting whatsoever. You hope, well, he'll get a little bit of a rub off of him. The match will be constructed where he stars at the end type thing. And but no, it wasn't the right people, but it was all we had.
The final build to Flair and Sting here begins with Jim Herd announcing the stipulations of the match at the Great American Bash. It's going to be a no DQ with Ole Anderson and Elegante handcuffed to each other. And there's a string of house shows that are portrayed as Sting's return, but he never actually gets cleared to wrestle for any of these, but he does appear at the shows. And Meltzer would say the poor houses are an indication they're now paying for blowing what could have been a good house show run by overexposing Sting to death. Do you think that's such a thing that you can overexpose a talent?
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt. You don't want to take the shine off somebody. And you run that risk if you're having guys just make appearances because they're working off an injury. Especially on television. You can do reports, you can do updates, you can do interviews, you can do remote things, all kinds of stuff without him having to be there in person. So yes, I do believe that you can overexpose somebody without a doubt.
I want to also mention that Sting's finally going to return to the ring to team with Luger to get a win over Flair and Wyndham July 1st, Farmland, Tennessee. I don't even know where that is on a map, and I live in Alabama, but goodness gracious, folks were super hyped to see Sting finally back in action, but I guess it makes sense. Let's sort of crawl before we walk, put him in a tag match here. But the big moment, of course, happens Great American Bash 1990 in Baltimore. It takes 16 minutes and 5 seconds, and Sting wins his first NWA World Title. And Meltzer points out that Sting wasn't really doing a lot of what got him over due to the knee injury. But after the match, boy, Sting pays his respects. He calls Ric Flair the greatest champion ever in an interview with Gordon Soley that he does on the ramp. And there's some boos in the live crowd when he does it. But it is a nice little tip of the cap from a classy Steve Borden, is it not?
Yeah. And it was unplanned. You know, it was his call. So that showed also good. I talked earlier about him having a good aptitude. Well, one of those facets of having a good aptitude is to make sure that you do everything as a pro. And that was certainly one of the most professional things Sting could have done. And it kind of calmed the waters a little bit and let Rick get some recognition that he deserved. And now we got to wait and see how it goes.
Here's what Meltzer would write. There's a new king, and Flair's reign as the number one man in the promotion is now over. Unfortunately for Sting, he's following in the footsteps of someone that many feel is the greatest all-around performer in history. Right now, that may not be a factor because pretty much everyone seems to realize the title change was something that needed to be done. But a few months down the line, particularly when Sting headlines against someone other than Flair, the comparisons will be made if Sting doesn't have hot matches on a regular basis. It'll be worse if Flair is working underneath him and working at the same level he does now. But the real pressure isn't living up to Flair's work rate standard, which frankly is unfair to anyone. The pressure is that Sting is now going to be the one credited and blamed for the promotion's fortunes at house shows. Over the past year, there's been a lot of dispute and blame tossed around about the NWA's lack of fans at the arena. Let's talk about that. I don't know that pressure exists now, but once upon a time, boy, everybody looked to the top guy who's carrying the belt. And if we had a good house, it's because of him. And if we had a bad house, it's because of him. I don't know that that's fair now. Was it ever fair in your opinion?
Probably not. It gets more fair if you're a territory that's small and your top guy's not drawing. There's so much depth in AEW today and so much depth in WWE today that it's hard to blame negatives on one person, because this is truly more of an ensemble cast era than it is the one shining star. There's no Hogans. There's no Stone Colds. They don't have that one major stud pulling the wagon to the degree, I should say. It's important to say, as it is now. It's a different world. People want volume. We run the risk. We had a match the other day, the match with Punk and MJF. They had a hell of a good match in Chicago. It was brilliant booking. I thought for 2 days, what's going to happen in that match, and I didn't, because I don't know. And it was just amazing that we tested the waters on a 40-plus minute TV match, including commercials. And we had a finish where the villain goes over to close the show. Two things that aren't done a lot anymore. So it keeps changing, Conrad. We haven't seen the last of any of these changes that are ongoing in our business. You and I are living through a very unique time. And the fans as well, obviously, here in this point in time, very unique.
Boy, Sting's got to be up for the challenge here because I don't know if you've seen the excellent documentary or docuseries they did on Peacock about Joe Montana, but Steve Young had a tough road to hoe when he's stepping into Joe Montana's shoes. And Sting sort of doing the same thing here with Ric Flair, right? The standard was so high with Flair, it was going to be tough for anybody to follow that, was it not?
Yeah, it's going to be the same with Mac Jones in New England.
Yeah,
he's following Tom Brady. Whoever gets the quarterback job in Tampa, they're following Tom Brady. And so when you find yourself in those situations, I always said that I thought that it was a blessing that I didn't follow solely. Shivani and David Crockett did. And because Solly's image and that shadow that he cast is just insurmountable. But what solves that a little bit is time. So some time passed, and Ole JR shows up on TBS, was working with Tony and David. And then it evolved from there. So it's just it's a tough deal, man, to follow that greatness.
So the next night in Asbury Park, they're doing a house show, and it's notable because Gary Michael Capetta announces that Sting had defeated Ric Flair to become the new NWA World Champion. And when he makes that announcement before the matches start, there's a huge amount of boos raining in. They came to see the Nature Boy. Was there any concern that, we might undermine Sting if we have Rick working the undercard? Was that something people were talking about, do you think?
Well, it got our attention based on the reaction you just described. I don't know if that was just a quote unquote Northeast heel reaction. I don't know. There was a lot of angst. We were told, I wasn't there, but we were told there's a lot of angst, the crowd, the booing, and so forth. But yeah, you got to be careful how you do that. So what I'm asking, I guess, is Flair a baby face now or a heel? What's your answer?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Arn Anderson has always referred to him as a half-assed baby face, but I think the answer becomes in how does he wrestle? Does he cheat to win? Is he holding tights? Is he using foreign objects? Is he putting his feet on the ropes? Then he's a heel, and people just cheer the villains, which I guess is becoming more and more commonplace in large part thanks to Ric Flair.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that he was in no man's land.
Yes.
And he didn't have a pure, clean identity for the fans to relate to, Conrad. So that was another booking mistake. Rick should have been a babyface, because as a babyface, the tag matches that he and Sting could have against the Horsemen and a variety of other guys could have been very, very good and drawn money. And Sting would have been able to be in the ring every night, so to speak, with an H. And so I don't know, that was not done. And that may have just because of Rick's passion wanted to remain a heel because it was more fun and he liked being a heel. I think at that point in time, you got to say, look, you've been playing quarterback. I got to get you out, get you back in the game. You're going to start running. You're going to be a running back. I'm going to get the ball in your hands. So, and you help our new quarterback get over. That's pretty much it. So, but that didn't materialize to that deal, and it jeopardized Sting's growth, no doubt.
So let's talk about what happens when Sting or Flair goes down with a staph infection. He's going to miss a few loops. He's out hurt. So the powers that be slot Harley Race in here. So now it's Harley Race taking Flair's spot to team with Barry Windham to take on Sting and Luger. This has got to be maybe one of Harley's last hurrahs here, does it not?
Yeah, I think it might be. It might be. But I'll say he did an admirable job. He wasn't no spring chicken then, but Harley was Harley. And the guys, I hope that, and I'm sure that Luger and Sting both agree that they should have learned something. All those nights with Harley, should have learned something. And if that wasn't worth something really important, then we're all missing a boat here. So Ole was just lucky he had. That was another thing about being Ole had that territory and Georgia, and he used these guys a lot. So those guys half-ass owed Ole a little bit because of the paydays he earned them back when they needed it. So I think that was a blessing, quite frankly. Even though we make fun of Ole and his band lawns and, hitting himself in the head and shit like that. And, he's crass as hell. Shivani and I used to almost go hide on the 12th floor or 13th floor where it was. So we didn't run into Ole. Then on the rare chance you did late at night, he'll say, you boys better write that Sunday show, because I'm sure as hell not. If you don't write it, it ain't going to happen. He'd leave. So Shivani and I would take all the existing elements that fit storyline wise, package them up, and do a show. As Ole. He was very unique in a lot of ways, but he was not a dumbass by any stretch. He understood the pro wrestling business. He's like Cowboy sometimes. His communication skills could have been used a little softening up, maybe.
I want to mention that Harley Race here pops up for WCW at that Great American Bash show. And that's in early July. I think it's July 7th. Yeah, July 7th. But the reason I'm noting this is just about a month earlier, I think it's June 9th, Harley was arrested for operating a boat while under the influence of alcohol. He had a 23-foot boat in the Lake of the Ozarks. He hit another boat from behind. He sent 4 passengers from that boat to the hospital. 2 suffered broken legs. 1 had a collapsed lung. 2 others suffered lacerations. And this accident happened on the 8th, but on the 9th, they came and arrested Harley. But the irony of this whole thing, this famous legendary boating accident, Harley's not injured at all. Now his boat's totaled, and basically so is everyone else. But Harley just walks away. The dude was Iron Man, was he not?
Yeah, he was. The good Lord had bigger plans, I guess, for Harley.
Yeah,
because he, by all rights, he should have been dead. He had car wrecks, the same deal. Car couldn't even determine what kind of car it was, and that was the one Harley was driving. He walked away. It was the most amazing thing I've ever been around in that regard. But he also was a tough son of a gun. When you hear guys talk about these tough guys and this, that, the shooters and everything, I wouldn't take Harley Race against any. I wouldn't just put anybody against Harley Race and expect to win because he's not an amateur or an MMA guy. He's just a street fighter, and he was a real good one. I'll tell you, I never heard of him getting beat. So, yeah, that was an interesting time. It seemed like we couldn't get a break, Conrad. Sting gets injured in February. You know, Flair's he's gonna reluctantly resign. It's just crazy.
Well, the whole Harley Race substitution, they first go with that July 14th, 1990 in St. Louis, which makes a ton of sense, but we continue it in the Omni, and that's going to be protocol for a little bit. It seems obvious that we're setting up Sting to have an opponent in Sid. Sid's going to be his first big challenger. And I guess it makes sense to let the whole Flair Sting thing breathe a little bit. The houses aren't great coming off of Sting's win at Great American Bash, but in fairness, the house show business wasn't exactly setting the woods on fire beforehand. Do you remember Jim Hurd or Ole Anderson, I guess, as he's heading up the booking committee, having second thoughts once they actually saw what was going on? Okay.
Yeah, because we weren't selling tickets at live events.
Yeah.
People weren't leaving their homes, getting in their cars, loading the kids up and going to the arena and parking and buying a ticket. They had not made that level of a commitment yet to Sting, who again, then, because he was the top babyface with the strap, is going to be getting the blame. And that makes, like you said earlier, it really doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a lot of guys in that card. And you wonder how many guys comes that go to Ole or whomever, booking committee, and say, hey, look, I know we're shorthanded. I'll do this, or I can do that, or I can shoot I got an idea to shoot an angle with so-and-so. I don't remember that anybody breaking the door down to get themselves booked or to get themselves noticed at all. It just was a very unique time. I think leadership, basic leadership, Conrad, if your company doesn't have it, then you know where you're going under. You got to have leadership. And that's the way it is. I mean, we talk about our goddamn presidential election in this country 365 days a year, it seems.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's crazy. But Sting should not have been given all the blame. But I think that was part of the reason that, well, we got Rick. He's the greatest champion of all time. Nobody's arguing that whatsoever.
There's Rick right there.
It's somebody else.
So it's kind of fun to think about how both companies, both the WWF and WCW, are passing the torch. Hulk Hogan to the Warrior, Ric Flair to Sting. But now we're really searching for, man, we got to have something juicy for Sting to sink his teeth into. We got to get ready for these big pay-per-views. We got to have big opponents. We got to have big ideas. And as the story goes, as Ole is trying to come up with something that Hurd will approve, he writes down the words Black Scorpion. And he didn't really have an idea beyond that, but seeing the Black Scorpion on there, boy, that got Hurd's approval. Hey, that sounds interesting. Yeah, let's go with that.
That's Broadway. That's sports entertainment. That's what I'm looking for, Ole. God damn it, Ole. It takes a lot of fuel to run this engine. You like that gin, man.
So the talk of the Observer at the time was the reason for the Black Scorpion is really just to give Sting a clean win in his first high profile title defense, because there's not a lot of mid-level heels that anyone believe has a chance to beat Sting or that the company maybe wants to sacrifice. And Jim, you've talked a lot about on this show about what you look for, you know, from a talent relations standpoint, that you got to have the right players and that they got to be game day ready and that they got to be team players and they got to be reliable. It doesn't feel like in this era, WCW had a ton of those on the heel side that Sting could play with.
Very frustrating. Very frustrating. We did not have the table set for Sting when he became champion. Simple as that. Simple as that. He hadn't been healthy long enough consistently to build any creditable momentum. And but still, he gets the blame for the house shows being down and so forth and so on. It was the company's loss. The company's dropped that ball. And you always got to have some depth. That's the one beautiful thing I'll say about the two big companies today, AEW and WWE. They got depth. They got bodies. They got a huge cast that they can draw from. And we didn't have that, man. And you'd think, wow, how could a company that big and that much money not have it? Well, we discussed those reasons. Leadership, turmoil, lack of trust, everything you don't want to deal with in a pro wrestling company with guys that are insecure and a little paranoid.
And the roster is a changing. Let's take a look at the roster in 89 versus 90. Some of the budget cuts are folks who are just leaving for greener pastures. Ricky Steamboat, Terry Funk, Great Muta, Steve Williams, Terry Gordy, the Road Warriors, just on and on. So the Black Scorpion gets the nod, whatever that even means.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that Sting was maybe a political animal, but I am trying to wonder, does he ever raise his hand and say, hey, the Black Scorpion, what is that? Are you kidding me? What are we doing?
I think we all did.
Yeah.
Who didn't? You know, I'm trying to explain a character that I've never seen, nor do I know who it even is. And ironically, at that point in time, the storytelling to get it kicked off, none of us knew the Black Scorpion was going to be because Ole didn't know. I remember one place he tried Al Perez, good looking kid from Florida, good hand, good body. And, but I think that position was open for audition right up until the end. As a matter of fact, I didn't know Rick was going to be the Black Scorpion until we got to St. Louis. So that's how organized that shit was.
From a talent relations standpoint, would you say that Sting was a model employee back then?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. He didn't have any, he had to, wrestlers all believe, and they're right to a degree, they have to defend themselves and their personas and they're creative and all those things. I get that. But he was never one of, he was concerned about his future, obviously, but he didn't let it negatively affect what he did from bell to bell or what he did in the locker room. He was a very popular guy, and for good reason. He didn't put on any acts. He wasn't a bullshitter, but he also didn't understand all the manipulation that was ongoing behind the curtain that will affect him eventually.
Let's also mention that it's a gigantic draw for the Clash of the Champions. So we've had a lot of fun talking about the Black Scorpion, and we did a lot of that in the archives, but at the time, this is the most widely viewed NWA/WCW show in the history of airing things on TV. We've got 2.76 million homes. That's an 8.4 share and a 5 rating. Now it does have Luger and Flair underneath, but it's fair to say by this point, everyone's seen that before. But boy, people were all into this idea, as silly as it may have been. Were you surprised when that rating came in?
Yeah, happily surprised. We got to breathe. We got to exhale for a little while. It's good. We put a lot of stress and pressure on ourselves. You look, there were a lot of smart guys there, Conrad. And we had some really strategic thinking individuals, but we had too many bosses. You know, Jim Hurd should have just let Ole book it. Or whomever was the booker, Rick. He should have left Rick alone, and it would
Rick needs to leave you alone. That's what needs to happen.
I don't even know who these people are.
So the bell rings and it's Sting versus Al Perez. It's not exactly Sting versus Flair, and it shows. It's not a great match. It doesn't really do Sting any justice. Meltzer
Yeah.
gives it 1 star, but it's the most eyes in television history for the company. In hindsight, does this hurt Sting, do you think?
I don't know. It got him great exposure with a lot of eyeballs. That never hurts anybody. Unless you go out there and have a complete, utterly embarrassing stinker. I don't think it was a stinker, but Meltzer did, apparently, with 1 star. But that's cool. That's his opinion. I can't see how's it hurting him with that big audience. What would have hurt him really significantly if we had shit the bed and they didn't have good ratings that night, and he's the headliner on a long-awaited return, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think it hurt him, but it could have done him so much more good with a top quality, ready to roll opponent. Al was an available talent who wasn't booked anywhere else. He was a good, solid hand, and he was, this is the key thing, he was available. Simple. So it was not, Sting didn't get a lot of favors done to him on his championship reign a few hours.
The Observer would have this to say. Sting won with a clothesline into the buckle and pin. At that point, a second Black Scorpion came up the aisle, and we were told he was the real Scorpion, and this was all mind games. While nobody could understand how Jim Ross would immediately know the other guy is the real Scorpion and how the first is a fake.
I'm on the booking committee, goddammit. I'm on the booking committee. Told me. But if I presented it that way, Conrad, then JR made a big mistake. But there might have been a direct order to make sure that, maybe I didn't use good wording. I don't know. But nonetheless, if I did it, I didn't go into business for myself. I did it with the direction of whomever was writing the show, and be sure you say this. Okay.
Sure. Well, and of course, before you know it, we've got the Sid Vicious match. It's finally going to happen at Halloween Havoc. There's been months of teasing this where he attacks Sting after the match. And Sting's 2 biggest matches after winning the title. It's good workers making him look super strong. That's what got him over. But now that he is the champ, now he's unfortunately tasked with doing that for others, which means instead of Ric Flair helping carry him to a great match, now he's got to do that with Sid and whatever this Black Scorpion mess is. It almost feels like there is a creative disconnect, but I don't know another way to classify how just discombobulated this booking committee was in 1990 with everyone anxious because of Herd. Flair's playing hokey pokey. Ole's just writing random shit down on a pad. This is kind of the result, is it not?
Yeah. Yeah. What would you think we're going to have? The recreation of WrestleMania 1, Rockettes? No, that's what you get. You harvest what you sow. And we were sowing bad shit. It just wouldn't be good. It would not be any cake that I would want to sample. And I like cake.
So you wind up teaming with Sting, Brian Pillman, Brad Armstrong, and Tom Zink to beat the Glow Girls on Family Feud in this era. We see this picture float around all the time. What do you remember of this experience?
Well, I had a great time. I remember that Pillman and Zink never went to bed. And they were out doing what young, virile, muscular TV stars do. And I don't know. I didn't hear any dirt. My God, there was dirt, Conrad. I think they had sex. And we had, I can't remember that kid's name. He's in that picture. Wayne. God dang it. I should know that. I can't remember his name. He was like the marketing guy. But it was good. Ray Combs was the host. And we taped 5 shows in one day. They took good care of us. Catering was good. Hotel was good. And we beat the Glow Girls. The funny thing how that worked out, you have an adversary when you go down the list. So it's 1 and 1 and all that. So I was 4 on our team, the 4th position. And my adversary that day was Mrs. Jackie Stallone, Sylvester's mama. And, I'm not saying I'm real smart, but I beat her I hit the buzzer faster. It's so stupid. Everything's a wrestling deal. So, but it was fun. It was fun. I think it did well. And we represented well. We got Brad some exposure. Of course, Sting was the lead guy. Pillman was always a character. Any TV time for him was good. He loved it. He made the most of his minutes, maximized them. But it was a fun trip. It was out and back. I think we were probably gone 48 hours.
So let's talk about what's next. It's all about Sid Vicious, but Sid is trying to win the belt. Black Scorpion is trying to win Sting's soul. And we're getting all these clues about who the Black Scorpion is. We're told that he's from his past and that there's something involving Tulsa. It just feels like we're just making shit up here.
I think we probably were. I think you probably got the right idea, Connie. Bringing it Tulsa. Of course, that's where Sting got his second start. First start in Memphis. Rick Bassman sent him out there to work for Lawler and Jarrett. They didn't last long. They were considered busts. Cowboy took them because we needed bodies. Anytime you can get new talent, you hope that if it's a team, the best thing is for the team to get over and start drawing money. But the other thing that's more likely to happen is one of the two will spin out and become a big star. In this case, both Sting and Warrior became big stars, but Warrior didn't see eye to eye with Cowboy. He didn't believe in rules. He didn't work on time, little things like that. So then he went to work for Gary Hart in Dallas for Fritz, did Warrior. And we kept Sting, and Sting was, I think, the caveat on that whole buyout thing for JCP buying out Cowboy, that JCP got Sting. But again, I don't know how sold Dusty was on Sting. I don't know that. I think he was pretty sold on him, but I'm not sure. And basically the booker just didn't want to create bad tracks and create a situation where he's going to have to discuss this with the Horsemen because everything's about TV time. And you're dealing with some smart dudes there. So, yeah, it's interesting times. But Sting was the caveat of that whole buyout, in my view. He said, for whatever reason, and maybe you asked me earlier if he was a model employee. He really was, in my view. And I think that hurt him. His squeaky wheel gets a little grease. He should have squeaked more. And all he would have to do is he was so coveted, they didn't want him to know it.
Right.
So I don't know. I've always felt bad about that. We didn't do a great job of preparing Sting for his entry and development and have a couple-year plan. And you're going to win the title in 2 years or whatever it's going to be. All those things can be done unless the cooks in the kitchen are also, creating the guitas for the food they're cooking. It's just not good. Not enough objectivity, and at least in my opinion. But we failed Sting in so many ways. And thank God he's not bitter or he's not unruly today. He's trustful. He's mature, as I said. He's learned along the way from a lot of veteran guys that were a little less than forthcoming, shall we say, at times.
So you guys were definitely inferring that, hey, it's the Ultimate Warrior without saying it's the Ultimate Warrior. Wrestling fans who knew that they had a past, and certainly the After type magazines, they're speculating. And of course, it's not going to be the Ultimate Warrior. He's the top dog. in the whole industry at the time. But then there's the famous contract signing for Halloween Havoc, where the Black Scorpion appears, which leads to Sid hitting Sting from behind with a steel chair and pile driving Sting on the chair. There's a lot of moving parts here. You've got two contenders gunning for Sting at the exact same time. Do you ever think it was ever considered, hey, what if we put the belt on Sid? Maybe this whole Sting experiment was just ill-fated and we need to control alt delete.
I'm sure that we discussed it. And the eventuality of Sid becoming a champion there, the champion, was very prominent. That could have happened at any time. They'd already figured out he's going to be one of the guys. And so when you're going to become one of the guys, or the guy, or one of the guys, whatever it may be, you just gotta, you gotta prepare them for such. And Sid was a lot farther along experience-wise, because he'd been wrestling Memphis for all those years, and he learned a lot there. Good territory. So I don't know, Conrad. That's an interesting question. It just, I come back to when I'm thinking about it, and I shake my head, because it's like, how in the hell did we screw this up so badly? Because this guy was an it guy. Sting was an it guy. When you and I first met, and we were talking about our fandom and who kind of got us interested in things of that nature, it was always, your take was always, I was a little Stinger, which I found to be somewhat humorous.
Yeah.
To say that Conrad's a little anything.
A little anything, yeah.
But seriously, you were a little Stinger. And you weren't alone. He was mismarketed, mispromoted, and was not given the time to become what he eventually became.
So let's jump on and talk about the house show business. It's actually booked with Sting and the Scorpion, of course, because why not? It drew the big record rating. That's what we need to keep up. So it's not always the same guy either. And my question is, and this is a kind of fun sidebar, were you there, or at least aware of Tony Zane portraying the Black Scorpion and then being arrested in the parking lot after the show for marijuana possession?
I don't remember that. I'm not denying your story, but I don't remember that one. And I remember Tony Zane, mid-card heel, fundamentally sound, worked the territories, probably had 3 times as many matches as Sting. But I hadn't heard the rest of the story about the weed in the parking lot. That's crazy.
It is crazy. And it's also crazy that Starrcade, the granddaddy of them all, the precursor to WrestleMania, is going to be Sting versus Black Scorpion, because why not? It drew the biggest rating, even if it is silly. But Halloween Havoc, man, that's a horse of a different color. We finally see Sting and Sid Vicious face off. This is one of my favorite guilty pleasure pay-per-views. In front of 8,000 fans, Chicago's UIC Pavilion. Before the match, there's a segment with Tony Schiavone and Sting, and well, it features the Black Scorpion, a woman, and magic. Boy, this is not the NWA we grew up with, is it not?
No. Again, it was that edict from up above to become more WWE like.
Yes.
And be more entertainment. We need more entertainment in our shows, because we're convinced that people that really like wrestling may not watch a Clash or something. What? Because, well, there's too much wrestling. That's what you're saying. And where did you get that information? Is that your own personal gut feeling, or is that some high dollar research we've done that people that watch wrestling don't like to watch wrestling? You got to help me here on that one. So it's just, we kept getting our toe back in the wrong water again and again.
Let's talk about what Meltzer said of the Halloween Havoc experiment, if you will. Creativity versus credibility. In pro wrestling, you really can't have both. The more you have of one, the less you have of the other. Without a doubt, the finish of the Sting Sid Vicious main event was the most creative finish to a major NWA show in many years. It ranks alongside the twin referee finish of Andre and Hogan in the NBC special for creativity. Sting kept the NWA title, beating Sid Vicious in 12 minutes and 40 seconds. Vicious was cheered by more than half the crowd live. The match itself stunk for a main event, though no fault of Sting. Sid just can't work, but he sure does look phenomenal standing still. The finish saw them brawl, if that's what you'd like to call it, to the dressing room, while Flair and Anderson came back out to divert everyone's attention. They got back to the ring, but unbeknownst to everyone, it was Barry Windham dressed up like Sting. Windham collapsed on a body slam attempt, and Vicious pinned him to apparently win the title. Fireworks went off, balloons started flying everywhere, as if he had just won the championship. Then Sting comes out with a rope around his wrist. Apparently the storyline is that he was tied up and is now broken free, and he ran to the ring while the fake Sting ran away with the ref watching, and then he restarted the match. Sting hit Vicious with the belt, splashed him in the corner, and cradled him for the pin, half a star. So it's a lot to unpack. It's compared to maybe the biggest money angle the WWF ever did, with the twin referee thing on the main event on NBC with Andre and Hogan and both the Hebner boys. But this was really, really creative, if not a little silly, to allow the match to be restarted, but then also allow Sting to hit Vicious with the belt. Well, that should have been a DQ, but whatever, what do rules matter?
Yeah.
The creativity is there, but maybe it's still a miss in execution. What do you think of this?
I thought there was a precedent for virtually everything we just discussed.
Yeah.
So restarting the match, seen it. The body double, seen it. So it was nothing really new. My problem was it was trying to put everything like that in the same match. It was too much, too many elements to try to unpack, as you say. And I don't know, man. It's just they're trying to protect Sid. They're trying to get Sting over. You can't do both. The boys can do it, how they work, but golly, Conrad, it doesn't make any sense. You can only accomplish so many things in a match. And when you got a new champion in a singles match, your focus is on the new champion in this match. And Sid gets to shine and get some heat. Sting makes a great comeback and wins. That's the simplicity of this whole process. And that was, for many of us, we were so disillusioned that business had gotten to this level. It just didn't make any sense. It was Ole, I guess, outbooked himself.
So let's mention too that supposedly this was Barry Windham's idea, this finish, the old switcheroo and Barry dressing up like Sting. Dave would report that he heard that was Barry's idea. And it's easy to sort of second guess, is Sting the guy when Sid gets a big pop like this? But I just want to give you this for the context. This is the third biggest gate of 1990, $115,000 at the gate. So it's easy to say, oh, it wasn't working, but clearly something's working here. And by the way, behind the scenes, there's a legal battle brewing with the NWA and WCW. All of the NWA references are removed by Jim Herd until we can work it out. What'd you think of that NWA, WCW, this or that discussion?
A lot to do over nothing. Politics getting involved again. WCW's outward vulnerability was obvious to anybody that had any business acumen. So I can see where the NWA guys thought they might create, they're looking to create some money. Why else would they sue, Conrad?
Right.
They didn't want a letter jacket. They wanted a check. So much to do about nothing. And I don't know, you'll tell me here in a second. I don't think anything significant ever really came of it.
No, I mean, there was a lot of back and forth. Ultimately, you guys are just going to move away from the NWA completely, but it happens in 1991. Let's talk about the buy rate. When the buy rate for this show comes in, it's 160,000. And that's way down from Flair and Sting back at the Great American Bash. They had 200,000 buys there. So you would think, oh, we lost money. Not the case. Halloween Havoc had a higher price tag. And as a result, based on the increased price, even with 40,000 less buys, it's still a more profitable show. But I'm sure, at least on the outside, folks could say, well, that means things are down. And candidly, over the prior year, they are down. Halloween Havoc in 89 did 175,000 buys, and that was a different lineup. Obviously, we had Flair in the main event there versus here. He's not, he's just in a tag match. And I think maybe that had more to do with the way Flair was used, not necessarily not being the top guy, but in a tag match. But maybe that's the thinking, that if you have Flair in a singles, he'll outshine Sting. It's sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't, isn't it, Jim?
Yeah, a little bit, sure is. But Sting's got to raise his game.
Yep.
Knowing the lay of the land, and all due respect to Steve Borden. And he needed to raise his game a little bit and keep getting better. He's very athletic, so he was going to get better. Had a great aptitude for the business, so he was going to get better. But nobody gave him patience. There's the patience was basically eliminated. So, but it was a tough deal. Again, my theory would have been to make Flair a babyface.
Yeah.
And he become Flair's ally. And then a year later, all this nasty stuff we're talking about now, the Black Scorpion, all that stuff, and maybe a year later, it rears its ugly head somehow. Now you got Flair Sting. And after what all Flair's taught Sting, it should be a hell of a match. As far as psychology and so forth, they're getting to know each other really well. So I've seen them have matches I thought were really good. They were almost like an automatic pilot. They'd work together so much. But they always seem to put a little twist to it and make it different, especially the TV matches, pay-per-views and the clashes and things. So it was tough, man. Sting was up against the wall. He was almost in he was in a no-win situation. The way that we were booking Sting, he was never going to get over to his potential.
Well, the Black Scorpion is going to challenge Sting for a match here at Clash of the Champions, but he needs to be in a cage match to protect him, to allow him to do all of his magic. And of course, it's announced that Dick the Bruiser will be the special guest referee.
Mistake.
Of course. And then Clash of the Champions 13 comes around. We covered it in the archives, but as a reminder, little tease of why you should go listen to this. The Black Scorpion spins a man's head around, and there's a tiger there. Yes, this is real. This is WCW in 1990. And it's announced that Starrcade is once again going to be Sting versus the Black Scorpion. This time it's a cage match. It's title versus mask. And around this same time, we stopped calling Sting the NWA World Heavyweight Champion, or just the World Champion. And now we call him the WCW World Champion, or the World Championship Wrestling World Champion. And I guess it's kind of weird in hindsight that Sting is the last NWA champion recognized by the NWA and WCW instead of Ric Flair. But
I didn't know that.
The run up to Starrcade, we've got Sting cutting promos on Sid again. So it feels like, all right, we're going to get this Scorpion business behind us, and then we're going right back to Sid. When are you told that it's going to be Flair as the Black Scorpion at Starrcade?
In St. Louis in the locker room.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. I remember that card because it's in St. Louis, right?
It is. Yeah, that's right.
In one of my favorite cities, St. Louis, as far as just wrestling history and respect for Sam Muchnick and what he had meant to the business was significant in my world, because I'd heard about Sam Muchnick every day of my career from day one, getting into it for years and years. And he was a power broker. I've heard him and Cowboy talk. Bill was not going to join the NWA because he didn't want to pay the dues. And he also said the legal entanglements were potential, that if he didn't get some dates on the champion, Cowboy, even though he wasn't a member of the NWA, there was some sort of collusion to prohibit business or something like that. It made sense, and it made sense enough to Mr. Muchnick that he went along with it, because we got dates on Flair in Mid-South all the time. Rick liked coming there, and Kevo always had opponents ready for him that could go. So and Rick liked traveling out there. He had a good time. So, and I was his babysitter, which almost ruined that second marriage. it didn't do it any favors. I'll say that, because I couldn't tell time. So I got home a little late, 10 times. I don't know, often, but it was fun. But I was having more fun then, I promise you, than all this Sting's portion of Sting's career was no fun to work there. Very frustrating. And I know what Shivani would say. Was he there then?
Yeah, he came back for this. He came back my RoboCop. Yeah.
Okay. Well, how about that?
Yeah, he left Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior to come back for RoboCop and immediately regretted it.
Yeah, we all regretted it. We didn't even regret Tony coming back. We just regretted what we were trying to call, because they dropped those things in your lap, expecting you as a broadcaster to make some sense out of it and at least get by without it being too ridiculous. But that was challenging to do when people's heads are swiveling and there's wild animals being processed and all that stuff, man. So it was not good. It was not good, Conrad. You know, I take a lot of pride in what I do. I'm a lot better at doing wrestling than I am at gimmicks. I'll say that admittedly, but we were short on wrestling, and we had guys on the roster that could damn sure wrestle. Were they as good as they were back in their primes? Nope. But they could still go out and give you 7 or 8 minutes of quality time, and you move on. And you notice some of those match times we discussed here with Sting, unless it was Nate's, 10, 12 minutes. And that's plenty. Good story, 10, 12 minutes that worked just fine. So, but that's wasn't the perception of what we were doing.
So let's talk about the match here briefly, or at least the fallout. In case you're wondering, we have covered Starrcade 1990, Flair versus Sting as the Black Scorpion versus Sting. That was Grilling JR number 89 from December 24th, 2020. Go check that out in the archives. But I do want to mention that this is interesting because, well, here's what Meltzer says. Probably around late November, with the house show situation reaching a new low, the decision was made to go back to Flair. Originally, the change was to occur at Starrcade, with Flair wrestling as the Black Scorpion and winning the title. But Sting didn't want to put Flair over in that scenario. Sting refused, since he wanted to finish the Scorpion scenario with a victory in the blow-off. As it became obvious the company insisted on the change, Sting agreed to do it on January 11th at the Meadowlands. Since he did, Flair agreed to put Sting over as the Scorpion for Starrcade. So it's a little thing, but in hindsight, would that have been better to give the Black Scorpion a run if it really was going to be Sting and try to find a creative way to finish it off? Or is it better just, man, let's just shoot this angle in the head and move on?
Yeah, the latter,
Yeah.
definitively. Let's get out of this shit. We got a chance to divest ourselves of this incredible storyline, and it's not working to any large degree, considering the TV time it's getting. It's not the best thing for our future, the future of the business there in Sting. So if we can get out of this shit, let's do it. Let's, the old fish or cut bait thing, you know about that. You can fish or cut bait. Well, we need to cut bait. Time to go. And that's what we did. And he also made Flair happy. That was important. Because he got something back on the trade. He won a debate. He won a little argument. And for guys like him that are used to steering their own boat, by and large, that meant a lot. So, one of the old philosophies of pro wrestling is that whatever you do, get your main event in the ring. And I've been involved in some situations like that. The Jarrett China thing was kind of that way. You acquiesce to the guy to get the match in the ring. Then you figure out how quick you can say adios. So that's kind of where we were with that.
Well, let's talk about the match here. Meltzer would say Flair pinned Sting in 20 minutes and 38 seconds to regain the WCW title. Crowd was split 50-50 in the first 8 minutes. Sting got the larger pop coming out. although Flair was obviously very much respected. When Flair and Sting did their yells, a spot designed to put over Sting, Flair got a bigger reaction for his. Sting got every bit of big as an initial reaction, but suddenly a lot of boos. Sting wasn't really into this match, which held it back, but it was still better than anything else on the card. The match was nowhere close to the same match these two had in the same building in August, however. The crowd became more and more pro Flair as the match went on. He's basically doing his normal routine with the pacing being slow and all action with no rest spots, and the crowd's totally into it. The finish saw Sting come off the top rope and hit Flair and the referee. So now Sting has Flair pinned, but there's no ref. So Sting puts Flair in a small package, but again, there's no referee. When the ref finally recovers, Flair hits a shoulder block and fell on Sting for the pin. And at the count of 2, Sting got his foot on the ropes, but Flair scooped it off before the referee saw it. 3.5 stars. Ric Flair is your world champion. And it happened January, Meadowlands, 1991, in the middle of a freaking blizzard. Do you remember this?
Yeah, it's chilly. I'm glad I took my coat. Yeah, I remember this. Just Conrad, we had gone, our group, and it was almost like a group of individuals, which is what it was technically. But that group of people that were on the booking committee went through hell. You know, poor you guys, you're making a good living, you know, you're okay. I get all that shit, but still you got to live that life and you got to go home with it. And I was divorced at that time, and I hadn't married Jan yet. I met her there. Met her through WCW, ironically, on a flight. She was a flight attendant. But man, it was just a miserable place to work at that time. And man, Conrad, I love pro wrestling. I love it today. I'll love it more tomorrow. I try to demonstrate that on Wednesday nights. This old bastard still loves what he does. And, but boy, there were times when if I had a better offer, if McMahon would have called me up, I'd have figured a way to get out of my contract and go to work for them. That's how badly it was. And it was that way every frigging day, And a lot of people don't understand that. The sizzle and the dirt, my God, my boy, all that stuff. It was just the worst time. That year, 1990, was probably one of the worst years I've had in the business since I got in it in 74.
Well, it was a big year for Sting because he finally wins the world title, but Meltzer summed it up like this. Realistically, Sting never had a chance. The fact that his return from knee surgery to win the title, a result that was hardly wrestling's best kept secret, failed to sell out Baltimore, was an unheeded warning sign. Getting a huge pop and drawing huge houses aren't the same thing. Still, Sting had to win the title on July 8th. The match was the largest grossing NWA event since Flair and Funk sold out Baltimore a year earlier for Flair's comeback, with a less legitimate injury, but the same story. Although pay-per-view figures are often unreliable, it appears the Flair Sting match did the most money on a pay-per-view of any NWA show. While an argument can be made that Luger and not Sting should have been given the title, to do so would have eliminated the biggest house of the year, the best pay-per-view in company history, and what should have been 2 solid months or so of solid house show gates for rematches, at least in theory. But to base the entire future on the company on someone who was untested in the position of champion with the idea that there was no looking back was foolish. The decibel level of Sting's entrances and the results of a demographic survey done by people who don't know or understand the first thing about what draws money in wrestling did not mean Sting was going to be the 1990s answer to Hulk Hogan. The answer was Sting deserved a chance. But in the meantime, if for some reason it didn't work out, there was always Ric Flair.
Right.
What say you? Is Sting's first title run categorized as a disappointment in your mind? And if so, what could have been changed to make it more successful?
Well, I agree. Yes is my answer. It was not handled well. Secondly, you'd love to be able to omit the untimely patella injury.
Oh, yeah.
That's the kneecap. If you could eliminate that, that would have solved a lot of issues. The fact that we didn't have any it seemed to be a lack of commitment to Sting because of the lack of commitment to build heels, a heel factory for him to work with. And most bookers I ever worked with would have gotten some of their best workers together and say, "Here, I want to have you. You're going to have a run with Sting. It's going to be for the title. You should make a little money. Blah blah blah." And we didn't have that, so we didn't have that table set. We weren't ready for him to be the champion, and again, we sure as shit weren't ready for the patella injury that set him on the shelf and slowed everything down. So it was frustrating and unsuccessful based on expectations for Sting, because the sky was the limit for him.
Well, we got a lot of questions here for the show. I don't know that we'll get to them all. Let's do one here. Andrew wants to know, did Sting have input from the WCW booking committee, or did he ever discuss what opponents he would have liked to work with?
He had input. Yeah, he had input. I don't know how often it was taken, but he certainly had input, Conrad, without a doubt. He's been there a few years, and he was kind of tenured. And he knew that the company had high expectations for him. So he parlayed that influence to his betterment, which is smart.
Thomas wants to know, hi, Uncle Jim, belated birthday wishes. Sting is an icon, but back in 1991, what holes did he have in his game, if any?
Well, I think his promo ability was something he had to work on and become a better communicator. And he did. You know, especially it's like today, you know, he's got great timing, but he hadn't found that timing yet in his promos. So I'd say his promos were the most lacking element of his game.
Here's another one. This one is from Kurt. Could the Black Scorpion have worked in general if it wasn't Sting's first feud as champion? And if it was actually done successfully, who could they have unmasked to make it a success?
Well, that's a tough question. You know, they weren't going to go out and spend big money on somebody. Didn't seem like they didn't. We rebooted Nate in that role, as we've been discussing. So I don't know that we had anybody on our roster that could have made the impact as the Black Scorpion as what we did. We didn't have the bodies on the roster. And again, they were leery of going out and investing more money. They'd invested money in a lot of talents that were making like $150 or $200 in Dog and Paul Orndorff, but their time was over. And they were very fortunate to get that number, because not many people would have paid them that. Just, you know, we were at the bottom of our options.
Do you think it could have worked if it was, I know this sounds crazy, but when I talked to Jim Hurd for adfreeshows.com, he admitted that he had been trying to negotiate with Randy Savage. Would that have worked if he unmasked and, oh my gosh, it's the Macho Man?
Of course. Absolutely. It'd been phenomenal. But I don't know how close Randy was in leaving Vince. We know he eventually would, but Randy was doing a pretty good job, making some good money there during that run. And Vince loved him. And that's what Randy needed a lot. Randy needed a lot of love, to be honest with you. He needed to feel like he was cared for and meant something, because he was very insecure. And I think that's what Vince offered Randy: security. I'm your guy. Look what we've done together so far. That group down there is crazy. And he could give about 10 illustrations a week about how crazy we were. So, but Randy would have been a home run without a doubt.
Interesting question here from Joe. Joe wants to know, do you think Sting was the John Cena of his time?
Oh, good question, Joe. Might have been a little bit. Remember, he was force fed. Anytime you find yourself in a position as a creator and you're force feeding something down another's throat, you have to be very, very careful, because if you do it too hard and it's the baby face you're working with, people start spitting him back at you. So I could see that analogy being made and being pretty damn on target. Way to go, Joe.
Well, next week we're going to be doing something pretty fun, but before we tell you about that, I want to go to the phones. That's right. The phones. We're actually letting people come on the program and ask their question to Jim Ross right here. You do it over at adfreeshows.com. And I think we've got a call right now. Let's take a listen.
Hey, JR, Brad Stanton, top guy here. About Sting's 90-91 career where he feuded with the Black Scorpion for a lot of the time. What did you think of this? And how soon did you know that it was going to be Ric Flair? Was it always going to be Ric Flair? I've heard a lot of different things. Thanks.
So you've told us when you knew it was Ric Flair, but overall in hindsight, was it worth a try since it sold for not the pay-per-view, but it did garner a ton of traffic television wise, the biggest audience you guys had ever had, the biggest rating you ever had. That makes me think, okay, maybe it was worth a try. We just didn't have a plan for the end of this thing.
It was definitely worth a try. There was something there. It was old school wrestling being reincarnated. The mysterious masked man from parts unknown. Or as Vince would say, ha, ha, ha. So I should not be so ornery. Yeah, it's worth a try, man, because it was starting to work, but it wasn't. When you book a story, if you're a screenwriter, you kind of got a pretty good idea who your characters are going to be.
Right.
And we didn't have that luxury, man. Didn't have that luxury, but it sure as hell was worth a try. It just wasn't executed worth a shit.
Well, we're going to try to do something fun next week. We're going to watch the Thursday Raw from February of 1997. Of course, this is Thursday Raw Thursday, the very famous show where, for whatever reason, Shawn Michaels lost his smile. We'll break all of that down next week. We'll talk about The Rock winning his first title. We'll talk about the go home build for the Final Four pay-per-view. Just a week of chaos in the World Wrestling Federation. But I'll tell you what, if your life is a little chaotic, maybe it's time you just kick it old school, maybe take it low and slow. Of course, I'm talking about jrsbbq.com. It's the place to be right now this time of year, is it not, Jim?
Absolutely. Of course, people are thinking, oh, Jesus, JR's going to talk about that goddamn barbecue sauce again.
Yep. Here we go.
Here we go, kids. A simple deal. It's a family business, family recipes. We started it and built it from scratch. I mean, from zero or bottom zero. We had a real good holiday season, I thought anyway, and always could be better. But it's not a seasonal thing, you know, folks. The original sauce was my mom's recipe. I love the chipotle ketchup. Makes a great steak sauce, especially if you warm it up a little bit. My go-to sandwich thing, I don't eat mayo anymore. I do like that Duke's mayo. You ever had Duke's mayo, Conrad?
I have. Pretty
good. But I'm doing the mustard. It's got no sugar. And I'm you know, diabetic too. So it's healthier for me. It's got great flavor. It makes turkey have a personality, because turkey breast can be mighty boring unless you jack it up with mesquite or this or that. But what helps it live another life is the jalapeno honey mustard. And then, of course, no matter the weather, no matter what you're cooking, if it's eggs, vegetables, proteins, or seasoning is the cash cow. That's great. So we got some things that are good for the indoors, a lot of things, and the grill, as we've been chatting about. So jrsbbq.com. Check out the site. Easy to locate, easy to access, and I hope that you'll at least give this the site a try and see what you think.
I think you're going to love it. jrsbbq.com. Don't forget, you can not only get all the sauce, but you can get the rubs and the ketchups and the mustards, and sooner rather than later, you're going to get the hot sauce, something for everybody, jrsbbq.com. And we've got something for everybody over at adfreeshows.com. We just recently did the Royal Rumble 92 watch along with the Nature Boy himself. Plus, you get to hear old radio shows from Jim Ross way back when, in this era, in fact, that we're actually talking about, the early WCW days, if you will. And don't forget, there's the always opportunity to get these shows early and ad free. Instead of hearing it on Thursday morning with a bunch of commercials, hear it whenever you would like, almost as soon as we record it with no commercials. It's the best value around. Go try it out. See what you think. It's adfreeshows.com. And don't forget, every Wednesday night, you can hear Jim Ross, the voice of professional wrestling, doing what he does best on Dynamite. It's no longer on TNT. It's a TBS affair. And
yes, sir.
Jim Ross on TBS, just man, that makes sense to me. That's wrestling right there. I'm for it.
That's full circle, buddy. You know, I never dreamed that I'd have this opportunity with Tony Khan and AEW to get back in the game. And little did I think, even after that would eventually go to prime time on TBS. And I got to admit to you, that's very special to me. And I still feel very blessed that that's happening. So check us out on Wednesday nights, 8:00 Eastern, TBS. If this sounds right, feels right. Wrestling on TBS in prime time. I love it.
And we love you guys. Appreciate all the support. Hit the subscribe button. Tell your friends about your favorite podcast. It's every Thursday right here. It's Grillin' JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross.
And heavy on the Mr., ladies and gentlemen, and we'll catch you on Wednesday night. Thanks for joining us.
All right, folks. Well, thanks for being with us again. We appreciate you supporting all of our efforts here on Podcast One and the Ross Report. And one of the most anticipated guests that we've ever had on the show, Sting, joins me next. I've been looking forward to this show for a long time because the one thing about the podcast is that it allows you to reconnect with some of your old buddies. And, you know, you look through your contacts on your phone, whatever, and or your Rolodex. No, and I don't have a Rolodex. I'm making that up. I don't have a Rolodex. I have a contact list. I am here this week to talk to an old friend that I've known since 1987. But I bet you after I left WCW, we only talked once or twice, and once was on an airplane, so that we weren't even knowing we were going to be on. So I'm going to catch up tonight with Steve Borden, a.k.a. Sting. So if you don't mind, I'd love to call you Steve and not Sting, but I will call you whatever you choose.
No, Steve is perfect. I think it'll be great, Rossi.
How are you, buddy? Are you feeling good?
I'm feeling great, yeah. I'm glad to be here, too. Glad to be a part of your podcast.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank people have been. This is going to be a big show because you have a worldwide fan base. And when I was in L.A. a few days ago, had a chance to do a couple of days worth of work for a movie, and I got to play an evil boss, and I drew on all the bosses I've had in the wrestling career, and I put a little bit of all of them in this role. I think when people see it, they're gonna pick out little things, and they're gonna laugh their ass off. But that's me, you know. So, but I was thinking, and talking to a guy, I said, God, you know, Sting's name identity is really amazing. So smart people are going to take advantage of his availability and his look and his presentation and find something for him to endorse or do voiceover, or, you know, be seen doing commercials. There's too many colorful things you could do with all your different looks.
Yeah, no, I mean, so many characters over the years. I mean, yeah, it was Sting, you know, every single year, obviously, but I mean, you know,
evolve.
Kind of change. You evolve. You change with the times, and you know, a couple times here and there, changing your character was pretty risky to do, but you know, I'm glad that I did it. Each one was a great experience, and you know, I was just signing autographs in Chicago last week, and you know, wrestling fans are always so good at those types of events. They're so respectful, and they remember so much, and it's always interesting to hear what they have to say about, you know, the different generations of Sting and which ones that they like the best and all that. And
yeah.
It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun doing the Joker, Joker Sting, and of course Crow Sting. You know, they were all great. I love doing them all.
We're going to talk about them too here in this phenomenal episode that you fans are keeping in the iTunes top 10, and we appreciate that. So were you a fan as a kid? Is this what you wanted to always be, or did you kind of back into the business?
You know, the funny thing is, you know, when I got into this business, I didn't know anything about pro wrestling because the area of Southern California where I grew up, we didn't have pro wrestling on TV. Wow. So when I co-owned my Gold's Gym Health Club along with Ed Connors, he was the treasurer of Gold's Gym in Venice Beach, and I was doing the bodybuilding thing and all that, and Ed you know, wanted to be a partners with me in a club, and so we ended up, you know, joining forces, and this big guy used to come in and work out, and the gym would freak out and say, "Oh man, don't you know who that is?" And I didn't have any idea who it was, and it was Hulk Hogan. Oh. And it's amazing, you know, they said the guy from the Rocky movie, you know, so the Rocky movie, okay, I know that guy, but I don't know anything about pro wrestling. I mean, all the way through high school, you know, into the college years and all that, I never watched wrestling, didn't even know what it was. So it's amazing to me that I ended up where I did.
But you weren't wrestling's enemy. You just didn't have any feelings for it one way or the other.
Well, yeah, because it was an unknown. I think I maybe heard the name Hulk Hogan, but didn't know for sure who or what he was. And I think I heard the name Ric Flair maybe all those years ago, and thought, you know, I don't know who he is either. But it was only because I didn't have access to it. Yeah,
man, what a life! Did you date? God.
Yeah, I was normal in every other way.
All right. Well, we'll move on. So you guys get trained. Now, I am under the impression that my old dear friend Red Bastien was involved in that training, part of that process. Was he?
Yes, absolutely. Red had a camp in Northridge, California, which is right, you know, in the area where my health club was, just 10 minutes down the road. And yeah, he had this camp. It was about it was an 8 or 12 week camp. I can't even remember now, but we needed that, and you know, it happened that, you know, a guy named Rick Bassman came in the club and trying to break into pro wrestling with, you know, 3 other wrestlers, looking for a 4th guy, and after lots of, you know, waiting and with no responses, he finally asked me to do it, and I didn't, you know, I wasn't interested. You know, I was bartending, bouncing in the nightclubs. I was trying to get, you know, I was doing competitive bodybuilding, and I was trying to make it out there in Hollywood and do movies and commercials and all that kind of stuff. And so I thought, well, let me just go check it out. And we went out to see a match at the sports arena in L.A. Hogan, Andre the Giant, the British Bulldogs, the Sheik, Adrian Adonis. I mean, it was everybody was there. Big John Studd, and, you know, pandemonium. It was crazy. And so I thought, wow, you know, I think I want to try this. And so, you know, we finished out that camp, and Red Bastien headed the whole thing up, and he taught us. I think he did a good job of teaching us, you know, in those days. Yeah. I mean, so
Red's a good guy. Hey, everybody says this, and you inferred it moments ago. You were in the audience, the crowd's into it, all the big stars are there, they're doing their thing, and you get caught up a little bit in the emotion of that adrenaline pop, the little chill bumps. You get caught up in the moment at the live event that you attended, and all the boys say that when they leave it, that's what they missed most, is that adrenaline rush. Those times when the adrenaline is just the most amazing cure-all that there is.
Yeah, it's something that you could never really truly describe. You know, you'd have to actually live through it, but it's true. I mean, and anyone who says it doesn't really matter, they're just lying.
That's like my guy at Podcast One. He says to me that when people say it's not about the money, it's about the money. And I got to thinking about that. And the business of negotiations, which I've been involved in my professional lifetime, and I'm still involved because I'm doing things of my own now, negotiations is a unique entity. So if you always remember this one thing, that if it's not about the money, it's about the money. Pretty damn simple, man, right?
I can't disagree with you. I mean, really, I mean, the one part of the story that I did leave out is when I saw the pandemonium. Of course, again, I'm trying to make it in the acting world. I'm auditioning for commercials and competitive bodybuilding, and I'm watching Arnold Schwarzenegger make all of his movies, and I'm thinking, well, maybe I can do that too. And so I'm looking for an avenue, and then when I go to the sports arena and I see pandemonium and all the craziness, I went, wow, there's money to be made out there. I mean, so I'm not going to lie to you. Yeah, I mean, I thought about the money, a lot about the money in the beginning. That's not all it was, though. I mean, there definitely was a love for the business and the actual in-ring, like we're talking about the rush of the crowd and the camaraderie with the boys on the road and all that
Sure.
stuff. So.
Well, you had to learn that. You had to acquire that as time went on. But when you're sitting in that arena in L.A. and you're watching all these people go crazy, and you're watching these guys do some very unique form of entertainment, I've got to believe that, you're a young guy. Hey, why not me? And I think that people that are listening should always say, when they want to do something, and then they are automatically, their subconscious says, hey, forget it. That'll never happen. It's not going to happen. You need to kind of assert yourself and say, why not me? So That's what Steve did. Why not me? Hell, I might be good at this. So.
Right. I mean, I didn't have an amateur wrestling background. I wasn't a football player in Oklahoma or some great college somewhere. I didn't play in the NFL.
All right.
No gold medals. A very, very basic, high school education, 2 years of junior college, and just going nowhere. I just chose not to be academic all those years. I regret it now, but I mean, I was going nowhere. I mean, I was an athlete, and I loved all sports, but, I didn't excel at a high level in any of them. So I'd definitely be the guy that you'd say, yeah, well, why not me? I mean, I would be the guy that would say, I can't do this. I'm never going to do it. But, instead I thought, why not me? I mean, I was looking, going, I think I can do that.
Absolutely. Hey, I agree. I don't want people should not allow others to limit what may be able to be accomplished. In other words, I don't want somebody else telling me that I won't be successful at project A, B, or C. And if you get to the point in your life where you don't have to be defined by others' perceptions, I think you should consider yourself very fortunate. That's a good life.
Agreed.
So anyway, you guys get booked finally. You send your tapes out, all the stuff, all the territories gets the tape. We used to get tons of them. Everybody got them. Picture 8x10s, in gimmick, whatever, and all the tape, highlights. You get hired by Continental Wrestling. That's Jerry Jarrett's outfit, right? Continental?
It was, I believe, Mid-Southern Wrestling. I'm pretty sure that was the banner.
Was Jarrett the boss?
Yeah, Jerry was.
So your first job in a wrestling territory was working for Jerry Jarrett.
Yeah, we sent a press kit out, and there were 4 of us in the original group that went through the camp. About 8 guys went through the camp, but 4 of us we were all together, going to try to break in as a group of 4 guys. And we sent out those press kits when the camp was over, and Red Bastien was leaving the country, and so we needed to go to work, and so we sent these things out. Jerry Jarrett, within 3 days, responded and called us, and by then, 2 of the other guys just kind of. To this day, I really don't know what happened with them. They just kind of disappeared,
They're living in part. I know where they are. I know where they are.
But Jerry said, hey, I only want 2 of the 4.
Right.
And he looked at the picture and he said, I want the 2 guys to the far left.
I want
And that
the
was
two.
Jim Helwig and me.
I want those two jacked up guys, and that's what I want is I want those two jacked up guys right there. And hey, look, it was you guys were very impressive on an 8x10. I'd have gone there. Jerry Jarrett was throwing the money. I think he made a good call. I think those other two guys that you referred to, I think they live. I think they live now in parts unknown. So they're in obscurity, by the way. Hey, you're trained by Red Bastine, who's one of the great guys with great characters. Two quick stories about Red Bastine I'll tell you because I think you'll appreciate them because he trained you. And you may know them. If you do, you can stop me. No, don't stop me because it'll embarrass me. This is my podcast. One of them was he was Bill Watts' tag team partner, and they'd driven and they're tired and they were going on late tag match. It was Cowboy and Red as tag partners, and I think they were working with Maurice Vachon and I can't remember who the other wrestler was. Maybe it'll come to me. So they're having a 2 out of 3 fall tag team match, and they've driven. They were up late the night before, as you can imagine. And then they drive all these hours, and so they're tired. Red actually falls asleep on the apron while he's waiting on Bill, while his partner's selling. And Red took a bump off the apron to the floor when it wasn't called for, which screwed with everybody. Almost the match stopped because Red took a big-ass bump off the apron because he fell asleep during the match. With an arena full of people, he had
only in pro wrestling.
Yeah, hey, here's the deal. Envision this now. Just close your eyes, folks. Envision with me. Work with me here. You close your eyes. There's the arena. See at the ring. Bill's and Cowboy's in there selling. Let's say that Maurice has got Cowboy in a headlock and he's punishing Bill. Red is upright on the apron. Has his arm on the top rope and has his head on his arm. So his arm is like a little pillow. And he gets kind of comfortable, and then his legs leave him. He goes to sleep, and he takes this big ass bump that nobody, and the fan says, "Well, he didn't get hit." No one.
Yeah. Oh man.
Our big baby face, just inexplicably, has taken a huge bump from the apron, and nobody. And by the look on the faces of the other guys in this match, they don't have a happen. That was Red. And the other thing.
Yeah. Go ahead. The other story.
There's another story. This is a good one. Red Bastine. One of the great workers and great personalities, neat man. He's a funny guy. He's the kind of guy that you could really, that you actually would go on a long car trip with and look forward to it because the stories and he was always in a good mood and he made you feel good. At least that was my theory. I always thought Red was a good human being. I really did. And,
that's a good description. You're on the money there.
And so. Just such a great guy. So Barney said, "Tell me that story about Red. He was such a great star for me in Australia." So I said, "Well, the story is that Red was rather amply endowed, and the two words put together in Mr. Barnett's world, amply endowed, was quite the eye opener." So I told him that Red was rather amply endowed, and that the boys had christened his ship, shall we say, the Bishop. So Red was known throughout the business. Guys would ask you when you met Red for the first time, he said, "JR, have you met Red Bastine?" I said, "Hey, Red, how you doing? I've heard a lot about you." He said, "Someday you might meet the Bishop." And I'd say, "Oh, okay." So hell, I don't know the Bishop. I think you're talking about some other clergy. They're talking about Red's penis. Someday at the urinal, you'll meet the Bishop, and you will never forget him. So the Red had a nickname, the Bishop, and the guys that knew, and the guys that didn't know just thought it was just another nickname. But it was.
Oh man! Wow.
Yeah, he was a classic guy. Classic guy. I loved him. So then you guys leave Jarrett, and you come to work for the Big Cowboy. Now, I don't want to go over all the matches. There's a lot of great matches. You know, the stuff that, you know, you were involved with Eddie Gilbert and Rick Steiner and Missy and the Russian flag angle. You're part of that. We can talk about that. There's a lot of great stuff that you did in Mid-South after Hellwig, God rest his soul, left. I really believe that when you guys decided to split the sheets and he went down to work for Gary Hart and Fritz, speaking of Hellwig, and you stayed with Bill, you know, I don't know what your thoughts are, and that's why we're interviewing, ironically enough, folks. But, you know, but I think you staying there, in hindsight, was a smarter gig than saying, okay, I'll go with Hellwig to Dallas. I think you both made the right decision, is my point.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say that now, but I mean, you know, at the time, you know, it left, you know, it was a little, it was kind of an insecure time. You know, you got a tag team, and you know, you had plans, and you know, you were going to do some great things, and you know, we were trying to get a big match against the Road Warriors. That's why we started painting our faces and all, and then, you know, suddenly one day, you know, it's just over. And, you know, we're splitting and going different ways, and it was good for me because I was able to now really, you know, hone in on, you know, the craft. I mean, the art of pro wrestling. And, you know, back in those days, I mean, you're 300 some days a year on the road and doing double shots, you know, half the time, evening shows and, you know, matinee shows and evening shows all on the same day, and, you know, not a whole lot of rest, but you're learning, you know, whether it's in front of a couple hundred people or a couple thousand people, and, you know, on a good night, maybe 10,000 in New Orleans, but you're learning the game, you know, so it was really good for me.
That was the blessing of the territory. The territory provided an opportunity for a guy named Steve Borden, who wasn't a wrestling fan, that got in the business, thought, hey, I think there's an opportunity here. And he took a chance because he thought that he could, not because of what somebody told him. So the team splits. Hellwig goes to work. I think Gary Hart really helped him a lot. You know, Gary's a smart guy, really a good head for the business, and great. If you wanted a booker that built your territory on heat, Gary Hart was he was a savant in that respect. But I think Hellwig, Hellwig and Gary, I think that was another good timing for Hellwig. Good timing.
I definitely. I mean, boy, you had to have somebody who, you know, had you know, the right kind of mindset and patience, and could see the value and the potential and all that. And, you know, Gary pulled it off there.
He did. And, you know, I'm telling you, you knew better than I did. Hellwig was argumentative. I'm not saying he was always wrong, and I'm not taking any shots at him. I'm just telling the fact. I'll put it this way: in my business dealings with him, I found that he could be argumentative when it was unnecessary. That's my opinion. Now, that doesn't make him a bad guy, but his personality was very unique. So you needed to be with someone whose personality was also very unique, but was wise and could teach you in his very unique way. And Gary Hart was a natural villain, and villains teach the best crowd psychology. And the old guys, if you got an agent that was a great heel, he's better at working on your matches with you than somebody that was a great baby face. Because let's face it, you don't have to be Einstein to figure out how to be a great baby face. I mean, can you sell? Yes, sir. Do you have a good look? Yes, sir. Okay, check. And you know how to sell? Sure do. Where's your head when you're selling? My head's up, sir. Okay, so you give them 4 or 5 basic things, and can you cut a promo? But they react to a great heel. Great heels are the straw, man.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, I know you may not want to get into it now, but I mean that's where I really grew, and that's where things really started to happen for me.
Yeah, you jumped huge leaps and bounds in that era where you became that hot Eddie, and Eddie was a unique kid. You know, I thought the world of Eddie. Had a great mind, and sometimes you look at him and you think maybe he cared too much.
Yeah, he was one of those guys. He just couldn't stop thinking about it. I mean, he thought about it 24/7. It was definitely his life, you know. But I learned a lot. I learned a lot from him, you know.
Oh yeah.
He'd always say, you know, at the end at the end of a match or whatever, you know, he'd come and he'd correct this and he'd correct that. And he'd look at me and at the time with Hellwig and both of us, and then after we split up, even individually, he'd say the finish. You gotta get the finish right, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's what they're gonna remember.
Yeah.
Your consumer base, your demographics are going to remember the finish.
Yeah.
Sometimes they remember, and here's the irony. Sometimes fans remember the entrance, but they don't remember the finish. I consider that epic fail. Hey, brother, I had did you hear that pop when I come out? Yeah, and I bet you 4 people can tell you what the finish was because it was the drizzling shits, you know. It was horrible. I love the Eddie and Sting and Rick Steiner. You know, Missy was there some, and Rick Steiner was. People don't realize until somebody really studies it. He was one of the great character baby faces I ever worked with.
Yeah, he was. He was, and you know, a guy that has an amateur background like him to develop any kind of a character is very difficult to do. But he's one of the few guys that was able to do it.
He was amazing. I loved him, and I still do. I want to see him in July up in Waterloo. I'm emceeing a National Wrestling Hall of Fame banquet, and they're going into the professional wing of the Dan Gable Museum, which is a pretty cool deal. So the Steiner brothers, Rick and Scott. So that'll be fun. Hey, folks, we're going to take a very quick time out. We're going to come back and we're going to pick it up with the Jim Crockett buyout. When Jim Crockett bought Bill Watts out, we'll hear how Steve thought about what he thought about that, because I know it impacted him, impacted a lot of people. And we'll talk about that when we come back. Here this week with Sting. We're glad that you're with us, folks. And again, thanks very much for all your support. Not only do you keep us in the top 10 in the world in iTunes sports and recreation charts, you're a game day player. You're competitive. Hey, I always gave my best shows were the clashes and the pay-per-views. And those clashes would come out, you know, with our sack hanging out. You know, we're ready. Let's go.
That's right. Yeah, the kid from Venice Beach, California. Those were your words. I used to love that.
Hey, so Crockett comes in, and I along with Watts, you know, brokered that deal. Watts wanted out, Crockett wanted in. Watts had what Crockett wanted, TV network, had some damn good talent. So Crockett buys the UWF. How would you describe how that was handled from a talent perspective of being right there in the thick of things?
Well, I mean, I can only give you my perspective, and you know, at the time, you know, my perspective was minimal. I mean, I knew what I wanted. I wanted to, you know, make it to the big time, you know, and when all that went down, if I remember right, I mean, Crockett he took Rick Steiner and me. I think Black Bart, was it Chris Adam? I mean, there were just like a few guys, you know, and he put
Terry Taylor maybe.
Terry Taylor, yeah, he put most of the guys on, I don't know, like a $175,000 a year contract kind of a thing, something like that, or more depending on who you were. And Rick Steiner and I, we got these $52,000 a year contracts.
Grand a week, kid.
Yeah.
Don't spend it all in one place. And people say, here's the great thing. Somebody's thinking right now, well, hell, that's not that bad. You know, it's $1,000. It's $1,000 a week. You know, and you could do them better than me. There'd be somebody with an English accent saying that's X number of pounds.
Yeah. Well, if we're going to do an English accent, let's just say, you know, you got to pay for your hotel, then you've got to pay for your rent-a-car, then you've got to pay for your food and this and that, and then you've got nothing left. I mean, yeah, before you know it, your 1983 T-Bird is your address. You're sleeping in it, mate. Yeah, that was my story.
Yeah, there you go, man. There you go, folks. See, there's for all of our UK fans, and we appreciate. Thanks, Steve Borden, aka Sting, professionally known as, with this UK rendition. Do you think that after the way you saw the Crockett Watts deal go down, okay, and one league bought another league? I'm being half-assed leading here, and I don't mean to, and I apologize. Do you think it was a missed opportunity when Crockett's downgraded UWF?
Yes, I do. You know, the truth of the matter is you've got, you know, a group of guys that, you know, a lot of them have some great talent, whether it's, you know, talking on the microphone or being able to deliver a great match and be very entertaining and period. That's, you know, bottom line. And so to become second class somehow or another just because there's a buyout, to me, it just doesn't make any sense. If we're all trying to be successful, we're all trying to get TV ratings, we're all trying to, you know, create interest and put, you know, people in the seats in these arenas, and man, let's capitalize on what people want to see and what they want to buy.
I never understood that dynamic. You had, when I pitched Crockett, Jim Crockett and Rob Garner at the private air terminal in Atlanta. We met in a conference room. I pitched them. We were getting ready to do some co-ventures, some co-promoted big events. So I flew out on Watts' plane because he didn't like Jimmy Crockett. I did, but Bill didn't for whatever reason. And Bill was getting burned out. Bill was sizzled. He was burned out. His creativity was suffering, and he was burned out. So I pitched them the idea to buy the whole damn thing. And they were interested, and we damn near made the deal on the spot, but there was some negotiation that went on with Bill and Jimmy, who then became okay to deal with. Now, when money became an issue, it increased their love for each other. All right, so anyway, that deal went down. I pitched it this way. You could have your own Super Bowl. You own the game. Ignore WWE, WWF like they did not exist. Run your business to the best of what it takes for your business to be successful. You have two leagues. Make both leagues strong. Have good house show tours featuring your leagues that are in that area on TV. Spread out the wealth on TBS so they see the equal amount of UWF guys winning and the equal amount of NWA guys winning. And then once a year, you cash in with a big cha-ching with a Super Bowl. That was that was my pitch. You create your own Super Bowl.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
And I still, to this day, all these years later, believe I was right. But I've always been egocentric in that regard. I think I'm right on that deal. I think it was screwed up. So anyway, let's move in real quick. Let's move in WCW years. The thing about the WCW years with your career and me was Clash 1 was in Greensboro, my first event ever in Greensboro. It was the first Clash, live TV, commercial breaks, big time live special on TBS. We were stepping up in the big dog land. And I was so jacked for that show. and I was doing color because Tony Schiavone did the play-by-play, and your match with Flair was your 45-minute draw, which you and I talked about earlier. It doesn't even exist anymore because there's no damn time limits.
Right.
Why would you take time limits away from a wrestling match when you just automatically eliminated a finish? I don't get it.
Right. That's one of those things that judging by your response, that really bothers you, or really bothers you a lot. I mean, I suppose to some degree it bothered me in the very beginning. That's one of those things that I forgot all about time limits until you mentioned that. I mean, but this one here, you're talking 15 minutes sometimes. There were some 10-minute time limits, 15-minute time limit, and it was commercial free. It was the very first time in, I think, the history of it also. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, the time limits, it makes no sense. It's lazy. Because you're a workout, you've always been, since I've known you, since day one, you ate good, you ate smart, and you worked out, and you trained smart. But you didn't do it for taking shortcuts and being lazy. It won't work that way. It really, if somebody wants to work out and lose weight, and they get on a program, DDP, yoga, whatever the hell it is, there's got to be health involved in this thing. Food. What are you eating?
Right. Yeah. And that's going to be 80% of it is going to be 90% is going to be what you put in your body. That's for sure.
So people should understand that 80% of what you want to be physically is what you consume, what you put in your trap.
Right.
So anyway, we go 45 minutes, no more draws. That's overthinking. That's wrestling executives figuring out I don't want to be too much wrestling, or I don't want to be, I don't want to do this, or WWE's doing it, so we should do it too in some form, because they're always right. Well, ain't nobody always right. I looked at this WCW. Here's what I looked at. I looked at the WCW years, all these people that you have matches with that I remember off the top of my head calling or being involved in, and people, personality. I got on my list. Lex Luger, Cactus Jack, Vader, Flair, no order here, by the way, Funk, Muda and Gary Hart, the Black Scorpion. I watched that the other night, by the way. Ole Anderson, who at one time was the voice, ladies and gentlemen. Trivia question. Who was the original voice of the Black Scorpion? Ole Anderson.
Yeah.
And how about this one? I get this one shoved up my keister about twice a day. Oh my God! It's about RoboCop. They asked me how I could stay straight, not straight in like I haven't had a wacky cigarette or something, but straight in my delivery. Because when RoboCop came to Sting's aid, or I think it was, I refused to watch it. So that's how. And I know you're in it, RoboCop's in it, and I'm talking in it, so I'm in it. Guess what? I ain't watching it. You can't. If I write a book someday, I think there's probably a lot of good comedy material in it, but I would watch it if I were writing a book, because it was so absurd. Absurd.
That was one of the more embarrassing moments in my career. That's for sure. Yeah, I will never forget that. As a matter of fact, it was still at a time when, I guess wrestling was sort of out of the closet, but not really. I mean, we were still kayfabing in those days, and and to have RoboCop in there in the cage, oh my gosh, I don't want to remember these things, but it's out there, and I'll never escape it.
No, I wouldn't mean either. I get it all the time. It's like, man, JR, I really thought you were a cool announcer and heard all those serious matches you did and made me believe, and then I saw you commentate RoboCop, and it killed my gimmick. Killed my gimmick. Hey, did you enjoy working with the great Muda?
Yeah, I loved working with him. We were pretty close to the same size, and we just had really good chemistry together. We were able to put together, phenomenal matches, whether it was here in the United States or in Japan, Tokyo Dome or Fukuoka Dome or all those places. I mean, we just we had great matches. I love the chemistry that I had with that guy.
When you were in WCW and you were working with Muda, who was in that JTEX Corporation with Gary Hart and all that, when you would do a finish and you would go over it with whomever was responsible for your segment on TV, did Gary engage himself in the finish? In other words, did he contribute to the finish as a rule when the three of you were working together?
No, it was usually Muda and me. You know, we would put the whole thing together. I mean, I know Gary was involved a couple times here and there because he had to be, and you know, he might have a little tweak here and a little tweak there, and
I got you.
Something might help him out, and we would go ahead and do it. And
well, here's what I would tell you that you should probably always remember. If you were in a match involving Gary Hart, and Gary Hart had very little to add to what you guys were doing, then I would say that what you were doing was very much on the money. Really, I'm serious. Because he would say something. Trust me.
I remember he had a lot to say at times, but I mean, the truth of the matter is, you know, Muda and I would put something together. He was, I think, more frustrated sometimes with the story and how it, you know, well, you know, we did this last time. Why would we go here? You know, and so he was a little frustrated with storyline, I think, from time to time. But
you had two other opponents in WCW. Then we'll keep moving on. Even though I love this era because I had so much fun calling matches. We always, you know, here's the thing how people need to understand. Sting is the biggest star that WCW ever produced, period. It's the end of story. There is no more story. And I love Bill Goldberg, don't get me wrong. I saw Bill Goldberg at Podcast One that produces this show. And I was a guest in his first podcast. And he does a fun podcast, a different, very, very unique group of guests. And he was a huge star at WCW. Don't get me wrong, huge star, but he wasn't Sting. So they made Sting. WCW they built a brand, and then the role was for the booking committee. If you keep them from talking about themselves or their buddies' angles long enough, you would find out that what you have is that you have a star babyface who needs a heel factory in-house. So we tried to make heels. We made Lex Luger a heel. But I was wondering about any memories of working with Cactus Jack or Vader, because they're both unique bodies, unique styles. They weren't Ric Flair, a wrestling heel, smooth.
Cactus Jack. I used to like some of the interviews that he did, and he was crazy, you know, then too. Some of the moves. He'd say, backdrop me, you know, I'll trust you, backdrop me over the rail. And to the side of the rail was a drop off that was about, you know, it was on an angle on top of that. You know, it was like an 8 or 9 foot drop, and you know, and just like to this day, I can hear the sound of his back. Sometimes, you know, and it's just a gross noise. And I'd say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it, you know. Yeah. And he'd say, no, please, no, I want to. It's my gimmick. It's my gimmick. You know, you're gonna stop me from doing my gimmick if you don't let me do this. Funny. I'd go, okay, you know. And we'd do it, and so I remember, you know, he would sacrifice his body. I do remember those matches with him. I also remember being in Germany when he lost his ear that night, and Gary Capetta came in the dressing room. I saw him bleed, and I think he was wrestling Vader, as a matter of fact.
He was Leon, yeah.
Yeah, and
he did
he did his deal in the ropes, and
I
saw blood on the side of his face and the side of his head, and thought, oh, I mean, he must have got busted open somehow. And Gary Capetta, the ring announcer, he comes walking there and goes, Sting, I think I have Cactus Jack's ear. And he holds out his hand, and there's half of an ear in his hand, and I took the ear, and I held it, and I went, yeah, that's an ear.
That's an ear, all right.
He said, it's Cactus Jackson. Cactus comes in, and he stayed in his gimmick, even in the dressing room. You know, when he came in, you know.
What did he say?
Bang bang, yeah. Old Cactus Jack. you know. His old one of his phrases, bang bang, you know.
One of his gimmicks.
One of his gimmicks.
Hey,
yeah. As far as Vader goes, I mean, you got someone that's 400 pounds that can do a moonsault off the top rope. You know, we're talking about a offensive lineman for the Los Angeles Rams. You know, I mean, I used to love to work with him. And, you know, I had the I don't know if it was it was pretty insane to do it, but I was the one who tamed him because he came from Japan. You know, you're talking a 400-pound guy, you know, pretty strong and, you know, pretty strong-willed, and you know, he was stiff as could be, you know, and so I had to tame him. But by the time he got tamed, man, we had the best matches. You know, I can remember great matches in the Omni in Atlanta before they tore that thing down. But in Germany, matches really all over the place, and I had a great chemistry with him as well.
One of the better finishes, and of course, fans of places like Ring of Honor, which I do like, by the way, but the wrestling that is built on high spots and chants. When crowds become when it becomes essential for the crowds to feel like they need to become a part of the show, they come up with irreverent and ill-timed chants. You know, it's the opposite of "this is awesome." Clap, 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 clap. It's the opposite of that. It's that annoying, "Look at me," clap, 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 clap. You know, or "I am here, see me roar." I don't know, but it's crazy. I mean, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy.
The recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Grilling JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross. Jim, how are you, man?
Conrad, I'm great. It's good to see you and your smiling cherub face. I'm good, though. I have my return visit to the, I started to say the gynecologist, but I didn't go to the gynecologist. I went next door to the oncologist, and he was so pleased with my progress on my cancer that our next appointment is in 6 months, just to check in. I think he likes to hear my stories and me bullshitting as much as anything, but he was very, very pleased with how this thing is healing. It's still tender, but you know, I got new skin down there. My ankle's like a little baby's ankle. So in any event, that was good news today. Still cancer-free, and you're good enough to let's wait 6 months and check you out. He said, I'm doing that just for precautionary. He said, I don't expect anything bad to be there in 6 months. So I'm happy about that. That was good news today. I like that.
Man, that's exciting. So glad to hear the good news. And it looks like there's a lot of good news on the AEW front. Dynamite's in the rearview mirror, but this Friday night, we got a big Rampage, Saturday's Fan Fest. And man, this Sunday, it's got a big fight feel. AEW is back on pay-per-view.
You know, you and I both are salesmen, and I think we're both consummate salesmen and marketers. It's easy to get caught up on our own bullshit when you're talking about something you're trying to sell, whether it's a loan or a subscription to the ad-free network or whatever it may be. But I am genuinely excited about this Sunday on pay-per-view. If you look at this card very closely, you see several matches on the card where you can envision 2 or 3 things that are gut cinches. One, the talent are going to be lobbying with Tony Khan for more time. Each and every one of them are going to need more time. And they all have the chance to steal the show. All they're great workers. And that's the one thing about this roster. It's pretty damn good, but you know, you don't know exactly what to expect from like a Jericho and Eddie match. And those are the 2 kind of guys who'll slip in the back door and take the show. Then you got the title match, the 2 Adams, which I don't like. I don't like saying first name of guys against each other, but that's just me. That's an old school deal. You rarely would see that back in the old days.
Yeah.
It's like having two guys wearing black tights. Won't ever happen in an old school territory. They had to have contrast. But man, you look at this card, Conrad, and we could all say, well, I like that match, like this one. There's like 5 matches that are main event level matches that we're going to see on Sunday night. So I'm excited about it. Plus, for me, it's one of those rare occasions where I don't have to go to the airport this week.
I love that.
Oh, love it, man. The TSA thing is it's not bad, and flying out of Jacksonville is never horrible, quite frankly. It's better than most places
It's a nice airport for sure.
Yeah. I flew out of anybody flying out of LaGuardia on Delta. You're going to go in the new Terminal D, as in dog. I hope you have walking shoes on. For the last 2 trips out of there, I've been at gate D98.
Oh, God.
That's the last gate. And it's somebody told me it was almost a mile. So I'm too damn lazy. That's too long to walk to your gate. God dang. So, but anyway, it's going to be a good week travel wise. I think the card's going to be really good. I know you'll be watching because you like those big shows.
Yeah.
Big show feel things where it feels like a big sporting event. And I think we have a card that can kind of do that for you.
Yeah, let's run through it real fast. I know you're calling it, so we're not going to make predictions, but Jade Cargill is going to be taking on Ty Conti. We got Andrade El Idolo, Matt Hardy, and Isaiah Cassidy taking on Sammy Guevara, Sting, and Darby Allin. The Jurassic Express will be in there with Red Dragon and another team. It's a 3-way tag team match for the tank straps. Bryan Danielson will be taking on John Moxley. Chris Jericho's in there with Eddie Kingston. Wardlow versus Keith Lee versus Powerhouse Hobbs versus Ricky Starks versus Orange Cassidy versus one other guy in a Face of the Revolution ladder match for a future TNT championship shot. We've got Britt Baker defending her strap against Thunder Rosa. MJF will be in there with CM Punk. And then the Adams family for the world title. Adam Page versus Adam Cole, baby. Pretty loaded card. And there's been lots of discussion about AEW this week, but we're recording it before Wednesday. So by now the news is out, and I'm sure we'll be talking about it more next week, but we hope everybody tunes into JR this Friday night, but certainly this Sunday on pay-per-view. I'm fired up, man. This should be a fun show. The big fight feel is upon us.
Oh, tune in Friday night to see JR because I'm only on Wednesday.
Oh, well, I assume they'd have some sort of package for the pay-per-view. Maybe I'm wrong.
They might. I did a bunch of interviews for it. I was very outspoken, which probably get me in trouble. But everything I said, I thought was logical. But, when you don't know the storylines and you don't know where not to go, which is the most important thing of all, you go where your instincts take you and try to tell compelling stories that are interesting and thought-provoking, whereas I will buy the pay-per-view based on what I heard. They sold me. So it's like when you're running that card down, God dang, man, we got the Adams family match. Where's Morticia going to be? Boy, I thought she was sexy back when I was about 12. Morticia Adams. But all those matches are like, God damn, man. And that's fun for an announcer. And it's more challenging for the talent. I wonder who's going to follow who. That's another thing that you got to follow political.
Punk and MJF in a dog collar match feels like that's right up your alley. Dog collar is old school, baby.
Yeah. I remember seeing the tape of 83 of Piper and Valentine because I had never heard of a dog collar match until they had it, which I thought that was kind of cool. There was no precedent for me to have a preconceived notion of what it's going to look like. And I thought that was a hell of an idea. But then when I saw it, you always wonder, well, they got this crazy stipulation. Can they pull it off?
Yes.
Can they execute within the bounds of the structure here that's been given these guys? And shit, fire. When Piper bladed his ear, that was unheard of.
Yeah.
I was shocked, and I was in the business. I just thought it was just phenomenal. So, and I'm sure that both the students of the game that we both know, Conrad, that CM Punk and MJF are.
Yes.
A lot of initials there, by the way. They'll study that match. They'll study anything they can to find one spot, one transition spot, wherever it may be. And I think that's just great. So they'll do a good job. And I think this match was Punk's idea.
I think this is only the second dog collar match in AEW history. I think Luke Harper did it with Cody Rhodes, and I think that was the last one. But I know I've seen Punk and Raven in a Ring of Honor dog collar match before, and it's not a common stipulation. But man, because of that, I'm pretty excited about it. I'll be watching on pay-per-view this weekend for sure.
Attaboy. Contribute to my retirement plan.
Yeah, because you get a pay-per-view cut, right? I mean, you're like a UFC guy. You get
yeah, I wish. No, I'm not. I don't have that deal, but nonetheless, I have a good deal, but I don't have that deal.
Harry, if you're listening, let's get JR a pay-per-view push.
Yeah, come on. Everybody needs a push, for God's sakes. So anyway, today's show should be fun. Interesting time back. You know, we've gotten so much feedback. Our shows have done extremely well when talking about Sting lately.
Yeah.
People like to hear stories about Sting and all that, and how no matter how pitiful his creative that was handed to him was, he's still around today. He's in a 6-man tag, as you mentioned, at the pay-per-view.
He made it work in a big way, and we know he's going to this weekend. But let's talk about 1991. Of course, as we ease into 91, or 90s in the rearview mirror, and we just covered that last year here in the archives. Where do you think Sting's mindset was, his mentality was, when he's had this run that, while we did spike a couple of ratings, it's probably not peak creative running around with the Black Scorpion, and we haven't necessarily sold a ton of tickets. When the belt comes off of him in January of 91 and it goes back to Flair, how did he take that? Do you think he took that as a failure, or was it a learning experience? Or take us inside of his head as far as you remember.
I don't know how it couldn't have been somewhat of a disappointment that falls under the category of failure, because his false starts and his injuries, things of that nature. But I think he was probably very disappointed that his character had not gotten over to the level where it was undisputable he needed to be the guy. It just didn't work. But I never heard him publicly complain. I never heard him, the dressing room lawyer shit in the locker room and all that, the negativity that some talents have the ability to spread. They don't realize it hurts the whole locker room, not just themselves, and their little feelings got hurt. He never was there. He was always a class act in that regard. And a lot of guys, Conrad, would not have been.
So as a reminder, we know that he's going to go right from dropping the title to Wrestle War 1991. And this is where we see Sting team up with Brian Pillman and the Steiners to take on the Horsemen, which is Flair, Barry Windham, Sid Vicious, and Larry Zbyszko. Arn's out, he's hurt. So Larry Zbyszko gets the nod. But I think this is the first time we would see War Games take place outside of a Great American Bash show, which was certainly a Dusty creation. Do you think here at Wrestle War 91, and again, just to give everyone the context, I think that name was probably set in place before there was the whole Persian Gulf situation.
Right.
But still, on the heels of that, now we've got a War Games match. Was this the first time you remember there being like a gimmick pay-per-view for the sake of it being a gimmick pay-per-view? I know TNA would do a whole card filled with cage matches. And these days, WWE has a War Games NXT thing, but they also have the Elimination Chamber thing, and they have a Money in the Bank ladder match, not like when they need one, but now we have an event named that. It just feels like this may have been the first time. No, we're going to build a whole pay-per-view around this. Whether we have a storyline that gets us there or not is irrelevant. This quote unquote gimmick match is over. Let's put it on pay-per-view.
Well, the War Games concept had been, and of course the data is there to back it up or disclaim what I'm saying, but I think it had a pretty good track record. I think it was one of the attractions that we had in WCW on pay-per-view that people seemed to look forward to. It was loaded with stars. It was loaded with blood. It had a unique little concept. The babyface always lost a coin toss, so they were at a man disadvantage to get go. But I always thought it was a good concept, and it seemed to have legs And I think that's what they were banking on, is that it had enough legs that it could be a theme. And I didn't disagree with that. You got this one here was, and it was a unique group. Zbyszko being added to help to do Arn's work. Not that Larry could replace Arn. I don't know if anybody could. And then Rick worked extra hard because Sid was great attraction, but Sid was not the day-to-day 9-inning player. Barry, yes. Rick, yes. And Zbyszko probably was a little bit underrated, but nonetheless, I like the idea, Conrad. I thought we didn't have a lot to hang our hat on. So you hope that the War Games title will compensate for that. That makes any sense.
So, in hindsight, obviously it's a different time, it's a different era, and we've heard different schools of thought. I heard sometimes people would say, hey, we should advocate title changes on house shows and live events, because if it never happens, then what's the need to rush out there? You can advertise it as a title match, but fans know nothing's going to happen. But then here we see Flair beat Sting at a house show for the world title. In that era, should it have been saved for a Clash or a pay-per-view or TV? Or could you argue the other way that, hey, it's good for live event business?
Well, you can argue the other way. And probably at one point in my career, I would have. I think at that point in time, we needed ratings.
Yeah.
We needed hits. So I would say, just based on timing and the lay of the land, probably would have been better off to happen on television. That's my take on it. And after all these years now, being able to look back on it, seemed like that would make the most sense.
I also want to mention that Sting, while he may be losing the title here, it doesn't necessarily mean that the company has lost confidence in him. And I get why anybody in his position might feel that way. But it feels like to me, there may have been more money in Sting chasing Flair. For years and years, the NWA was essentially, ran by a touring NWA heel champion, especially in the Flair years. And even in the Harley years, but the WWF was more of a quote unquote babyface territory. We needed to be Bruno or Hogan or Warrior. So I guess you could argue, hey, if Sting's still working in the main events and he's still selling a bunch of merch, does it really matter that he doesn't have the belt?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I really don't. Because we had fumbled that belt switch title reign embarrassingly. And I understand part of that reason was, Sting got hurt his knee, patella tendon, the kneecap was shot, and had to have surgery on that piece of business. So, but he was over. But I think it's right. Fans wanted to see Sting succeed, and him getting a nice rub at the house shows, working the main events. If he's in tags, he takes the fall, that kind of thing. Seemed to start working out decently. But from the standpoint of disappointment and frustration, that's a personal thing with Steve Borden. He had to live with himself that this thing just didn't work. And here's what the cruel irony of that is. It didn't work, but everybody knew that it should and could work.
Yes.
Let's get all the pieces together, put it back into place, and start a plan. If it takes us a year, but we have a destination that we're going to. We know on this date at this pay-per-view, Sting is going to become the champion. And the smart money might have been, you want him to become the champion at the end of the day against Flair. But until then, while you're rebuilding Sting with a succession of wins and getting him away from the Horsemen exclusively, Flair could have been working with other people, helping give other guys a rub and making other guys feel like a star. But that might have been thinking too deeply. I'm not sure.
Well, the first challenger for Flair is not going to be Sting. It's going to be Scott Steiner. And boy, Scott.
Yeah, I like that.
Yes.
That sounds good, right?
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, everybody knew Scott Steiner had all the tools to be a top guy. One of the most jacked up, physically impressive guys on the roster. Arguably had the hottest move in the whole business with Frankensteiner. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But for whatever reason, the match didn't click. Scott has contended for all these years that he felt like Flair sandbagged him. And a lot of people in the newsletters at the time said the same thing. And I know today's episode's about Sting. Maybe that's a conversation for another day. But at Clash of the Champions, we see Sting and Luger team up to take on Doom, and Dan Spivey is going to interfere. And he's going to attack Luger before Butcher Reed throws Sting over the top rope for the DQ. But somehow we wind up with Dan Spivey and Lex Luger in a situation here. I don't know that that's what I would have picked for either one of those guys in hindsight.
Me neither. Neither one were ready for that role. Like I said, Dan Spivey never really found his creative home until he became Waylon Mercy. When Dan Spivey became Waylon Mercy, he became special. And he was booked haphazardly, skyscrapers, this partner, that partner, whatever. And, Dan was always reliable as hell. I think the wrestling business needed more Dan Spiveys in it, but the way that he was being booked was never going to get into the promised land. So, I like Dan's work, but boy, the Waylon Mercy character, I said here on the show, is one of my favorite personas that I work with. I just enjoyed the hell out of it. Those vignettes that they produced on him were just, I still think about them. They're really good, really good.
I want to mention this whole Luger Sting thing becomes a bit of a thing as a tag team, because we would see them take on Sid Vicious and Stan Hansen at the Omni, and then take on Flair and Sid in both Philadelphia and Baltimore. As a kid, I absolutely loved the pairing of Luger and Sting. As someone on the inside of the business, what do you think of that? Was it too much of the good stuff? Would we have gotten more mileage in building a card if we had these over baby faces in different situations? Or was there something wrestling fans always want new? Is this the way we get a new coat of paint on these guys, putting them together?
I think it rejuvenates both guys a little bit. It was great artwork for a poster or for a graphic. Lex and Sting, they were young and vibrant, great physiques. So there are a lot of positives to that situation. Without somebody starting already think out there in Grill and JR land that, but could they work? Well, sometimes working is extremely important, obviously. Hello. But it's not the only thing. If they were great workers and they were obese slobs, then what do you got?
Yeah.
You got two pretty good workers that are obese slobs. I don't want to watch that. That's like watching ugly women. I just think that it's a visual business, television business. And people like to be pleased visually. And Luger and Sting, for the kids out there, and Sting's face paint and their big muscles and their tans and all that, the women loved them. So I thought it was, here's what I'd say. I'd ask you this, Conrad, in response. Why not? Why not try it? Are we doing something better? Are we holding off something guaranteed to be better? No. Is this newer? Yes. Are you featuring two of your top earners and top paid guys? Absolutely. So why not?
So let's also mention that even though maybe that title run wasn't what anyone hoped it was for Sting, Sting winds up being presented the Pro Wrestling Illustrated Award for Wrestler of the Year and Inspirational Wrestler of the Year by Bill Apter. And I know people look at that sometimes and they say, oh, the PWI awards, but buddy, back in 91, that was a pretty cool deal. I mean, their distribution was major, and that meant that your top guy is going to be on the cover of that magazine. Right. That's a great thing, not only for Sting, but the promotion, right?
Yeah. Good PR, good merchandising, good marketing, a lot of wins there in those awards, because they were looked at, like you said, entirely different then as they are now. I mean, every website's got an award edition, it seems like.
Yeah.
Meltzer's been doing his awards edition for probably 30 years. And a lot of people follow his lead in that world. So consequently, there's awards are, I don't want to say a dime a dozen, because that's disparaging, but you can get a little overkill on the Wrestler of the Year and all that stuff. And I never did understand what the criteria was to earn that distinction. But in any event, Sting getting those two awards on a very challenging year for him as a professional, was very, very well timed.
So let's talk about very briefly, because I know we've covered it in our archives, the War Games match at Wrestle War 91. We did talk about last year. Go out of your way to check it out. It's Flair, Zbyszko, Sid Vicious, and Barry Windham taking on Sting, Pillman, and the Steiner brothers. Meltzer would say it's one of the best matches he's ever seen live. He called it 22 minutes of solid mayhem with the crowd on its feet screaming from the opening of the action. He gave it 5 stars.
Wow.
So go out of your way to see it. We covered it last year in the archives. You can hear us talk all about it. But if you're going to watch one of Sting's matches from 91, this is a big spot to watch.
Yeah, that's the one to see. And the other thing too about that, you pointed it out, the other guys had a pretty good night too.
Yes.
The other fellas in there, cause you get a guy like, Barry was kind of the same spot that Sting was. Was he going to be Fish? Is he going to be Foul? Is he going to be a star? Is he going to be on top of the card, semi-main, whatever? Sid was that big main eventer that they kept waiting to happen. Then you get a guy like Larry Zbyszko, who had been a top star and a main event level talent, but it hadn't been lately. So he gets a chance to kind of rejuvenate what he's doing and give those in charge the opportunity to see him that he can still produce. So there are a lot of small little battles being waged in this match, but and Sting, like you said, he had a great night. He had a really good night, but he wasn't the only one that had a good night, which makes it even more of a reason to go back and watch this match. That match is badass, no doubt.
Speaking of badass, coming out of this, there's talk in the Observer that they're going to try to put together Sting and Great Muta for an upcoming New Japan show. And I just can't help but think when we're looking all around in 1990 for a big opponent for Sting, it was right there.
Yeah.
Great Muta.
Amen. My thoughts on that deal. Hey, I was the crazy bastard, went to a booking committee one time meeting and suggested we put the NWA title where it was called NWA, WCW, whatever, on Muta. And that was looked at like I might as well have been some sort of dissident, some political dissident or something. But I kind of got over December 7th, 1941. How long can we hate the Asian people? It's like somebody said, I saw online the other day, maybe this week, that when will the resurgence of the pro wrestling Russian villains rear their head?
I hope not anytime soon.
Me too.
Golly.
That's, I know that our business is known for doing things that are distasteful and not real wise or thought out. That would be one of the situations. I would not want to be the booker that created a Russian. I could, the closest thing we get, the closest thing in the business right now is Miro. We haven't seen him in a while. He's still under contract. I'm sure he'll be back soon, I hope. But the Eastern European guys, because most Americans who are a major part of our audience ain't got a clue who would that entail? Eastern European. What countries does that entail? Well, I don't know. So in any event, it was interesting. But I like Muta, and you're right, Con. Sometimes it's what you're looking for is right in front of you. It really is. Like you said, Muta getting a new coat of paint, 6 or 8 weeks of vignettes to augment his television exposure, having decisive, definitive wins. He was it. He was the package. And I know I've seen it. The women loved him, believe it or not. Good looking guy. And he did that. The moonsault was kind of cool. And other things he did was kind of cool. So I'd love to see a program with Sting and Muta really played out well. And to the point that it would not have hurt my feelings if Muta eventually became the champ.
Well, we know that's not going to happen, at least here. But when they do go over to Tokyo, Muta gets the win. But then Sting sort of does a heelish move. After the match, he hits a stinger splash on Muta and put him in the Scorpion Deathlock. Now, again, this is Japan, but I am curious. When Sting first started his career, he was a heel. But man, at this point, since he's been a baby face, he's been a baby the entire time. Was there any consideration of turning him heel in 91, or did you know You can't do that. This is our guy for the kids and the merch.
The latter.
Yeah.
Our guy for the kids and the merch put too much money in that character for it to teeter and go another direction on a show in Japan against a wrestler that the majority of American wrestling fans were not overly familiar with. Muda needed more time here. And like I said, he was another guy. Everything was just cut short. See, like MJS promo he did with the other night about being bullied and all those things was a great promo, by the way, I thought. But I think that losing my train of thought. I think that Muda needed more time, and if we'd have given him more time, but everything seemed to be rushed. Everything seemed to be rushed, and I don't understand that. It's just it's like having a political election every 6 months instead of every 4 years in America. It's just everything stays in a state of flux, and dogs are chasing their tails endlessly.
So let's talk about what Sting is doing domestically. On all the house shows, it's Sting versus Flair for the world title with Elegante as the special guest referee.
Horrible. Horrible. It really was horrible. And I probably at WCW, because he stayed there in Atlanta, and he got lonesome, to be honest with you. George did. And so I spent more time with him than a lot of guys. He just come by the office and hang out. He had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And he liked to flirt with the girls. And we had some nice looking ladies working in the office there, or so I'm told. But that one of the biggest mistakes a booker can make is to take an untrained referee, a wrestler that's untrained as a referee, and put him in a match. I get, back in the old days, all those old posters, Jack Dempsey was a referee, and, Rocky Marciano was a referee. Well, they're there for one reason: they're right hand. But I just don't see it's a good way to script a fucking match. Is put El Gigante. You think El Gigante in his wildest dreams, he had one clue: do I break on the right side or do I break on the left side? If the guy is left-handed, do I go on his opposite side so I don't get hit in the face with his left hand, left elbow? Yeah, but they won't know that. When you count the shoulders, your head should be even with the guy that's getting pinned, so you can see both the shoulders that are down, and that's a lost art. But they don't know these things, and you work with a talented talented talents. They're expecting you to be at a certain place at a certain time.
Yes.
You can screw the whole damn chemistry and timing up if you're not careful. So that was good for a poster. And if you're going to do it, Connie, you make two referees. You have a regular referee in the ring, and you have the second referee patrolling the outside, like he's a bodyguard type deal. But to put Elegante in the ring, for God's sakes, are we shitting? That must have been everybody's late for a flight and had to get home. So it just makes no sense. It's almost comical.
I should mention, on the heels of this whole Muda Sting thing over in Tokyo, when they come out of there, it's at least reported as if Sid Vicious is unhappy, and he's unhappy that he's been asked to put over Sting and Luger. It felt like in this era, Sid was almost never happy anyway. What do you remember with Sid Vicious, perhaps his lot in life and being unhappy with it, and how much of that had anything to do with Sting and Luger?
Probably had everything to do with Sid.
Yeah.
And not as much about Sid, about the Luger and Sting as one might assume. And, Sid, as he should, had a very high opinion of his own work. Sid was one of those guys where it was a can't miss. You know he was going to be really, really good. But when you're dealing with talent, Conrad, it's imperative that the decision maker in the booking department and the talent have got to be on the same timeline. In other words, if I'm talking, you're the talent, and on the booker. You and I gotta agree that you're 6 months away from this big win. You're going to make it the champion or whatever. We got to be on the same timeline. And a lot of guys thought they're ready today. And why am I not getting what I want today? And maybe they're right, but the issue is that's not your call. That's the office's call. Their coach is calling the plays. The right guard's not calling the plays. Coach is calling the plays. So I think it had more to do with Sid and Sid's desire to be the top guy, which is what everybody in wrestling should want to be in your company, the top guy. They make the most money. They get the most media stretch. They get the most covers and all these things. So video games, action figures. When I finally get my action figure, I may be the only son of a bitch in the world that gets an action figure posthumously.
Well, you've had an action figure in WWE. You just made an AEW one.
Yeah.
It is weird. It is weird that Cody had 32 of them and you didn't have any.
Did he really?
Not really. I joked when it was out that he was no longer with WWE. Or AEW asked my group chat, hey, what variant of his tights are they going to do next time with the next round of figures if he's not there? So maybe what they could do is they could take your head, put a little cowboy hat on it, and put it on all those leftover Cody ones they've got for the next round of figures. There you go.
Super, there you are. You're a problem solver.
So, hey, Sting and Lex are announced as taking on the Steiners at the very first Super Brawl. And it feels surreal to me that this is such a different business than it is now. But I mean, we're fresh off of this guy being the world champion and we're putting him immediately into a tag situation. And it's two babyface teams. As a kid, I absolutely loved it. As an adult, I don't know this is what I would have done. What did you think at the time of the Steiners versus Sting and Luger?
It was a beautiful 1 or 2 off or short run program. It had enough star power in it to make me interested in watching it. And then if the talents execute as they should to work a return, and it's booked to work a return, then you may get more than one off of it. But at some point, one of those two teams is going to become a little bit more of the antagonist than not at some point. But it didn't bother me, Conrad, because the other thing about it is internally, I knew this, those 4 guys are all friends. They all liked each other. They had longer tenures together than a lot of guys. So I knew that the matches would be better than people would perceive them to be. So I didn't have a problem with it, but I didn't see it going long term if there's no clear-cut heel or baby face.
I'm curious, did you think at this point that the audience was just burned out on Sting and Flair? Because it feels like after they've had this big war, literally now a War Games match. So, we follow up the title drop at the house show with a War Games match on pay-per-view. But now the next pay-per-view, instead of doing something with Flair and Sting, it's Sting and Lex and a tag affair. Flair's off doing something else. In your opinion, that was the audience just didn't want to see it? They had enough of it by that point?
I think they felt they were being force-fed, the audience. And so, yeah, I think that we'd overexposed that match. I mean, what else could they do? They've been in all kinds of cage matches and this, that, and the other. They go on Broadway. So I don't know what else you could, and they worked it with each other for months and months and months. And there's just a lot of bit repetitive. I call a ton of their matches, obviously, and I enjoy them all. Some better than others, obviously. This is natural. But I think we force fed the audience and they started spitting it back at us. And it wasn't fair to the talent either, because we weren't doing enough creatively to keep the story hot. And that's another function of booking.
Well, let's talk about the Super Brawl match. I absolutely love this match as a kid. They did a great package building towards this too. Meltzer would write there was a new video guy helping out with it. The result is, after Sting was involved in a 5-star match for the first pay-per-view of 91, here's 4.5 stars. So critically well received. It only goes 11 minutes and 8 seconds, but my goodness, what a match. Meltzer would say They showed the video before the match began. I was really surprised about a lot of things in the match. First, of course, is just how good it really turned out to be, but also the amount of heat generated in a battle of baby faces. The heat was super, far and away the most on the show. And considering this was a total Japanese style match, it says something about how the crowds are changing and what they really want. I expected it to be like the Warrior Steiners match at Starrcade 89, trading good moves, but the crowd not popping big. But Sting was the MVP of the show, and it was the best he's looked since coming back from the knee injury. All four guys obviously put a lot into the match, both in the ring and also in putting it together. The Steiners were chilled slightly more throughout the match, but it didn't seem like anyone was booed. It opened with Lex and Rick trading spots. He does the rundown. Ultimately, it's critical of the finish. We know Nikita's going to get involved, but still, he says it was still a cheap non-finish that took a lot away from what was probably one of the best matches of the year. 4.5 stars. What'd you think?
I didn't like the finish because you weren't committed. I mean, if the booker and the agents or whomever, Conrad, can't come up with a finish that gets you a winner and establishes a loser in that contest, you got the wrong people booking. There was no reason for that. I understood the logic of Nikita, and I know that Dusty liked Nikita. I know all the political shit there. I get it. And Nikita was a big star, but he was dancing the wrong dance. There's already a dance floor was full. I don't understand why he needed to be in there. And if you're going to give him a big push, that ain't the place to start. So, I know how Watts would have booked it. If you wanted to get Nikita over, he goes in the ring and whips all four of their asses. They feed, come back, and he dicks his powder, gets the hell out. You make him a star. You make him stand out. I don't know that Nikita did anything. I don't remember even what he did. So how viable was it? And I called the match. So I don't think we needed that. And it's a crutch, Conrad. It's a crutch. It's a political crutch to keep more people happy. Because this way we can say, well, I didn't have to beat the Steiners. I didn't have to beat Sting and Lex.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at that as a bad thing. They lost. So in your mind now, if you're a former wrestler or an active wrestler, semi-active, whatever, and you're the booker, I can see that logic because you're thinking like one of the boys. You're not thinking what's best for the show and the storyline development of this contest. And I think that's where we're there a lot. And you got that a lot when you have bookers that were active wrestlers. They had a different mindset. They had a different list of priorities. Their boxes that they needed to check were different than an objective box, where a guy like Muchnick or somebody who's not going to wrestle, who's a businessman, Paul Bosch, businessman, Vince Senior, businessman. Cowboy would come back and wrestle every now and then when the houses are down or something. But by and large, he was a businessman. And then he got away from that because all of a sudden these owners were hiring guys to book. And one of the reasons they hired these guys to book was because they could use them on their cards. So the guy comes in, he's working on top, A, B, he's the booker. And that's just a tough balance because the locker room in a subjective business that's theatrical in nature, they're not sure what straight of hand they're going to get. So anyway, I think that's always been a fallacy of our business. That's one of the good things about Tony Khan is that I don't envision Tony ever doing a wrestling skit. And he books things that he wants to see. And as long as he's still as big a fan as he is, we made a big deal the other day about having either a count out or a DQ or something. And I admire that we stood our ground, but why do we change? Why do you have to have do we really believe in 2022, Conrad, that a DQ will salvage the face of the guy losing?
No.
It's silly, isn't it?
Yes. No, that doesn't matter anymore.
No, it doesn't. I was going to ask you a question. We talked about what Melcher said about it was a Sting and Luger tag match with Steiners was a Japanese style match.
I knew.
What does that mean? What does that mean? You know what that means? I don't. I really don't. I'm not being facetious.
I think he means hard hitting. Let's play into the crowd. Listen, there was the old school you stomp your foot and go, Ricky, go. That was that thing. And then there was what they do in Japan, which is more of we're going to do some spectacles. We're going to have some big power moves. It's going to be a little stiffer, a little snugger, a little less gaga. I just get the idea that it's a little less gaga, or as you like to say, a little more steak, a little less sizzle. That's the way I read it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a good answer. And I like that style.
Yeah.
But the first time I saw that style, I was a hell of a long way from Japan.
Yes. You were in Louisiana and probably at the boys club watching guys beat the hell out of each other for real.
Bingo. Long way from Tokyo.
Yeah.
And
but that's what Dave held in high it still does hold in high regard. So just like sometimes on the show here, I'll say Roll Tide. I'm sure some of our friends across the pond had to Google that. They don't have a frame of reference for what that is. I get that. Why would they know about college football from Tuscaloosa? I get that. But I think Dave's wheelhouse was all Japan at this time.
Yeah. Well, you give me that's a good definition of what it is. Less nonsense, more athleticism.
Yeah.
And people were I don't want to say stiff, because stiff indicates they were dangerous and were hurting people, but they sure as fuck were snug.
They focused more on realism.
Yeah.
You in this era, in my opinion, because you're JR, Tony and I debate this all the time. Tony thinks you go back and you listen to your Attitude Era stuff, and it's the best work of your career or any wrestling announcer ever. And I, as much as I love the calls, still prefer listening to your stuff from like this era, like 89, 90, 91, 92. I love that you brought a sense of realism. You called it like an athletic competition. You talked about everybody's athletic background. I mean, I could buy into, I'm watching a pay-per-view fight. I'm not watching entertainment. And don't get me wrong, the calls you did with Vince, my God, people are still talking about them. They're memes every week. If there's a big collision in the NFL or something, or a big knockout, my God, we're getting a voiceover from JR from that era. So I get that was certainly bigger and more successful. Just me personally, I like the athletic approach to your call. And I think that's probably what Meltzer liked in the ring.
I got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, it's a little different. I wish I could, even today, I sometimes you get that match that you can do all that in.
Yeah.
I look at a match like Moxley and Bryan Danielson to be old schoolish wrestling, snug, uncomfortable on Sunday night on pay-per-view. I see that as that match where you're kind of, damn, they're laying the shit there. They're going to hurt somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because when they, like, even something as simple as this, I don't know what they're going to do. I have no idea. Don't want to know. Let's say somebody uses a crossface. Boom. Well, there's a lot of ways to apply that hold. You can apply it like you work part-time at the DX station. You don't want to break your nose and go to the doctor because you're not making enough money. Or you can do it like old school guys would do it. They were so skilled in their technique, they could make it look like it killed you. And I've seen a lot of bloody noses from a crossface. They weren't scheduled.
Yeah.
But your nose is a delicate instrument, I guess you could say. Easy to break or easy to make bleed. So, but it takes it's really the music and the lyrics. I've said it before here, but that's what you got. As you get, and if the combination comes together, then God dang, man, there's just no reason you should be killing it. And that's what we expect to do on Sunday night. I believe that there's going to be some matches on there. They're going to take me back to the Attitude Era. I always find my head in a Superdome manner, where Cowboy booked his best matches at the Superdome on Thanksgiving and Christmas and so forth. I always find myself back there because that's what made me happiest. And if I can draw on that, then I think it translates to the fan at home watching on television. So, but this is a good lesson for a lot of fans to understand. And it's good for me to review it again and get back to those roots. So already this show's a hit to me.
Well, I appreciate that. Let's keep the show on the track though and talk about Nikita. Why do you think creative at the time, whoever it may be, thought Nikita was the right opponent for Sting?
Well, who was the booker?
Well, I think this is still very much by committee. At this point, Flair has officially, quote unquote, stepped down. It's the Jim Herd era. So I think we've got a couple of Jims on there and some Kevin Sullivan's on there. I think we've got a whole host of folks. But just, I mean, listen, I get Nikita as a top heel act, but it's interesting to think about. We got to find something for him to do after Flair. So we put him in the War Game scenario. Then we put him in a babyface tag scenario. He goes abroad and kind of works as a heel against Muta. But now here, after the tag rendezvous, I guess now there's no denying Sting's firmly a babyface because Nikita's nothing but a big nasty heel. I get it.
Right. I think Nikita got a lot of stretch out of, Nikita did a hell of a job of salvaging JCP after Magnum TA's wreck.
Yeah, I guess to your point, timeline wise, right after Royal Rumble 91, Dusty comes back. Right. So this has definitely got Dusty's fingerprints on it.
Dusty loved him. And look, Scott's a great guy. He's a real Christian guy. He does a lot of speaking now and things of that nature. He's really evolved into a wonderful man. But he looks so deadly and so dangerous. He was pretty damn athletic for a guy that's jacked up as he was. But what the role that he played in becoming Dusty's partner and become the superpowers and all that stuff and stepping in for Magnum was nothing short of extraordinary, because people accepted him as a viable substitute. Was Nikita the worker that Magnum was? No. But he was perceived as a major star, and his look and his intensity had a lot to do with that. So I don't know what the exact reason to answer your question directly, but I know that he had some equity built up where the perception was this guy is a superstar.
No doubt about it. He was over like Rover and Dusty loved him. Clash of the Champions 15 goes down in Nashville. It's Sting versus Nikita. They're going to go 9 minutes and 32 seconds, and Sting gets the win with a schoolboy. Meltzer says this was the only match on the entire show that had adequate time to get over what it was supposed to. But unfortunately, while it had adequate time, it wasn't a good match. Can't complain, however, because since Nikita was doing a clean job, they wanted the entire match to be him on the offense, and they needed time to get that point across. Of course, Nikita is so limited that it exposed him as a worker. The finish saw Sting finally do an offensive move by reversing a tombstone, but he missed the Stinger splash into the corner. Koloff then went for the sickle into the corner, but Sting moved, got behind him, and schoolboyed him for the pin. The finish was well done, but the match was lackluster. 1.5 is what he gave it. I think that's a fair assessment. Maybe it accomplished what we wanted. We wanted to get Sting a win, but probably not the match we were hoping for.
Right. Yeah. Well, it exposed what the obvious, like I said, Nikita had to be booked in a certain way.
Yes.
The way that Nikita got over was eating people alive.
Right.
And mauling their ass, just beating the shit out of them. And people bought into that deal. There's where you find out where if a heel is being booed and people don't like him, all of a sudden there's a different feel in the crowd and the audience. It means he's elevated to star status. And Nikita at one time has been elevated to star status because, again, the Magnum TA situation, such an emotional deal. And the promos that Dusty and Nikita did regarding Magnum were phenomenal. So, but Nikita was never a great quote unquote worker. Dusty would sell and Nikita would get the comeback. That was the formula.
Right.
And if that formula is working, what is the motivation to change it for the sake of change? And that's another fallacy in wrestling booking, is that bookers think that they're compelled to change things when what they're doing, they may not be drawing big money right now, but you're on the right track.
Right.
And but oftentimes when you're on that right track, even you decide, well, I got to change direction. Why? Well, it's just time for a change. Based on what? Your goddamn forensic accounting of the gates and the profit and loss statement, or whatever. I don't get that. So, but Nikita could have been managed a little bit differently. There's no doubt about that. But I don't disagree with the fact that he had star appeal, superstar appeal. And how can we best monetize that?
Let's talk about Nikita for a minute. Do you think at this point, the sort of, I mean, I don't mean to say the bloom is off the rose, but is it sort of done? He's going to stick around. I think he wrestles his last match in November of 92, but you go back to 85, 86. I mean, that was really the height.
Yeah.
Here by 91, had the business just changed too much? Did he not evolve? I don't know whose fault it was. I guess what I'm trying to get to is this one of the last meaningful things that we think we're going to get out of Nikita?
Probably.
Yeah.
And he may, and I don't know this to be, this is a casual observation. Somebody was there. I think maybe he didn't have the, I don't know, the piss of vinegar that he once had. It seemed like he wasn't as intense as he once was. He was doing, and he didn't change his game plan or his strategy, game planning. And you got to evolve. You got to change a little bit. And he didn't seemingly didn't do that. It was like, well, there's Nikita again. You know, it's like the old days of Arn Anderson wrestling every Saturday on TBS. You know what's going to happen. So, and I'm not, hey, look, I can watch Arn Anderson all day, every day. Wouldn't bother me a bit. But I think Nikita just, maybe he lost his edge. Conrad, you know, maybe just that flame wasn't burning as brightly as it once was.
So later on that night, there's a pretty cool angle. Meltzer would write, next was an angle where the winner of a fictitious Sting lookalike contest, and this is where they had Kevin Sullivan's son, Ben, face painted exactly like Sting, came out. And of course they bring Sting out to meet him. And then Nikita attacked Sting during the segment with a chain and glared like he's going to attack Ben. Ben's mom, who is his mom in real life, hopped the guardrail to quote unquote protect her son, while Doug Dillinger stepped in front of Nikita. And then Ben hovered over a fallen Sting. It was a great angle. Kids and moms, man, that's money in wrestling almost every time, is it not?
Yeah, it seems to be. You know, you got a lot of credit for that goes to Kevin Sullivan, because I'm sure Kevin produced it. His son was involved in it. The wife was involved in it. And, you know, Sully was really good at coming up with booking for heels. Really had a feel for it, you know. So that was one of the nicer things we did then. That was a great angle, as you said. I agree with you. And I agree with Meltzer. It was a great angle. And that helped Nikita. Nikita needed more of that, Conrad. He needed more nasty. Give me more nasty illustrations of your personality and who you are. And if we could do that on a regular basis, we would have rebuilt a star. And that's what we needed to do. We needed to the stars we had that still were young enough to get it done needed to be rebuilt and reignited. And the other side of that conversation is the guys that were new need to be given an opportunity. See if they get over. Maybe we get lucky. Maybe strike lightning in a bottle, or that cliche is. But the bottom line is that Kevin Sullivan probably deserves a lot more credit for this angle than people realize. His little boy was a natural, great personality.
Great segment.
Yeah. I remember one time Kevin couldn't find Ben. He came to TV and he was missing for like an hour or two. Well, in today's world, that'd be a direct call to Chicago PD or, you know, SVU or somebody. But what had happened was the Steiners had caught up with him and they taped his body with adhesive tape from ankle to eyes. He looked like a little mummy. And we're in a locker room, which had lockers, and that's where they found him. He looked like a little mummy, and he wanted to fight them both when he was done. It was just funny. He's a great kid. He's a grown man, I'm assuming now, obviously. Hadn't heard from him yet or nay, but he was a perfect little personality to do that.
So we all know what's coming next. Ric Flair is going to leave WCW. You were there when all this happens. Clearly there's going to be 1,000 meetings about this. Sting's name has to be at the center of every conversation about what do we do next, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's been so many off start. And as far as Rick was concerned, you think that was the first time that we heard that Rick was frustrated, would like to leave? That was a normal course of business. That wasn't anything, that wasn't a new topic to discuss. So, but yeah, it was there. That's what I said before. In this era, working at WCW wasn't a lot of fun because it was the same worn out topics, the same worn out bullshit every single week. And it just didn't, and it's like being in a marriage and your wife saying, if you don't straighten up, stop drinking, if you don't straighten up and start saving money, if you don't straighten, whatever, then I'm leaving. And those false starts are 5 yards of clock and a whack in football, 5 yards, but it's a penalty. And at some point in time, you get tired of getting those 5 yarders. And that's what this was to me. So when you hear, well, Rick's going to WWF, okay, what are you going to do? Panic? I heard this last week. Heard it a year ago, you know, because that was the only option that talents had. Kind of like to not, it wasn't as extreme as it is it was more extreme then than it is today, because I think, maybe I'm wrong, but a lot of guys were not going to go from where they were to, you know, Ring of Honor or something like that. They just weren't. And I'm not knocking Ring of Honor. Just nobody was going to top WWF for perception and so forth. So I don't know, man. I think that I think that we just had to figure out a way to make objective decisions and give some guys a break that were new and rebuild those that we thought could still contribute. And then when you get all those ingredients carried a box over here and a box over there, carried into your kitchen to cook, sometimes you get too many cooks in the kitchen and it don't taste right.
Of course, a lot of the issue with Flair is he feels like he's not being paid fairly. The rumor and innuendo is that he felt like Sting and Luger were making more than him and he helped quote unquote make them. So either way, he's out of here. And the result is a pretty disastrous Great American Bash, which we've covered in the archives, the one from 91 in Baltimore. But there is a decent little match on here with Sting and Nikita Koloff in a chain match. Unbelievably, though, Nikita wins. He beats Sting in this chain match in 11 minutes and 37 seconds. Meltzer would say, some good pops for low blows. Both guys touched the first three corners and brawled for a while, then sprinted to hit the fourth corner with Nikita hitting it first. Sting gave Nikita a low blow with the chain after the match was over. 2.25 stars. Jim,
that's political booking. Why, Conrad, would you need Sting to hit one more low blow after losing? Why couldn't you just leave the heat for winning and cheating on the heel and let him carry that heat with him back to the locker room and for the next television show? That's silly to me. That's political booking. That way, if I was Nikita, I'd be pissed off. Sting was getting a little something back that really at the end of the day didn't mean anything, but could be termed to mean everything. Yeah, at the end of the night, who's going to walk out of there? You are. Stop.
My thinking is if I've lost my biggest star and Ric Flair's really gone, and maybe I've pissed off part of the audience, why wouldn't I try to let my supposed next biggest star, Sting, get a freaking win here? Send them home happy.
Well, you can make good. I can't argue the point that you're wrong. I can see both sides of it from being in that world a lot. But at the end of the day, just on base what was booked and what was executed, the low blow by Sting at the end was unnecessary.
Yeah, I agree.
All the hard work, the low blows, the chain, the whole 9 yards, because at the end of the day, Connie, you know that when they have a rematch, and God knows there'll be plenty of those son of a bitches, that at the end of the day, that Sting will get his win back, so to speak, and will come out on top and be looking like the hero that he was positioned to be. But that finish there was just a cheap ass way of getting out of it and trying to at least keep guys happy for the night. And I just think that's wrong philosophy of booking.
So let's talk about what's next. It's the big debut for WCW in St. Louis. And there's only 1,726 fans here. It's a $21,000 gate. And we've got to get a big crowd here. So we're going to tag up Sting and PN News to take on Stan Hansen and the Great Muta. That's a real match that actually happened. And there's also an autograph session advertised for this event that was supposed to take place before the event. But according to the Observer, Sting refused to go out. And that is something I have never heard about Mr. Borden ever before.
Me neither.
Do you remember Sting developing an ego, an attitude problem? Was he upset there, or is this just maybe once Dave got it wrong?
I don't know if Dave got it wrong or not. I think Sting was getting very frustrated with the infrastructure, and he thought it was, and I don't blame him. I mean, goddamn, you got nobody there. St. Louis, one of the great wrestling cities in America, 1,726 people. Dismal, a failure. And for him to walk out and be in front of 1,700 people, because and that's being exaggerated. That's exaggerating because it's obvious all 1,700 didn't come to the autograph session. It don't happen. But I never heard the story. Maybe I just forgot about it. But I never one time thought that Sting was a prima donna or was getting full of himself. I do think he was getting smarter with the ways of the world of the business. I think he was able to tell when he was being worked than when he was younger. He was so naive and positive and trusting. He'd been screwed around so many times, he didn't trust anybody. And I can't say as I blame him. PN News is fits in that category of trying to give somebody new a chance to get over. He just wasn't the right guy. The concept was fine. Get somebody in that spot, get the rub of these guys. And of course, with PN News, it gave Hansen somebody to beat up. Because that's going to happen. So you want him beating up your star unmercifully? Or do you want him to take care of the new guy? The new guy got the nod there.
So WCW is trying to push new gimmicks here, like Oz, to draw younger viewers. But in reality, Sting's right here. But we're trying to add some garnish with the PN Newses and the Oz's. But thankfully, Cactus Jack is coming back to WCW, and he's going to be programmed with Sting. On top of that, Abdul the Butcher is also programmed to be coming after the Stinger. That is an interesting story. You know, two crazy madmen taking on Sting. That is a definite, change in style for Sting. He's going from working guys like Ric Flair to guys like Cactus Jack and Abdul the Butcher. But that is more, entertainment style booking. That feels like old school wrestling right there. You got this good looking neon face painted baby face with the crazy hairstyle taking on a couple of madmen, huh?
Yeah. And Conrad, looking at it on a bigger picture, if Sting was the NWA champion, he was traveling, he'd be wrestling those kind of guys anyway.
Yes.
So did it hurt him to learn to adapt to unique styles? Because Abdullah was not going to change what Abdullah did. I mean, he was set in his way, and it had worked for Abdullah for decades. Mick Foley was just a big bonus. I still don't think maybe people realize in the wrestling business how valuable he was for every company that he worked for. So I didn't have a problem with that. Again, I'll go back to this situation. Oz and some of these other cats were the right idea. Get somebody new that might get over. The same reason you put guys in a faction. You hope one of them, of the four or the three, spin out and become a star. And so that's what. I don't disagree with that, the philosophy of going this way. It's just the fact that we might not have been going with the right people. But you don't know until you get into it. For you and I to talk about it now, all these years later, we know that PN News was not a star. We know that the gimmick, the persona of Oz was never going to draw any money. But the 7-foot guy that was pretty athletic in those days when his knees weren't so bad, Kevin Nash, was money. And, you know, every Friday on the Ad Free Network, we have our radio shows available for WSB. And that's where Kevin got a lot of his legs, because he was a bouncer at the Cheetah Gentleman's Establishment, I'm told. And he'd come on my radio show on Sunday night because he was off work. And people found out he was intelligent, he could talk. And so I think that helped him a lot over the years. He's an intelligent, cerebral guy. But I'm not talking about Oz, I'm talking about Kevin. So I like the concept, Connie, but again, you know, the cabinet's a little bit bare. When you're trying to retread and repackage, so to speak, Abdullah, you know what you're gonna get out of Abdullah. And that's all. But that's enough. It's booked right.
So unfortunately, as Sting makes these house shows, he's met with a ton of "We Want Flair" chants, which is really not fair to him. But I could understand how he would be super frustrated with this.
Yep.
But there's an angle on TV where Sting is opening these boxes. And of course, once upon a time, Cactus Jack was in one and Abdullah was in one, but now there's a young girl who hands Sting a note that he should retire. And it's reported in the Observer that the original idea was this box was going to be Bam Bam Bigelow. Do you remember hearing that maybe there would be a Bam Bam Bigelow versus Sting match here on the horizon?
Well, Bam Bam was available, and you know, we would have loved to have had him on the roster if he was, you know, healthy. And but I don't know how close that deal ever got to becoming. I remember it being discussed a lot.
Yeah.
There was no discussion on whether or not he was able to work. Was he, you know, could he still perform? Yes. All those answers are yes. But he is also having some drug and alcohol issues. And so that's got to be weighed in. So, but I don't know how close we really were to getting that deal done.
Well, Sting wins the vacant U.S. title at the Omni on the final night of the Great American Bash Tour. There's only 5,000 fans here for only 38 grand. A far cry from the original vision for these Bash Tours, and maybe a sign of just where the company is here in 91. But check out this list of people that Sting would beat in this U.S. tournament. So when people take a look at WCW 91 and think it's all bad, look at the roster.
Yeah.
Arn Anderson, Scott Hall, and Steve Austin. Those are Sting's opponents for the U.S. title. Man, they're every one of them a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, they were players who could play, and they were, whether it was on purpose or not, they were at the right spot at the right time. You want to build Sting, you know, Scott Hall as he's a diamond stud then.
Yeah.
And then you got Austin and Arn. God almighty. There's no reason this match shouldn't be good. And the heels would be able to lead the match and enhance Sting, which was the goal for everybody at that time.
Well, let's talk about what's next here on the program for Sting. He's going to be hitting the Meadowlands on August 29th. And as a reminder, he dropped the world title to Flair in a snowstorm on January 11th this same year. So January 11th, in the middle of a blizzard, there's 5,000 fans. Here, August 29th at the Meadowlands, 1,800. And I don't know that says a lot about Sting. Sting's not the world champion. At this point, it's Luger. I don't know that it even tells the whole story with Flair. It's just WCW creatively here. They were not resonating with fans. And yes, partially it's Sting. Yes, partially it's Luger. Yes, partially it's Flair. But overall, it was probably apparent to everyone inside and outside of the company that a change had to be made here pretty soon. Did it not?
Yeah. Yeah. You always had to go by the bottom line, and the bottom line was not very supportive of the creative, and the numbers don't lie. So yes, but look, we've identified these time for a change moments, multiple opportunities here.
Yes.
Not only in this show, but on this whole, every time we've talked about WCW in that era. The key is, who do you have to replace them? How are you going to introduce that new person into the mix? And is there a plan to build them? And the answer normally to all those questions is no. It's half-assed done. It's done shortchanged. You know, it's like we're going through the express lane. You could let something build and mature, take your time, grow some roots, get things established. It's like, you know, we're 30 minutes or it's free.
Well, next up, it's Clash of the Champions, Fall Brawl from Augusta, Georgia. There's 2,800 fans here, and Sting is going to wind up defending his U.S. title against Johnny B. Bad. And Meltzer would say, it's really annoying when the announcers called Sting the most popular athlete ever to compete on TBS. Either way, though, the gist is the match is almost secondary because the finish sees a box brought out to ringside. Bad gets hit with Sting with a shot to the ribs and then stares at the box. Sting gets up. He stares at the box. They're both sort of ruining any pretense that there's a match going on, and they're just staring at the box. Eventually, Cactus comes out of the box, knocks over Teddy Long, blows by Johnny B, and attacks Sting, complete with an elbow off the middle rope onto Sting on the floor, and the double arm DDT, and a bunch of faces come out to make the save. So Cactus is here, and he's out of a box. And of course, Jim Cornette has taught us everybody who comes out of a box is automatically over. If you
or just that easy.
And then Sting heads off to Japan. The Chamber of Horrors match is announced for Halloween Havoc. Yet another boneheaded idea from WCW 91. It's Sting, El Gigante, and the Steiner brothers in the very first match here of the night are going to take on Abdul the Butcher, Oz, Diamond Stud, and Barry Windham. Somebody's getting electrocuted. It's so silly.
Yeah.
But before we actually get there, though, we've got to build the thing. But when you first hear the creative about the Chamber of Horrors, my God, what were you thinking?
I was thinking, I'm glad I was wearing dark pants that day because I think I pissed myself. Horrible.
Awesome.
How's it play out? You know, what's there? What can we get out of this thing? It's so limited, so gimmicky. But, you know, there was a time there we've talked about this because I was in a position to probably know more than a lot of guys on this topic, is that the insatiable quest to be as like WWE as they could be. This just solidifies that whole premise. You know, it was something that if you're going to do a match of this nature with a crazy ass title where the loser gets electrocuted, I think that means death. It's like the absurdity of having a Texas death match. Ain't nobody died in no Texas death matches.
Not yet.
Oh, and hopefully they won't, but I don't know. Looking at some of these names in this thing, you know, Casimir.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about him. It feels like that's a creative idea that they want to try. Let's give this guy the rub. Meltzer would say the TV main event saw Cactus and Abdullah take on Sting and Eaton. And this match was completely screwed up because Eaton was supposed to get pinned and laid out, and then the heels would double on Sting and Kaz would make the save. That's what was supposed to happen. But instead, Kazmar came out before the match was over and started a run in until Nick Patrick stopped him and the whole gig was blown. And they're going to have to redo this match and Kazmar's squash match because fans were chanting steroids at him. And they're going to retape it on October 8th in Montgomery. The reason for this big push for Kazmar is, and this isn't made up, Luger and Kazmar are going to headline shows in early November, including the card at the Forum in Los Angeles and probably the show in San Jose as well. So I guess the idea is let's use some of Sting's popularity to help get Bill ready. Clearly Bill is not ready, but it feels like WCW is so desperate for their next star. Having things like experience or in-ring ability, that shouldn't get in the way. Look at this big jacked up strong man. People are going to love him. If we could just actually tell him how to do this.
Yeah. And the sad part about that story, Conrad, I don't disagree with anything he said, is that Bill Kazmaier was a nice guy.
It wasn't his fault.
No, nice guy.
What they asked of him.
I think he's an Alabama guy.
He is indeed. Great guy. I've met him several times.
Always polite, professional. You couldn't ask for a better representative of your company, quite frankly. It's just that he got pushed into action way too soon. He needed to be booked in an obscure way for a year or so. He needed to wrestle, 3 or 4 days a week. And I don't know that Bill wanted to make that kind of commitment. He might have. But I always found him to be a joy to be around. And with all you could do, the vignettes you could do with him and all his accolades that he had earned over time, could have made a great story to tell. And then finally, when he debuted, boom, you got something. I know who he is. I know why he's here. I know how strong he is. I know he beats you very simply. He beat people with a bear hug. He can beat people with a headlock. And he looked great. Like I said, he's not going to be late. He's going to be on time. He's going to be prepared. And he's not going to embarrass you outside the ring and doing anything stupid. But he just wasn't ready, man. It's just that it's the same common denominator that we've talked about time and time again. No patience, and boom, there you go. It's just bad management. You needed somebody in there that could say, okay, we're not doing any of these things anymore. This is out, that's out, this is out. The DQs, all this other shit. Unless it's the right way of doing it at the right time. So then you do it when it meant something, not just because it's an easy way to create a lazy fucking finish.
Meltzer would write that in this era, Sting is going to be re-signing for a 3-year deal. Quote, Sting signed a 3-year contract that takes him through February of 95, reportedly for $500,000 for the first year, $600,000 for the second year, and $700,000 for the third year. That's big money in wrestling in this era. Both Scott Hall and Diesel, Kevin Nash would refer to their contracts and their perceived future value and what the type of money they're trying to make. Their goals and aspirations were quote unquote Sting money. And this is what they're talking about. Jim, in this era, this is an awful thing to say, but I think it is factual. They've got a few months without Flair now, and they see fans are not happy. Business is down. Sting had a ton of leverage here in this deal, did he not? They couldn't afford to have Sting leave too.
No. And when Rick left, I'm not so sure how far apart, if any, Rick was compensation wise with Sting and Lex. I don't know the right answer, but I researched that one time. And I know I saw numbers, legitimate numbers, and their monies were close. So that could not have been the only reason that Rick left, because Vince is not going to guarantee you a weekly salary in that era. You knew that, right?
Yeah.
So WCW did your check every week, and Vince paid on the houses and the payoffs and things like that. At the end of the year, if you over-earned your downside guarantee, you got that money. If you under-earned your downside guarantee, then the company ate the loss. So I think, but that was that was big money at that point in time, no doubt. That's big money now, Conrad.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I know that the rates have gone up, and some of the salaries in a lot of companies there's so many guys now making over $1 million guaranteed in pro wrestling business. It's unprecedented.
All-time high right now.
Absolutely. I remember one time on one of my rosters, we had 20-something guys make over $1 million in one calendar year. And
you probably got more than that in each company right now.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I think. Well, I don't. WWE for sure. I don't have to go down I don't have to make me an imaginary list of AEW, but
let's not get in trouble. Let's talk about old stuff.
No, but I'm saying you're right about the statement.
Yeah,
more people are making 7 figures annually today
than ever
in the entirety of pro wrestling than in the history of the business.
So October 13th, Sting and Cactus Jack takes place at the Greensboro Coliseum. Second from the top. I mean, Greensboro, the spiritual home of Starrcade. I mean, all the roots in this organization come out of Greensboro. Cactus Jack, this madman. Sting, the franchise who just re-signed. 430 fans.
Yeah.
The Coliseum holds tens of thousands of people.
Over 20,000.
There's 430 fans here.
Why wouldn't you just cancel? Why would you, when you saw the advance, why don't you just cancel? Save all the T&E, make yourself some money by doing that, and not have a major, the MSG of the South, Greensboro Coliseum, with an embarrassing 400 something people. And if you're the talent, and you're working on top, there's one of the worst guttural feelings that you could have. But nobody wants to see our ass. And maybe they're right. Because they didn't come here tonight. So I don't understand that. And the other thing is that TVS was all excited at times, the marketing department of WCW more specifically, about adding vignettes and this, creating somebody's getting electrocuted and all these things. Well, why wouldn't you spend that money on the marketing department and live event promoters? Right?
Yeah.
You're in the ticket selling business, Conrad, for goddamn it. You're in the loan business.
Yeah.
You expect your people to make loans.
Yeah.
Get the signatures on the paper. That's your only goddamn job. Sell loans. And these market guys, their only job was to sell tickets and to cultivate the local market. And they did not do that. And they weren't forced to do it. They weren't managed to do it. It was more fun to play with the toys of pro wrestling. If you're those guys, the costuming, elegantes, all these other things. That's Electrocute Abdullah. All those little things were fun, the little buttons to push. It's like you're playing with action figures, and you're childlike in doing so. So that to me was, there's so many holes in that company at that time. It's not even funny. They're lucky they stayed in business in that era long as they did. And it also goes to show you that Bischoff got it. He got it. He got the right people to say yes and spending more money. He brought in talent that were established, name, identity, drawing, main event level talent. And nobody else has been able to accomplish that.
So let's talk about the next new low, Chamber of Horrors. We've talked about this in the archives, but Chattanooga, Tennessee gets quite the interesting show to open the pay-per-view. Sting and Elegante and the Steiner brothers are going to beat Cactus Jack, Abdul the Butcher, Big Van Vader instead of Oz, and Diamond Stud in 12 minutes and 36 seconds. So they're explaining Barry Windham can't be a part of the match here because prior to the show, Arn Anderson and Larry Zbyszko smashed the door on Wyndham's hand to explain his absence here. And Vader is going to step in for Wyndham, and Cactus Jack is going to step in for Oz. And Meltzer would say, even though the match came off good live with three guys juicing, on TV, it was a nightmare. At the beginning of the match, an electric chair came down, and we were told the match went in when someone was placed on the chair, and one of the teammates flipped the switch and zapped him with volts. Which is all well and good, but had nothing to do whatsoever with the advertised stipulations, which were so confusing, nobody but remembered them to begin with. Between the electric chair, the referee camera, which is the referee camera, it only served to make viewers at home nauseous. The ghouls at ringside and the two masked jobbers that came out of a coffin during the match to give Rick Steiner somebody to beat up on. This looks like the brainchild of a TV executive on LSD. With no knowledge or respect of pro wrestling. In fact, just trying to make fun of it. Aside from the LSD comment, that's pretty much what happened. The off lever kept flipping on into the on position. He says they wasted a lot of quality talent with this one.
Yeah, sit there and call it live, Conrad, with no net, no rehearsal, no script, no nothing, and try to make some sense of this shit.
And to be clear, Abdul the Butcher gets in the chair and gets electrocuted, and he's supposed to do a stretcher job to sell, the explosion and that he was electrocuted, but he didn't. He just started beating up ghouls instead. So -2 stars at that moment. I feel like, you're putting on a brave face and trying to soldier on, but you got to be thinking, shit, it might be time to update my resume.
Well, nothing was going to replace for me even today, emotionally, not being in the pro wrestling business.
Right.
But I was at the point to where I was more than willing to explore my options. And 2 years later, that happened. I helped there as long as I could. I wasn't a great corporate fit. Eric didn't believe that. And I don't blame him. Maybe I wasn't, but I didn't have any trouble getting work.
Nope.
And then the next place I stopped, I stayed 26 years. So
it worked out.
Yeah, you do the math.
It's just fascinating to me to think about. We had this big booking committee, and this is what we come up with. Go listen to it in the archives. Jim and I poke a lot of fun at it. It's just, we talked about war games. If you're going to watch one match from this year, if you want to watch one for a totally different reason, well, that was it.
Yeah, no kidding.
By the middle of November, it seems like Sting and Medusa are going to start a program to get Paul E involved. And it feels like there's a focus of knowing that Luger's contract is coming up and he's the champion. So maybe we need somebody to help get Sting back ready to be the flag bearer here. So maybe he needs one opponent and then go right to Luger. Is that sort of your thinking? I mean, at this point, you knew probably internally, hey, we're not getting all of our best out of Luger. He's going to probably go check out some greener pastures.
Yeah.
We know Sting's just re-signed. He's here. We got to find a way to get Sting ready to be that guy again. Right.
Yeah. And it wasn't that we had an abundance of great heels to do that with. But you're right. Sting had to be once again, new shine, new coat of paint, new presentation, new face paint, whatever the hell it was. New. It's the same guy that's being repackaged. And the key to that completed repackaging project is he's got somebody he's going to work with until he beats Luger for the title that we want to see. So the second question, the biggest question is, who the hell is that? Because we don't really have anybody. We sold 400 tickets from Greensboro. You and me can do the math on that deal, big boy.
Yeah, we've sold more tickets for that for our live show. So
yeah,
we know what's next. It's Ravishing Rick Rude. He's the answer. Sting is attacked at the Clash and put in peril for his U.S. title match against Rick Rude, and Sting is going to hobble back from the hospital, and then we have the match. We just covered this last year. One of the better pieces of business that ever happened in 1991 was this story. It got 3 stars. It's a short match. Rick Rude beat Sting to get the U.S. title. And I know what you're thinking. Well, hang on now. If Luger's leaving, why would you have Sting be beat? Well, Sting's got the U.S. title. So we need that belt. We need the secondary belt off of him so he's ready for the big belt.
Right.
And
it sets up returns.
If
Rude was able to beat Sting for the U.S. title, who's to say he's not able to beat Sting for the world title?
Ding, ding, ding. Pretty cool idea here where Rude and Dangerously are in the ring, ready to be awarded for the match by forfeit. But Sting has hijacked an ambulance from Parts Unknown Medical Center back to the Savannah Civic Center just in the nick of time. And Meltzer would say it was predictable and almost too hokey, but it's the best job they've done in getting Sting over as a babyface since the Horseman turned on him in early 90. He says, after all that work and giving Sting an excuse to lose between the pre-match attack and constant working on the knee, they should have done a stronger finish, but it was very intense for such a short match. So either way, Rude is our champ, our U.S. champ, but now Sting's got a fresh opponent and a real opponent. Sting Rude maybe could have been drawn out a little more. Maybe could have been a little more money. I mean, Rude had just done great business with Warrior back in 90. Why not do the same with Sting here in 91?
I agree. Yeah. And Rude's a great heel. I think they were worried that Sting was going to flatten out or whatever. Rude would never have let that happen. But there were a lot more miles, a lot more tread on the tires for Sting and Rude than we saw. But that just shows you how valuable Rude was. Kind of a undervalued guy. I mean, he was the go-to guy immediately. You know, to get all these title changes, the U.S. title, and all this stuff, and set up, because it didn't take the village idiot could figure out that Lex is not going to stick around.
Right.
You know, Vince already made his play. He got Flair right.
Yep.
And taking Luger would kill us in a lot of people's mind. Sting was not going to be available because he'd renewed another long-term deal for more money. So, I'm with you on that deal. I think, Rude was a savior in a lot of ways. And I would have been happy to. I love calling those matches, because here's the thing: we talked about this. Who calls the match in the ring? The heel. And that took a lot of pressure off Sting. He didn't have to think of every spot to do. He could supplement the spots. He could augment the spots. He could contribute to the spots. But the guy that was leading the way was the heel, and the heel was a good ring general named Rick Rude.
And man, he's going to be primed for a big year, or so it seems, because now they're getting ready for Battle Bowl Starrcade 91, but they're already advertising Super Brawl with Lex versus Sting for the title. In hindsight, I think we all agree Battle Bowl was a miss. Should they have just done Sting and Luger at Starrcade instead?
Probably, in hindsight.
Yeah.
What are you waiting on? Are you doing anything specific that you need that time to build more anticipation and hopefully draw a bigger gate, sell more pay-per-views? Maybe. I mean, you can make an argument for that. But I'm like you. I'm not going to chance any injuries, any late last-minute bullshit. Nothing. Let's take care of our business. And but I will say, and I've been preaching this, so I'm like a hypocrite, I guess. At least they had a plan, Conrad.
That's right.
At least they had a destination. They had goals. They knew where they're going to go with this thing. So, but there's so many things that could go wrong. I wouldn't want to take that time to let that happen. So I'm with you on that deal. I'd have beat him earlier.
So Sting and Abby are going to team up at Starrcade to defeat Bobby Eaton and Brian Pillman to advance to the Battle Royal. We just covered that. Sting eventually defeats Luger to earn a title shot. And now it's official. Sting is getting another title shot, Super Brawl 2. And Tony Schiavone and I just covered that yesterday here on our adfreeshows.com network. So check out Tony Schiavone's podcast anytime you'd like. What Happened When is the name of it. But we literally just did a watch along for when Sting wins the world title the second time, this time from Lex Luger at Super Brawl 2. But that's 1992 and a Sting story for another day. But when you take a look at Sting's 1990, it was such a troubled start. It felt like, man, this is the big year. And then bam, he gets the big ACL tear or the torn meniscus, whatever the patella injury was. He's out. He needs knee surgery.
Right.
He comes back early. He makes it work. He's now going to be the man, dethroning Sting or dethroning Flair. We don't really have any real plans. Ole Anderson just pulls the whole Black Scorpion out of his ass, and we try it, and it worked until it didn't. But then 1991, he spends the entire year really getting geared back up to be the man again. And
he had some great matches, man. Sting had some great matches, Conrad, in that era. Where Meltzer divvy up from matches that Sting was in, 4 stars, 5 stars, that type thing. I thought Sting had in the ring had a really strong year, and in different environments with different opponents, he kept delivering. That was received positively by probably the best known pro wrestling critic in the business, Dave Meltzer. And I think all those things that we read, Meltzer was pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
Because I think the expectations that Sting was a great worker weren't as fully established yet, but Sting did a lot for himself in a positive way. To have those great matches he was having was pretty amazing. But he came into his own. I mentioned earlier, why would he not go do the autographs in St. Louis? Because he's being worked. Here's your champ. Here they are. And then you go to Greensboro. Let's have this show in Greensboro so the whole world can know that we went from doing 20,000 people in that building at one time for big shows to 400.
Mm-hmm.
There's your champ for you. It's just it gave more fodder and more fuel to the fire of uncertainty and discontent and second guessing.
Talk to me a little bit about the mentality of a professional wrestler. You know, we've often heard from like an MMA guy or a boxing guy, hey, you learn more from a loss than you do a win, sort of thing. Do you think Sting matured more and learned more and became a better long-term player based on 1990 or 1991?
Well, I think 1990, he had time to sit back and look at some things. Steve Borden's a smart guy, but the pro wrestling business has so many different nuances that sometimes they're not just automatically absorbed. You got to experience them. You got to understand them. And you got to have people around you that can help you with those philosophies and things of that nature. So I think the time that he was off with injury and between runs, shall we say, was where he got to put a lot of thoughts together. And you could tell when he's being worked and when he wasn't. He was that naive kid, again, as I said earlier, that was going to be such a positive influence in the locker room and a good-natured human being that those days are gone. I got to have better reasons. I got to know more about it. I got more knowledge about it. And by the way, what if we do this? So, this, we mentioned earlier tonight or today that this Sunday night Sting's in a match on a pay-per-view. And it's going to be a full house there in Orlando. A long way from that 400 he had in Greensboro.
A long way.
Yeah, man. But he learned over the years, and in that match on Sunday, and again, like all the matches, I purposely run from any inside information that I don't need to. I need to react and not analyze, not precondition myself. You'll see how he uses his abilities. What is he, 62 or 3?
Something yeah, he's like early 60s. Yeah.
And whatever he does will be exactly what he needs to do for a early 60-year-old guy. He's just got it down now. He may be more, actually, Conrad, more effective in some ways from an emotional standpoint than he was when he was younger. Because people, he's not on TV every week anymore. Tony Khan's booked him to where he's kept him special. And there's where your money is. And people now, I just, y'all came back to me here a few weeks ago. Some dads are bringing their kids to AEW matches when they know Sting's there because Sting was their guy. And now they're taking their son to see the dad's former favorite or longtime favorite. It's just a different feel. It's a different emotional feel. And Sting plays that up exactly as he should. He's very fan friendly and he's not going to do anything in the ring that he can't execute to a non-embarrassing level. Not going to happen.
In hindsight, I guess Sting's probably the last survivor from the NWA to WCW transition, is he not? As far as an in-ring guy, he's got to be one of them.
Yeah,
top guy. I mean, Flair's out, Luger's out. Feels like he's one of the last big names.
No, you're right. Yeah, as far as somebody we're forgetting, but nonetheless, he's certainly the most prominent last name of that era. And but he's just he's pretty much an extraordinary performer when you stop and think about it. All the hardships that he went through that we discussed, and the injury, the patella injury, for example, the booking changes, the booking philosophy changes. And he was just I'm sure he felt like a pawn in a chess game. And it couldn't have been much fun for him. But he endured. And for a guy to come on the scene, Conrad, in 91, and have those highly ranked matches and rated matches on television that year. Pretty damn good. Because Meltzer wasn't giving off 5 stars to WCW performances.
No,
or
sir.
4 stars, right?
No, sir.
And probably and deservingly. We weren't doing a lot to write home about.
No.
But Sting still held his head up, and he performed, and he made the matches he was in better, I thought. So he's been Sting's been a great gift to our business. And when Tony Khan signed him, I thought, well, he's going to sign him for a 1 off or 2 off, get to a pay-per-view, try to pop a number. All of a sudden, he's a semi-regular. But he's been booked right. He's not overused, overexposed, and he's not put in predicaments that he cannot execute. And here's the other thing. I'll give Tony Khan a lot of credit because that's what ass kissers do. I'm an ass kisser. So, but I'm sure he's deeply involved in his own creative. Deeply involved. And the other guy that's helping over the long haul is Darby Allin. Because Darby and Sting are interlocked to TV. And I'm sure there's little meetings and we're going to do this, we're going to do that, whatever. I'd like to try this. What do you think of this idea? It's nothing but beautiful for Darby. And he eats it up. He's a student of the game. So there's a lot of wins on Sting's agenda right now. And I'm just glad that, for me, Sunday, because when you get older, you don't know tomorrow's not guaranteed. We know that. So I don't know when we'll see Sting again on pay-per-view. I don't know when I'm going to see myself again on pay-per-view. At this stage of life, you just take it a day at a time, or a week at a time, a TV show at a time. But I'm really excited about that. That's one of the matches that got me pumped up. Because I believe I owe it to him to give him my absolute very, very best. I've known him since the Mid-South days. And I owe it to him to do that. And everybody involved owes it to him. Excalibur, Tony. Tony can say, Sting! We should just record that. Sting! I love that. So, but anyway, it'll be fun, Conrad. Special show. Special show. Performers have egos. You know that?
Oh, I've heard that.
Yeah, it's fact. All performers have egos. And the egos will lead you into seeing, I remember Eddie Guerrero telling somebody, follow that, you motherfucker. But they got that mentality. Why would you want to go on a show and not be the best on it? And so I think there's a lot of guys on this card that you think Ryan Danielson and John Moxley don't want to have the best match on the show.
Of course.
But all those top guys like that do. They want to walk away from that. They're as enamored by Meltzer's star ratings as anybody else reading it. They might admit that in public, but they are. And the match of the night or whatever, the MOTH match of the year or whatever the hell is, all that shit. I need a young kid to hang around me and tell me what these initials mean.
Well, you know what 3 of them are. BBQ. JR'sBBQ.com is where you need to go.
Yeah, baby.
Whether you live in Florida, Alabama, or Timbuktu, it's grilling season, baby. And JR's all-purpose seasoning makes everything taste better. And of course, he's got Main Event mustard and Chipotle ketchup, and he's got the sauce. And man, you got something for everybody over there on the site. Do you know it?
We try. We sure try. As you would say, there's a lot to unpack here, Conrad.
Yes, sir.
I love these. I get pictures on social, on Twitter at JRSBBQ. The very varying ways that people use our product. And interesting we all got, you ever make scrambled eggs? Did you make yourself some scrambled eggs?
Yes, sir.
From time to time. Well, we all got, I'll put chives in it. I'll put a little red pepper flakes. We all got our little quirks that we use in our season or in our eggs. Some people put a little bit of milk, or a little bit of cream, or a little bit of butter. All these good things. Well, this guy showed me a picture of him cooking with making scrambled eggs, and the primary seasoning was JR's all-purpose seasoning with scrambled eggs, and it looked great. So I enjoy those pictures. A lot of things you can use it with. And like you said, in our lives and the way we were raised, it's never not grilling season. And guys like us that are trying to watch our weight and eat a little healthier, grilling is the way to go.
Yeah.
You know, my daughter got me an air fryer for Christmas the year before last, and I have never used it because I don't know how to turn it on. But I damn sure I turn on my grill. And I'm going back to Oklahoma for a couple of 3 weeks because we got shows in Texas coming up. So I'll stay in Oklahoma for some of those times and get re-familiar with my home there. But I got an outdoor kitchen, brother. You know that. You've seen it.
Yep. And
I'll use that son of a gun almost every day. And it's a good way to have my friends over and my cigar smoking buddies. Please don't stink up my house too bad. And so there's a lot of fun things about that product that we're loving promoting. And I know people get probably tired of my bullshit about it, but I believe in what we're selling. I truly believe that we make a very good product. It's not a vanity product that I'm selling to see my fat face on a label of a mustard can. So all good, man. I appreciate everybody's support. And sometimes we got people going there just buying 1 or 2 bottles of sauce. Then we got people coming and buying a case. Or we got sales managers giving the product for their accomplishments from their sales department. It's just so many fun things we're involved in. And Stephen Link is there, and he tries, you know, if there's something you want, and you can contact him on our site, then at jrsbbq.com, I'd wholeheartedly suggest if you need a case of sauce and you want a deal somehow or another, we'll deal with you. We'll deal with you because I want that product in your house because I feel very confident that once you try it,
you're going to love it.
You'll love it. You're going to be back.
Check it out. It's jrsbbq.com. And be sure to check us out next week. We're talking Stone Cold Steve Austin's 1997, the beginning of his babyface rise. Of course, the now infamous double turn with Brett, the whole American Canadian thing, Owen, the injury, the recovery, Stone Cold stunning Steve Austin or Vince McMahon and MSG, and then getting back into the ring. A lot to talk about for Stone Cold in 1997, is it not?
Yeah, a lot of good stuff. It brings back great memories to a more explosive and unpredictable time in pro wrestling. There's nothing better. There are a lot of things that's good, perhaps you can make an argument for, but really week in, week out, year in, year out, there's nothing better than surprises. Good surprises.
Speaking of surprises, Jim, I don't know if you saw, but we had a big surprise. You know, we've got a super show coming up on April 1st, WrestleMania weekend, myself, Jeff Jarrett, and Eric Bischoff. And we teased who's the third man. And I'll tell you, about every other name that I saw suggested or guessing was Tony Schiavone or Jim Ross. It wound up being Jeff Hardy. Can you believe we got Jeff Hardy, dude?
Oh, it's cool, man. He'll be a very good guest. He's got a great story to tell.
Yep.
He might even break some news there. Never know. Never know. I think Jeff Hardy's coming to AEW. I don't want to say it's the best kept non-secret or whatever I'm trying to say. I mean, to have the Hardys here together for their last major tag team run is a booker's dream. And I think because the Young Bucks idolized the Hardys forever, to have that opportunity at some point in time is a match that I would, if I was retired, I'd want to come out of retirement and call that one. So it's good. But I can tell you this, I don't know if I'm supposed to be this excited, Conrad, honestly. I can't wait till Sunday night. It's a car trip. It's a lot of these high alpha male types looking to steal the show. They're going to lay their shit in. I think there'll be some surprises on it. And it's damn sure the time you'll invest to join your friends around the TV and watch it on paper.
It's going to be awesome. Check it out. It's this Sunday. Of course, JR is going to be on the call. He'll be on the air next Wednesday for all things AEW on TBS. But then he and I will be back next Thursday talking Stone Cold Steve Austin in 1997, right here on Grillin' JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Conrad, great job as always. You're amazing. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll see you, and you'll hear me hopefully Sunday night when we open a real can of whoop ass, speaking of Stone Cold, at Revolution. Going to be a great show. Hope you tune in. I think when we talk about it after the fact, obviously, like next week, it will be something you'll say, they didn't overhype that one. It lived up to the billing. So we'll see you Sunday night. Thanks a lot for being with us.
Here this week with Sting. We're glad that you're with us, folks. And again, thanks very much for all your support. I was really surprised. When I got to WCW, I had never worked a lot with Terry Funk. I had refereed a match he was in with Ken Mantell at the Municipal Auditorium in New Orleans in a big angle where Colonel Buck Robley had a bounty on Ken Mantell, and Terry Funk was the last or the next to the last bounty hunter that Robley had hired to eliminate Mantell from the face of the earth, so to speak. And I refereed that match. So there's where I met Terry, and he was an amazing heel. And then I saw him all those years later at WCW. I actually thought after his last Japanese run that Funk had kind of hung it up. But then all of a sudden he roars into WCW. He gets hired. Greatest thing that happened. And somewhere along the way, you guys had a little bit of a run.
Well, yeah, I remember, I believe, in Philadelphia, man, what was it? It wasn't Halloween Havoc. Anyway, I think it was Muda and Funk against me, and I can't even remember who my partner was that night. But it was a big cage, you know, and they welded this special cage, and we had a pretty decent match in that tag match, and you know, Terry was kind of crazy.
No, he's great. He has the ability. He has great natural instincts, Steve. Great natural instincts, and it's not like you go backstage now and hear guys. I've been at various shows in the last year, let's say, and to hear guys sit down and talk through a match that is, let's say, 5 minutes long. It's using a number. Bell to bell, give me 5. And they will talk about that 5 minutes for hours. Hours.
I'm telling you. Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
I know. You know, I mean, the way I learned, I mean, it's, you know, you just listen. You know, listen. Yep. Just get out there, you know, and then when I was with Ric Flair, for example, I mean, that's when I did my biggest spurt as far as growth of learning the business and the trade, the timing, the technology, and everything else with Rick. And, you know, I had respect for him. And so, you know, Eddie Gilbert, you know, he always said, just listen. Yeah. Just listen out there, you know. And so you listen to the veterans, listen to the heel if you're a babyface, and, you know, that's the way I learned. That's the way I was brought up in this business. And you know, those that didn't want to listen or, you know, wanted to shoot on.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense that not listening to a guy like Flair. I love Rick, and I've had some interesting times with him, fun times, lots of them over the years. Probably shortened my lifespan somewhat, but nonetheless.
Yep, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, that's where it goes. It was fun. Well, it was that night. It was great.
Yeah.
He is an interesting case study, in as much as I would not want Rick to do my taxes. However, if I had to get someone to share knowledge, timing, and really focus on it, on psychology, in-ring, bell-to-bell psychology, I would be hard-pressed to find any staff that wouldn't include him. He was about as good as you could find.
Yes, he was. And that's why, you know, to this day, I always give him kudos. I thank God for him because he, you know, he mentored me and taught me. And if it wasn't for this, I'm telling you, I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever gotten to where I went.
Yeah, you know, the fact that we were able, Tony Schiavone and I were able, and our job that night was, you know, before we went out, I said, look, Sting and Flair are going to go Broadway. They were telling us that so we would know how much time we had to get off the air. We wanted to limit the time, as I recall, going off the air as short as possible. In other words, there's the bell, ding, ding, ding. The match is a draw. We get a little bit of the atmosphere, ambiance of that announcement, and we had those judges, which was really dumbass, stupid, Ken Osmond, and I think that Patty Mullen and Jason Hervey, and it's not a knock on those people, Steve, but why do you need judges, for God's sakes? What do you need a judge for?
Well, yeah, there were three of them, and you know it's obvious one is going to be heel, one's going to be babyface, and then the other one's going to make the decision.
Yeah,
and they're going to keep the belt on the ring, which was, that was a smart thing and the right thing to do at the time. So that's why they did it.
It's not even good writing, by any chance. Hey, any quick memories of the WCW honchos there? Herd, Fry, Cowboy, or Eric?
Oh, man, each one of them individually or as a group? Eric was the reason why WCW launched Nitro and became what it became.
Yeah.
I've always done this. Credit over the years, big time credit for that, because he was the first one who, as far as somebody coming in to run WCW, CEO, whatever you want to call him,
right,
whatever the title was, president. But he came to all the events. He understood pro wrestling. He was involved in pro wrestling, so he got it. And he would hang out in the crowds and the audience and listen to the reactions that each individual wrestler was getting, and listen to what people were saying about each one and some of the storylines. And it was good. It was something that was so much needed at the time. Whereas, Kip Fry, he was, I think he was a friend of somebody from TBS, the TBS family, and same with Jim Herd. And, these guys were just kind of put in a position that they didn't really understand, and I don't think they really even cared for, really.
Yeah,
but Eric cared,
Yeah, Eric cared, no doubt. And he had motivation, and he was excited. Kip Fry, Duke guy, lawyer, he didn't understand the product. He didn't have product knowledge.
Right.
Anybody that's listening, here's another lesson you could write down. If you're going to be good at what you choose to do for a living in your business life, whatever it is, you have to have product knowledge. If you don't have product knowledge, you can't be a great salesman, you can't be a great teacher, whatever. Product knowledge.
Well, your heart's got to be in it. And if you don't understand it or know it, your heart cannot be in it.
No, you gotta have knowledge, man. It's knowledge. That's all. That's
right.
all. So you get a platform of knowledge, and you either say, "Hey, I kind of dig this job," like Steve Borden did years ago, and saying, "Hey, I want this live event, and I had this experience, and I felt this tingle that, man, I think I could do that."
Right. Yeah.
So it ain't like, there's no union for this shit. I got to go do something. I got to figure something out. So the Bischoff era comes in. I left right after that. I left in 93. How was the early part of Eric's run? Because I think there's a dead period there, Steve. That there's a period there from about 93 to when Hall and Nash came in. That's like it doesn't exist. It's never discussed. It's like,
it's amazing to hear you give those dates and years and times, because even I forgot about that. Is that accurate? Is that how much time went by before 96 is when we launched Nitro?
Yeah, and so WCW seemed to be just there until for example, they did the big. Remember the Starrcade 97 build-up where it was you and Hogan?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 97, okay? That's December 97. So what I'm saying to you is, from 93, 94, 95, and then part of 96. What the hell happened?
Yeah, I can't even. It's that's amazing. I had no idea there was that much time. Yeah, that's bizarre.
Yeah, it is crazy. So the NWO starts. It really creates interest. Were you close to becoming the third member of the NWO?
No, at that particular time, I was not. No.
So you were.
No.
Were you ever tempted to become a full-fledged, a real cold-ass, stone-cold, psychotic heel in WCW?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely I was. It was one of those things that, if the wheel wasn't broken, why try to fix it? I mean, that was always seemed to be the mentality, whether it was, Kip Fry or Jim Herd or even Eric Bischoff,
Don't forget Cowboy.
Cowboy. Well,
Cowboy,
I was a heel with Cowboy.
Cowboy loved you as a babyface.
Well, yeah, but I spent most of my time with him as a heel.
Here's the deal. Here's what people don't get sometimes. The reason you were a great heel, and Cowboy liked it and was cool with that, is because he knew that you knew how to be a babyface. If you know how to be a babyface and you're a heel, when you're calling the match, then the match is better because you get both sides of the coin. Follow me?
Yeah.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
That's why he liked you as a heel, because he knew you were a excellent babyface. So, and you can't be selfish and be either. Great at either, anyway.
Right.
So that's how that worked. Hey, who came up with the Crow persona?
Scott Hall.
Yeah,
and it had nothing to do with the Crow. As a matter of fact, there was no even thought of the Crow or that character. It was Scott Hall. One day, we were in Casper, Wyoming, I think, and Kevin Nash was there. I think Scott Hall. We were all sitting there eating just before the event that night, and Scott said,
were we having chicken breasts?
It with rice and broccoli, man.
Yeah, it's chicken breast, rice and broccoli. It's so soothing to the palate, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, it's better than tuna with orange juice blended up like I did in '86. But anyway, that was hell wigging me. But anyways, the NWO had filmed that video. I mean, they made a little vignette deal there with Kevin and Scott, and it was real edgy, and it was working. I saw that thing Eric showed me, and I went, "Wow, man!" And I could just feel everything wrestling was changing, wrestling fans, everything was changing, and the Neon Surfer Sting was,
bye.
It was getting old,
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, we need to change things up a little bit here, and so I was trying to figure out something to do, and I was kicking around these different ideas, and Scott Hall one day said, you should put a black trench coat on and, paint your face white.
Yeah, man. He's like talking to Cheech. Is it Cheech or Chong? I love Scott. Scott talks that way when he's straight.
Yeah, no, that's just the way he is.
Man,
I'm not making fun of him. I think he's got a great voice. He's got a great character, just being himself.
Yeah.
Talk about somebody who has a great mind for this business.
Yeah, scary.
Scott Hall.
Scary. It's scary. If I had a lot of, if I owned a company and I had a lot of money, I would hire certain guys to do certain things of which they have a specialty. I would have Scott Hall watch every show that I did and either A, rewrite it, or just go through the format and tell me what you would have eliminated or amended.
Yeah.
Based on that feedback, I can help write next week's show better because he's got great instincts. Why use what's there? That's always what I always say. But anyway, hey, after the Owen Hart tragedy, where he had his accident with his entrance, did you as the Crow, you did that entrance a few times. Did you start thinking after the Owen Hart thing? Did you think twice about maybe you ought to ixnay the entrance?
Oh yeah, I sure did. As a matter of fact, I was boarding a plane to go do another event. Wasn't it a pay-per-view on a Sunday night that happened in Kansas with
yes,
with Brett? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Monday we were doing Nitro, and I was boarding the plane, taking a red-eye flight out into I forget what city we were in, and I got a phone call. My cell phone said, "It's on CNN News that Owen Hart has just been killed," and just described how it happened, and of course it was shocking, and you just can't believe what you're hearing, and then I landed and I saw some of the guys who were going to help do some of the rigging for my gig, and I said, "We're not going to be doing this." And they said, "Why?" And I said, "Because Owen Hart died."
Yeah, even if you weren't afraid to do it, it was bad taste.
Yeah, no, so I didn't, I didn't do it. It was months until, finally, Eric and company, people kept asking me to do it, and I talked to Brett, and I said, "Brett, what do you think? I'm not gonna, if you guys don't want me to do it, if your family doesn't want me to do it, so I will not do it." And he said, "No, Steve," he ended up talking to his family about it too, and he called me, he said, "Steve, we're all fine with it. Go ahead. It's not gonna hurt."
That's amazing. That's an amazing story right there, because that changed a lot of the perception. You still doing it had a feel. It felt eerie. It felt strange. It felt surreal, which kind of fit that Crow character.
Yeah.
In a kind of a worse way that no one would ever want to create, but it was how you played a situation that actually happened. Crazy stuff on that deal. What were your nutshell memories, when Russo and Ferrara came in? Was there hope? Was there, everybody said, "Oh man, here we go. We finally get some good creative," or this is going to be some exciting television, or who are these yahoos, or they don't have Vince around to make sure they're cool, or whatever. I don't know what was said. What was said when Ferrara and Russo came in?
Yeah, I think it was kind of mixed. It was just kind of mixed all around. I mean, Vince, he definitely had the reputation, and I didn't know what to think. At that particular time, I thought everything seemed like it was just on a downward spiral to begin with, and it's like something that big that's going down. Man, it's really hard to try to pull it back up.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So that was my concern, and I didn't know enough about either one of those guys to really know what to expect. And so it was just one of those play it day by day.
Yeah. We're talking with Steve Borden, Sting, when he's in the squared circle, by the way. We're going to continue on with the conversation after we show a little bit of love very quickly here to the greatest sponsors in the world of the Ross Report. We're back with Steve Borden, better known as Sting, on here on the Ross Report. A lot of people ask me, and I got this on Twitter, why Sting didn't come to WWE immediately after the WCW buyout with several of the other talents. And I think it's a good question.
Well, I had a contract through Turner, AOL, WCW. AOL decided they didn't want wrestling, and so we were sold to Vince McMahon. I had a contract that was only assumable. Only another Ted Turner entity could assume, what was left of my contract. And Vince McMahon was obviously not one of those people. So I had 18 months left on this contract, and AOL simply paid me the money that they owed me. And
let me figure that. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on here. Hold on. So let me figure this out here. 18 months at $500 a week. What do you think? No, kidding. It's a joke, folks. See, some of you were just gonna.
Hey, I'm chuckling right away.
Yeah, some of them were starting to doze out there. I could tell. There were. So you did
500 a week. Yeah.
So you had 18 months left to get paid, a fair amount of money, no doubt. And if I told people this, but, you know, I want to ask you because, you know, it's better to hear from the horse's head than the horse's ass, speaking about you and me. So I wanted people to know that it wasn't that WWE never wanted Sting to come to WWE, especially at that point in time. But the monies that he was guaranteed by his contract that had multiple layers, WWE couldn't compete. Simple deal. They could, but we weren't. And I was involved in that. It's just that was the marching orders. We have so much, and we're going to pay X, and this is kind of where we want to stay in this ball game. And it was to his advantage. I've done the same thing, to be honest with you. 18 months, let your body heal, chill.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I did an audit as well too. So
an audit?
An audit on the merchandise.
Oh.
And all. So.
Well, I'm glad you kept yourself busy with pleasant things in your mind. But the bottom line is, you got your money, right?
Yeah, I got my money.
And you got 18 months that you could actually be normal.
Right.
All that is a win. TNA years, just basic in a nutshell, overall experience in TNA. Did it exceed your expectations, or was it about what you expected when you signed on?
Well, I mean, of course, I had high hopes, you know, like I think a lot of other people did. I lived through it once with WCW, second class, a long shot second to WWE, WWF at the time, and so it was like, you know, I mean, let's try it again. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can build another company. And so, you know, I poured into it.
You bought in.
Yeah. I mean, I thought I fit the brand pretty good. I felt pretty comfortable. And
yeah, you did.
It seemed like
you could look. The hindsight is the same as people forget. They just I get on this rant or talk about fundamentals. You know, and some of my fundamentals include something as simplistic as saying that you can't be a wrestling villain anymore because there are no rules to break.
Right.
That's my you know, that's kind of what I look at. And you guys were trying to. It's us against the world. It's a neat locker room mentality, and there's plenty of room for another brand. There's still plenty of room for another brand, but it seemed like while you were there, and I might be misreading this, and this may be internet stuff, that there's been a lot of philosophical changes creatively in TNA Impact. Am I misreading that, or is that somewhat close?
No, I'd say that's pretty accurate. Yeah, there's been a lot of changes. I mean, there were a lot of changes over the years that I was there.
And people and people forget that the viewers get confused. Okay, it's like you and I are going driving down the road, and we're going from where you live, and we jump on I-35, and we come north to where I live. Well, at least we know the destination. We could theoretically get off I-35 if we choose, and we can take alternate routes. But as long as we know our destination, we're cool.
Right.
And that's what I perceive is one of the biggest maladies in all of pro wrestling today, is the fact that people don't know where they're going. They don't know the destination.
Right. Yep. No long-term, long-range planning.
No, none at all.
Right.
And it makes no sense. If I was Dixie Carter, I would demand that my creative team give me a storyboard for 6 months or a year. I want to know what they perceive the biggest match that we can have, and we're going to have that at the biggest pay-per-view event that we can have. We're going to pencil it in now, and we're going to work backwards to it. So you guys better tell me what you believe that match, the magic match, the WrestleMania main event, what is that match with our roster? And I'd like to know that by next Friday. That's what I say.
I mean, long-term planning. I mean, I'm in agreement.
That's where you are, man. That's where you are. Hey, What did you, as a performer, did that 6-sided ring bother you, or is it good, bad, indifferent? Does it make any difference? Is it a non-issue? What is it? What's the deal in the 6-sided ring?
I didn't like it. Personally, I didn't like it. I mean, you're wrestling with 4 sides in all these years, 4 corners, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
And now you're going to try to, let's. I like change. I like to evolve, but I don't know. That just didn't work for me.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Here's what I felt like. I felt like it put a lot of guys were half a step slow. They were the 6 sides made them uncertain where they were sometimes.
Right. It was hard to work in the ring.
Yeah.
You had to rethink everything you did.
Do you agree with me, or am I being too old school when I say that AJ Styles is highly underrated?
Yeah. I think AJ. I mean this guy can. I'm telling you what, he can sell like no one I've ever seen.
Ricky Morton. Can he sell like Ricky Morton?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But with 10 times as much athletic ability.
Yeah.
That's not a knock against Ricky Morton. Ricky Morton was phenomenal for his generation, but as wrestling evolved and the moves got crazier, and AJ was one of the innovators. He was a very innovative guy, very creative guy, and he still is, and he still has unbelievable ability.
I saw him in a Ring of Honor show in Toronto. Several weeks ago. They're doing my one-man show, and I stayed over and watched the Ring of Honor New Japan guys, and Jushin Liger was on that card. God, as old as I am, almost. But I thought, now wait a minute, this kid, I'm watching this kid. I'm a fairly decent judge of talent. I signed some pretty good guys in my day, and been around some good bookers and some good talents, and student of the game maybe. And I'm watching him walk down the hall, and I said, this damn kid carries himself like a main event guy. Then I watch him get ready for his match, and I'm kind of impressed. And then I watch him go to the ring. I watch him lock up. I watch him sell. I watch him come back. I watch him win. I watch everything. And so I'm thinking, something's really screwed up here. Because the wrestling business in itself is, between me and you don't agree. This is my opinion. It's been in better shape than it is right now. Put it that way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And he can't find, and somebody can't find a role for this kid? Are you kidding me? What am I missing?
Yeah. I'm kind of shocked myself.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I don't know what's going on there, but man, he needs to be utilized on a big level, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's somebody's missing a boat there. Hey, I'm going to close this with a few real quick questions. And this is a lot from Twitter at JRSBBQ, and it's a kind of a gamut. There's really no rhyme or reason, but it's just a potpourri of some questions. One here, and I got this one quite a bit, by the way, which I thought was kind of encouraging. Has your Christianity ever affected any creative that you were asked to do?
No, gosh, I mean, heck yeah, absolutely.
Really?
I mean, oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, people are going to snub their nose, and some people are going to go, "Come on, Sting, it's pro wrestling," and But the truth of the matter is, you got kids in the audience.
Mm-hmm.
You got kids all ages. I mean, from babies all the way up to 8, 9, 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds. I mean, impressionable, and so I'm careful about what I say, what I do, and how I do it.
Yeah. Well, here's what some people that have the argument of it. Come on, Sting, it's pro wrestling. You're playing a role. Your name's not Sting. Your name is Steve Borden. You're from California. You're not from Venice Beach exactly. You're from someplace else or whatever. Blah blah blah. The deal is that, but you've assumed the role of this character. The difference is in wrestling, to be really, really good at wrestling, it has to be your life, not your career, not your job. It's got to be part of your life. Now you got to balance it. You can get screwed up here, but it's got to be part of your life. It's just not just your job, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, maybe an extension of who you really are. Maybe you could say it that way. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. But I'd like to say it like this: there's something that is beyond this life. At least that's what I believe.
Mm-hmm.
There's something that is beyond wrestling. I believe that, and so.
Well, of course not.
I'm going to consider others,
but not WWE wrestling. Come on, stop it. I'm not. Let's don't go there. No, the other thing is, it would be untimely for me right now to talk to Steve about going to work for WWE. Be untimely. That's why we're not doing it. I didn't forget. So when you tweet me and you call me a dumbass, I didn't forget, but it's untimely. It doesn't make sense. And if you can't wait and find out, then go read a book. I don't know what you need to do, but chill. Here's an interesting question. I like this question. How did you avoid many of the pitfalls that several talents endure?
Yeah, when you say the pitfalls, be descriptive. Are you talking about?
Well, how did
drugs
you
on the road, partying on the road?
How did you avoid becoming dependent on drugs? How did you avoid becoming dependent on alcohol?
It's as far as the drugs, steroids. I took steroids. I took competitive bodybuilding. I took them in the first few years, and in being in pro wrestling, I did too. But somehow, some way, miraculously, to this day, I cannot understand how or why. But I stopped taking them in 1990, and I did some in '85 and '86. Minimal. So small the amounts. It's because I didn't have the money. If I had the money, I would have done more. But I didn't have the money.
TMZ, you should cut in on this right here. If I were TMZ right now, what I would do, I would lift this audio off of this podcast, and I would hear me say, "So, Sting, Steve Borden, you rediscovered that you had testicles in 1990.
You are just going to open this door wide open, aren't you? Let's just go back to the pills. Drugs. I did the painkillers, I did the muscle relaxers, and I did the drinking too.
Well.
And I did, and I did the women and the whole package. That's why I'm divorced. That's why one of the reasons why I don't do it anymore is because I was going to be another statistic, just another one of those guys that you find in the hotel room.
Yeah.
So the only time I was sober there for a while was when I was in the ring. That was the only time, propelling out of the ceiling and out of the helicopter or whatever, and having to work with somebody and. Obviously you got to be straight, but for the rest of the time, I was messed up. It was a good 2 years, pretty much every day, and so
that's new news. A lot of people don't know how hard it was, and because your image on television when you were straight was always still consistent.
Yeah.
But they didn't see you off camera. And,
right. I fell into all the traps, and I made all the wrong choices and had to deal with all the consequences. So you say avoid the pitfalls. I didn't really avoid any of them.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm still paying for them.
I see that now. Oh, I can imagine. Do you embrace the TV personas of being shades of gray philosophy? Or would you rather have a little bit more black and white? And I'm assuming that this Twitter person is talking about heels and baby faces. The shades of the cool heel and the anti-establishment baby face. That's kind of what I look at.
Yeah, I'm the old school, the way I was taught, and it was black and white. It was baby faces and heels, and there was a good guy, there was a bad guy. You wanted to see somebody kill the other guy. You wanted to see somebody get revenge, and that's just the way I was taught.
Yeah, me too. I'm the same way. I think that if any booker that doesn't, or creative writer doesn't understand thoroughly the 7 deadly sins and everything about those 7 deadly sins, they can never be a great booker. If you as a wrestling talent don't understand the 7 deadly sins, and go look them up, Google them for God's sakes. And figure that out, then you're never going to be a great in-ring talent either. Have you kept your gear over the years, and did you keep your 1990 Great American Bash jacket?
Yep, I've got it. I've got the boots, the jacket, the tights. I got everything.
Wow.
I have most everything, most all of my jackets. Some of my jackets have been stolen over the years, but they put them on eBay and try to sell them. But I have most of them.
It's funny that somebody was very specific there. The 1990 Great American Bash jacket.
And I still have it.
There you go. Well, hey, as long as you keep that stuff, you'll never be broke. That's what my daddy said about quarters. He said, as long as you had a quarter in your pocket, you'll never be broke. Well, thanks a lot, Dad. Have we seen the last of Sting in a wrestling ring competing? Didn't say where. It just says.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Is that a photo finish answer?
Man, every answer that I give, people are just going to roll their eyes. But I'd still love one more
big match.
One more big match.
Yeah, something you can really train for, focus for, lend every fiber of your being for, because it's truly the last one.
That's it. And I can honestly, I really do 99.9% sure I can say it would definitely be the last one.
Yeah, don't become that guy that retires 44 times. And it has,
that's why I've never officially retired.
Exactly.
I mean, until I know that I'm definitely walking away and I'm done, I'm just not going to do that. That's why I give the answers I give.
You hear Dave Chappelle the other night say he didn't quit his show. He just was 7 years late for work. I thought that was pretty cool. 7 years late for work. He had a big hit show, and he bolted just because he was tired. He's burned. He CM Punk'd his way out of the big money show. Now he's back and he's hotter than ever. Hey, I know that your son Steven is playing. He'll be a senior at Kentucky for the Wildcats, and Coach Mark Stoops. He is I saw just the other day, I was reading the Street and Smith or Sporting News, football magazines are out. The college football magazines are out, folks. And the first team tight end for the University of Kentucky, Stephen Borden, and which is Sting's son. So he's playing tight end. How's that experience as a football dad doing?
It's been awesome. I'm loving every minute of this, and I'm, we're obviously hoping for a standout year. This is going to be his last year of college, and he's got some great coaches, and we believed going into this that this was the right move in order to get him to the next level. And since he was a kid, he's always wanted to play, D1 football and end up in the NFL, and it's just been his childhood dream. And so I do believe with everything in me, I know I'm his dad, of course I'm going to say it, but I believe that he has the ability and the talent, the speed, the strength, and the toughness to be able to play in the NFL. And I'm just looking forward to this year. It's going to be awesome.
I am too. I'm excited about that. I know that I talked to his coach at the Sugar Bowl when Oklahoma played Alabama down there in Nolens. I talked to Mark Stoops, and he said that he had high hopes for Steven. So that's good to hear. Let's just say, and I'm not being negative, but it's realistic. For whatever reason, he doesn't make it in the NFL. Would he consider going into the wrestling business?
I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Yeah. Probably. You know what? That's probably not a bad answer.
Yeah. I mean, you just never know. But I don't think so. He's never expressed that kind of interest. Yes. I mean, he's very interested in my career and what's going on and what I'm doing and all that. But he's never had a desire to be
so tough, man. So tough. I'm the last guy to tell somebody not to live their dream, because God knows I did. No fat Southern accent guy that ends up with 3 bouts of facial paralysis is supposed to have a chance. But I did because I didn't accept others telling me that I couldn't.
Right.
So I get the don't tell anybody that not live their dream type thing. But it's a tough deal now to get in the wrestling business and make a living the way things are structured. It's just really, really challenging. And the percentage of those that do is going to be very minute, and then even more minute are going to be those that really make a lot of money. It's just what's going to. I think that's how the business is trending. Scorpion Deathlock versus the Sharpshooter. What's the difference, and who came up with the name first?
It's the same exact move.
Yep.
Bret Hart put the sharpshooter on somebody and Sting put the Scorpion Deathlock on someone. And the Scorpion Deathlock, man, Rossi, isn't that yours? Don't you own that?
I think I may have named that, but I don't remember who did it first. Were you doing the Scorpion Deathlock before you did the sharpshooter, or
I just know that in '86, I believe it was 80, well, no, maybe 87. It was 87. I went to Japan for the first time and saw Riki Choshu, and I saw him put that hold on somebody, and I went, that's me.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Choshu-san, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And, I had the Scorpion Stinger, the whole deal there, and I think, I thought it was you.
I think
Scorpion Deathlock.
I think I said the Scorpion Deathlock, but I was just trying to think if I had seen or heard of Bret Hart doing the sharpshooter, but I don't know. But I hadn't. I hadn't. I remembered you doing it first, but there'll be somebody get angry at us now from Canada will call me and or tweet me and tell me that he'll give me the exact dates it all happened, so that'll be good. Same hole, folks. Worked good for both guys. It didn't hurt. It was good. You could put it on anybody, and that's what you think about when you're doing a finish. Oh, well, what my finish is going to be, dude. Well, your finish, dude, is what you could do to anybody, no matter their size or who they are. That's a good finish, and your finish was great in that regard. Did you have a favorite opponent in all those years that you worked? Or are you still working?
Well, of course, Ric Flair. I loved working with Rick. Well, I loved working with a lot of them. We talked about Muta and Vader and, some great matches
Cactus.
with people like that in the pack. Yeah, Cactus. But Rick was at the top there.
Yeah, he was the best. He was Rembrandt. He just had, and everybody else, he was Rembrandt on a canvas in a wrestling ring, and everybody else was using Crayolas.
That's right.
He was way ahead of the game, had great crowd psychology, and he did as much to make your career, not as you did, but if anybody other than you, him going that 45-minute Broadway and at the Clash, we got a hell of a rating too, by the way, and TBS saw a brand that could, it was the beginning of something big down the road through all their ignorant changes in management, where they had Hurd, who didn't know what he was doing, God bless him, and Kip Fry, same. Cowboy was still not sure why he came. He was out of touch a little bit, and he had a set of rules, and I think in time Bill's system would have worked, but it was a whole new dynamic than anybody there would have been used to.
Yeah, it most definitely.
Yeah.
I think it just kind of passed him by at that point.
Yeah, and it's too bad because I learned so much working for him, and he had a great territory back in the day, and a lot of guys, if you look back at the guys like you and I that really cut their teeth in that territory, we lasted a long time.
Right.
We really did.
Yeah.
Ted DiBiase, same thing, lasted a long time.
Right, yeah.
So,
there's a whole breed that's just dying out.
I don't know, man.
There's not many of us left.
I know, that's right. That's why you need to be, somebody that's using their brain and thinking big picture is going to look at this guy, Steve Borden, and they're going to say, I'm going to sign this guy because I got ideas. And ideas are not just bell-to-bell ideas. Come on, outside the box. That's what I'm doing.
Yep.
That's what I do. But we'll see. Hey, are you still going to continue to do appearances? Because apparently there's a lot of fans that are looking forward to meeting you. I don't know what you're doing or what you got planned on that, but are you going to be active in getting out and meeting the people that supported you all these years?
Yeah, I definitely am. I've done a few this year. Even traveled over to London and did something there, and I've got a few more scheduled. They're kind of spread out over the year here, the rest of the year here, 2014. But I don't want it to be limited to just that. That is not my goal.
Right, I got you. Well, it's something to get you out of the house, so to speak, once a month. You don't want to miss any football games at Kentucky if you don't have. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something, pal. I stopped taking all my bookings at the end of August. Oklahoma plays August 30th.
you're on the plane with them. I mean, you travel with these guys.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to continue to do it because, and I turned down some, for me, some big money gigs because I wouldn't go miss a football game on Saturday. And I'm not saying because I don't know, but man, I think if I were you, I'd almost rent me an apartment in Lexington and just hang for the football season. And you go to the home games, go to practice, fart around, enjoy yourself, chill out, go to the gym. You can probably work out at the college. I could fix that easy. That'd be a heartbeat. That's easy.
Oh yeah. Oh, no, they've already fixed that for me.
There you go. So yeah. I wouldn't book. You couldn't dynamite my ass out of a SEC game with Kentucky during this year. I don't care what you're gonna do. I told you.
I made every one except for I think one last year.
That's all.
And I was on the road. I couldn't do it, but I made every game. So I plan on making every one this year too.
Yeah, and you'll never forget it. Every game has its own set of memories.
Yeah. Oh, I've seen him play since he was a kid. You know, I don't think I've missed maybe 2 or 3 games in his whole life.
Very good. So that's great. That's been a dad. That's been a dad. That's good stuff. Hey, last thing. Now, I know your game's done. The end game's done. Not here, but you've had more matches than you have left. So now, when you have that last one, which we hope is done right and big and majestic and as a build-up and somebody will just trust and believe in what we all know would be a tremendous celebration for fans of different generations and around the world if they was given the opportunity to paint their faces and come to Hall of Fame or even a WrestleMania type event. Notice I said type event, ladies and gentlemen, for you legal people that are listening today, and I know you are, and hope you're having a great day. But nonetheless, what's after that? What do you want to do? What's after that? The bumping's done.
Oh man, you know what? I'm interested in real estate still. I'd like to get back into real estate. I wouldn't mind doing, getting back into doing some kind of TV, some kind of acting, and just stay really involved in my kids' lives.
All right, man. Listen, we covered a lot of ground, and we've had a great talk. We have talked about some of the great names, some of the great times and situations. I'm sorry, folks, that we didn't talk more about Steve's future because at the time we were talking about this, it's a non-issue. But we had a good talk, and I enjoyed this. This was fun, man. We need to do this again one of these days.
Yeah, very, very good. Very good, Rossi. We go back so many years, man, and it was good to kind of reminisce.
There's only a few guys that I have on my list, as if it makes a bit of difference, but only a few guys that I have on a short list that I would want to come back and call their last match. And you're on that very, very short list.
Well, let me just go ahead and make it clear. The feeling is mutual. I'd absolutely, anyone on the face of this earth, it would have to be Jim Ross.
Well,
to call my last match. And if I get my way, if I get what I want, then that's going to happen.
Cool. I work cheap too. That's good. I'm available and I work cheap. My per diem is very low because I'm
you can't say the young kid from Venice Beach anymore though. You have to come up with something creative. Doesn't push me over the edge too bad.
No, we'll figure out something. We could figure out something. I guarantee we could figure